Hey everyone, welcome back to the alternate path. Today, we're diving into a brand new what-if story. What if Bella was Edward's first friend and his last love? Here's a quick summary. Edward and Bella have been inseparable since childhood. As the years pass, their lifelong friendship is tested by growing up, changing dreams, and the possibility that they've always been meant for each other. But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to the alternate path and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Bella Pav, 4. I was standing behind the gate at daycare. My head didn't even reach the top of it, so all I could see was the little white bars crisscrossing in front of my face. I had pushed Eric Yorkie because he called me a girl. I mean, I am a girl, but I don't like when people call me one. Plus he was mean to me all day long. So I got put in timeout, all by myself. It was a small room, with no toys to play with or anything. My face slipped into a pout and my chin was quivering. I crossed my little arms over my chest. Edward, my bestest friend in the whole world, came running over, when he saw me all alone. "What's a matter, Bella?" he asked. "I'm in timeout," I pouted. He ran right up to the gate. He was a little bit taller than me, but not by much. "How come?" I pushed Eric. Edward smiled his crooked grin. "Why? He called me a girl. But you are a girl." I pouted even more. "But you're not," I reminded him. So I wanna be what you are," I explained. He laughed. "Bella, you can't be a boy. You're a girl," he giggled. "Then will you be a girl too?" I asked, my voice pleading. My lower lip was trembling and I felt like I was going to cry. I didn't want to cry in front of Edward. "No, I'm a boy. I have to stay a boy. And you have to stay a girl. But don't worry, Bella, I like you as a girl, Edward Saeed." He pressed his palm to the gate and I reached out and touched mine to his. Really, you'll always be my bestest friend," he promised. "Edward, yeah, what's married?" I asked. I remembered my parents saying this a lot but I never knew what it was. But I could always ask Edward. He knew everything. It's when a mommy and a daddy have to live in the same house and get jobs and have babies, and always play together, like best friends. You have to do it when you're old, he explained. Really? Yup. So are we married? I asked, confused. We weren't a mommy and a daddy but we always played together and we were best friends. No, he snorted. My lower lip began trembling. We're too little. How old do you have to be married? I asked. He thought about it for a minute. Old, he said finally. How old? I asked. 6. Edward. Yeah, will you be married with me when we're 6? I asked. If you had to be married with someone then I wanted that someone to be Edward. Sure, Bella. Really? I smiled at him. He peeked over his shoulder and grinned. I'll be right back. He suddenly turned and ran back into the playroom. I watched as he ran right over to Mike Newton, the biggest crybaby in the daycare center. Edward stood near him for a minute, until Mike looked up and asked him something. Edward didn't answer. Instead he kicked Mike's block tower over. Mike started crying. The daycare lady ran over to Edward and scolded him, pointing a finger in his face. She picked him up under the shoulders and carrying him over to the timeout room. I stayed silent until he had been placed next to me. Edward, that was very mean. You'll stay here until you learned your lesson, she scolded. She turned and walked back to the other kids. What did ya do that for? I asked. So I could be in timeout with you, he explained. He took my little hand in his. So you don't have to be alone. I rested my head on his shoulder and he rested his head on mine. You're my bestest friend, Edward, I told him. You're my bestest friend, Bella, he replied. Really? Bella Pav, 5. I was at Edward's house. We were having a sleepover, like we usually did on Saturdays. It was nighttime already, not too dark, but dark enough to see the stars. The night was perfectly clear, no clouds, which was unusual in Forks. It was always rainy in Forks. We were lying in the grass in his backyard, looking up at the sky. The grass was a little wet, but we didn't mind. The tops of our heads were touching as we both spread out in the grass. We were making pictures in the stars. There's a smiley face, I said. I lifted my hand and traced the outline in the sky. There's a rocket ship, Edward Saeed. I looked to where he was pointing. It just looked like a jumble of stars. There's a flower, I said. I traced the line that was the stem and the petals, my finger fluttering in the sky. You keep seeing girl things, Edward complained. Well, you keep seeing boy things, I retorted. I thought for a minute. Edward, what's the difference between girls and boys? I asked him. Oh, that's easy. Girls have long hair and boys don't, he said simply. No, cause my Grammy has short hair and she's a girl, I replied. Edward's brow furrowed as he thought. Well, girls like girl things. Like dresses and dollies and flowers. And boys like boy things like football and mud and superheroes, he said finally. But I like football and mud and superheroes, I said softly. I had always been a tomboy, since I had a boy best friend. Does that mean I'm a boy? No, it just means you're a weird girl, Edward answered. I pouted and my lower lip trembled. Don't cry, Bella. I'm sorry. He scooted over to me and put an arm around my shoulders. What's up there, Edward? In the stars? I asked. Heaven, planets, aliens, he said in a spooky voice. I shivered. What else? I dunno. Dead people. Dead people, I said. Yeah, when my Grammy died, Mommy said she was in the sky. In the stars, he answered finally. I don't get it though. If she's in the sky, why doesn't she come back? I miss her. I hugged Edward around his belly. His eyes were watering and he looked like he was going to cry. Edward barely ever cried, so I knew he was really upset. I hugged him tighter. Maybe they can't, I answered. Maybe they have to stay up there. But why would they go in the first place? I felt like I was going to cry. I always cried when Edward did. I dunno. Maybe they don't have a choice. Maybe one day, we can go up into the stars and see your Grammy. I suggested. I would love to go to the stars with Edward. I loved going anywhere with Edward. I'd like that. We can take a rocket ship and fly around. And then we can see Grammy. He had a smile on his face and he looked happier. I stood up. Let's play rocket ship, I cried. I started running around with my arms out to my side, making rocket noises. That's airplane, Bella, Edward said, but he was laughing. So we'll pretend it's rocket, I replied. Can't catch me. I started running faster, giggling, and Edward came running up behind me. He was always so much faster than me. He said it was because boys were always faster than girls, but I didn't believe him. I was faster than Mike Newton. But then again, Mike Newton was never much of a boy. Gotcha, Edward called. He dove and wrapped his arms around my waist and we both fell to the ground, laughing. Edward, I asked when we caught our breath. Yeah, do you love me? I asked. I hoped so. Mommy and Daddy always said they love each other since they were married. And Edward and I were going to be married when we were 6. Yeah, you're my best friend, he said. I love you too, I replied. I yawned and my eyelids started to droop. I laid my head on Edward's chest. Night, Edward, I said. My eyes closed and I was starting to drift from reality. Nighty night, Bella. Bella Pav 6. We were in first grade. Our class wasn't too big, maybe 18 kids total. All of my friends, Jesse, Angie, Alice, and of course Edward himself. I only recently became friends with Alice. Alice wasn't really Edward's sister. She was his cousin. But Alice's parents both died, went up to the stars, to heaven. So she came to live with Edward and his family. We became friends instantly. Nowhere near as close as Edward and me, but still up there. She always wanted me to wear dresses and pink, but I was much more comfortable in jeans and t-shirts and overalls. Boy clothes, as Alice called them. Come on, Bella. She giggled, grabbing my hand. She was in a pretty pink dress with flowers on it. She had a Barbie backpack. I was in overalls and a blue t-shirt, with a butterfly on it. My backpack had puppies on it. I grabbed Edward's hand, since he was on the other side of me, and the three of us ran towards the classroom. No running in the halls, our teacher, Mrs. McDonald, scolded us. We broke out into giggles but slowed to a walk. We hung our backpacks in our cubbies and went inside. Bella, how come you never wear dresses? Alice pouted. She was a lot littler than me and Edward. She stuck out her little bottom lip. "'Cause dresses aren't comfy," I replied. She stuck her tongue out at me and I made a face back. "I think Bella looks prettiest in pants than dresses," Edward said, defending me. Alice pouted at him. "Okay kids, time to get started," Mrs. McDonald said. We started on our lesson. I could already read most of the books in the classroom and Mrs. M said I was reading at a second grade level. After we had gone through half the day, Mrs. McDonald let us go to the playground for recess. But we had to run in quickly, since it had started raining. But indoor recess was just as fun, since Mrs. McDonald had so many fun toys. Alice and I ran over to the playhouse to play and Edward joined us. The three of us were talking and playing with blocks when I suddenly remembered something. Hey Edward. Yeah Bella. Do you 'member when you said you'd marry me when we were 6? Yeah, we're 6 Edward. Alice's head flickered back and forth between Edward and I. She seemed to be bouncing with excitement. You still wanna get married Bella? He asked. Only if you want to, I replied, blushing red. Something that happened commonly with me. I still do, he said. He grinned his crooked grin. One of his 2 front teeth was missing. Me too, I replied, grinning shyly back. Can I do your wedding Bella? Oh please, oh please, oh please. Alice begged. What do you need to do? I asked, confused. Well I need to decorate. And you need to look real pretty and we need someone to say the vows and everything. She stood up and started jumping up and down in excitement. Okay, I said uncertainly. Alice squealed and hugged me. We can have it right here in the playhouse. I'll invite Emmett and Rosie and Jasper. Emmett Cullen was Edward's older brother, in the 2nd grade. Jasper and Rosalie Hale were both in 2nd grade too, but they were friends with us. And Jesse and Angie too. I can go ask him and you can get Bella ready, Edward said. K. Go you can't see Bella till she's all ready, Alice said, ushering him out of the playhouse door. She pulled me to the bathroom. K. Bella. We have to make you look specially pretty, Alice said with a grin. She pulled my ponytail out and let my hair flow around my neck. What are you gonna do? I asked nervously. She was staring at me, pursing her lips. She clapped her hands together. I got it. Stay right here. She ran from the bathroom at lightning speed and was back in a few minutes with a long white dress. It had lots of glitter and rhinestones on it. It's from the dress-up box, she explained. I pulled it on over my overalls. It was a little too long but it was pretty. It had long white sleeves with puffy shoulders and reached the floor. Alice unraveled some toilet paper and wrapped it in my hair, letting it trail out behind me. It's a veil, she said with pride. Now stay here till I come get you, then you can be married with Edward. She ran from the room, carrying the toilet paper, leaving me by myself. I wasn't so sure if I liked this married things too much, but at least I was doing it with Edward. I wondered if this meant I would get to live in Edward's house. I hoped so. Then I could be with Alice and Edward all day long. Someone knocked at the door. Alice. I called out nervously. Yes silly. Can I come in? Yup. She ran in. She had some dandelions in her hand. What are those for? I asked. The bride always holds flowers. Then she throws them at her friends, Alice explained. Ready to get married Bella? She asked with excitement. I nodded nervously. She pulled me from the bathroom and into the playhouse. Edward was standing at one end, next to Emmett, who was holding the big teacher book and smiling. Emmett was the biggest kid in the whole 2nd grade. The whole playhouse was covered in the white toilet paper, hung from the little windows and door. Everyone was sitting on the floor, each holding a dandelion. Rosie, Jesse, Angie and Jasper were all sitting on the floor, looking at me. Rosalie was really pretty with long blonde hair in 2 braids. She was wearing a mint green dress and was taller than anyone in my class. Jasper was tall and blonde and waved to Alice when he saw her behind me. Jesse had really big, curly hair. Angie was looking at me shyly, in a plain white t-shirt and jeans. Alice stood behind me, holding the little trail of toilet paper that was coming off of my veil. She was beaming. Okay. So I'm gonna be marrying you two today, Emmett said with a grin. So you two need to stand next to each other. I stood next to Edward. Now hold hands, he instructed. How come? I whined. 'Cause I said so, Emmett cried. I rolled my eyes and held Edward's hands in mine. Emmett opened the big teacher book. Okay. So do you Edward take Bella to be your waffle-y wedding wife, forever and ever, till death do you apart? Emmett asked. What? Edward asked, clearly confused. He looked at Emmett and squeezed my hands. Emmett rolled his eyes. Say, I do, he instructed. I do, Edward repeated. Now Bella, do you take Edward to be your waffle-y wedding husband, forever and ever, till death do you apart? Do I say I do? I asked in a whisper. Emmett nodded and I heard Rosie giggle. I do, I said louder. Okay, so I now announce you married. You make key. The bride, Emmett announced. Edward and I both made faces. I have to key, a girl. Edward sighed, disgusted. I have to key, a boy. I said in the same tone. I might get cooties. I shuddered. Just do it. You have to get married, Emmett said. I looked at Alice and she nodded and smiled. So I closed my eyes as Edward leaned in and pressed his lips to mine, ever so gently. Then he whipped them away and we both wiped off our mouths. Bletch, I said. Ew. Edward called. Okay, so now Edward has to carry you outside and you go on your honeymoon, Emmett instructed. Edward shrugged and came over to me. I hopped onto his back, piggyback style. Then, Edward starting running out of the playhouse. Throw the flowers, Bella. Alice called. I tossed them instantly over my shoulder. I watched as Alice caught the whole bunch. Edward ran until we reached the back door. It had stopped raining outside. He let me slide down his back and I grabbed his hand and the two of us ran over to the slide. It was wet so we both sat under it, in the little dry spot. Bella, what's a honeymoon? Edward asked. I dunno, I answered truthfully. We both giggled. So we're married now, Edward mused. Yup. That's good. Love you, Bella, he said, making me blush. Love you, Edward, I replied. Then Ms. McDonald came running outside. Edward and Isabella, she scolded. What are you doing out here? She asked. We're on our honeymoon, I answered with a grin. Mrs. McDonald laughed. Oh yeah, yup, Edward answered. We just got married. Well, isn't that sweet, she said, still chuckling. Well, let's get you two newlyweds back inside. She took us by the hand and led us inside again. How was your honeymoon, Bella? Alice asked when we came back inside. Short, I answered. She laughed. The bell suddenly rang, signaling it was time to go home. I saw Daddy standing by the door. He waved. I ran over to him. What's that you got on, Bells? He asked with a chuckle. A dress, I replied. How come you have a dress on, sweetie? He asked. I got married today, I announced proudly. I saw Carlisle Cullen come over holding Alice and Edward's hands. You did? Charlie asked, laughing. To who? To Edward, I replied. Edward nodded in agreement. Hear that, Carlisle? We're in-laws apparently, Charlie said to Carlisle, who was laughing too. Always knew those two would end up together, Carlisle replied. He ruffled Edward's hair. Does that mean Edward and I have to be a mommy and a daddy? I asked Charlie in genuine confusion. His face paled and then him and Carlisle burst out laughing. Not till you 30, Bella, he said. Okay, I promised, Knuffsid. I mean, it's not like becoming a mommy was a complicated process. But I still get to be with Edward, right? If that's what you want, Charlie said, still chortling. I ran over to Edward and took his hat. I'll always want Edward, I guaranteed. Edward flashed me his crooked grin and squeezed my hand. Forever. Bella Pov 7. I wasn't really sure what was going on. All I knew was that Mom and Daddy were looking grave and there were suitcases piled by the door. Bella, honey, Mom called from the kitchen. Can you come in here? Your father and I would like to talk with you. This must be it, I thought to myself. Maybe we were going on vacation. I padded into the kitchen and sat in the chair across from my mother and father. Daddy's eyes were red and puffy, almost like he had been crying, but daddies don't cry. Mom was looking sad and angry and tired. What? I asked. I looked back and forth from Daddy to Mom and knew that this was no good news. Sweetie, there is something your mother and I need to tell you, Daddy began. You see, sometimes people fall out of love. I was confused to say the least. What do you mean, Daddy? I asked, eyebrows furrowing. It just didn't make any sense. Mom answered for him. Bella dear, your father and I have decided that it would be best if we left each other for a while, she said tentatively. What? I asked again. This was so confusing, it made no sense at all. Well, your father and I aren't in love anymore, Bella. We got married too young and we don't want to be married anymore. I'm moving to Phoenix, Bella. In Arizona, Mom said, her voice cold but still caring. Where's Phoenix? Is it near here? I asked curiously. No honey, it's a good few hours from here, Renee said softly. Why? I could feel tears in my eyes. Mom was leaving. Your father and I certainly will always care for each other, Bella. But we're not in love anymore and you can't be married if you're not in love, Mom answered. So I'm going to go away. And your father is going to stay here, in Forks. It's called a divorce, honey. That I knew. Jessica's parents got divorced. It means they leave each other and don't stay together, don't stay mommy and daddy anymore. That's when I started thinking of them as Charlie and Renee. Why mom? You can stay together, you can fall back in love, I begged. Jessica was so sad when her parents divorced. I didn't want that to happen, not to me or Charlie or Renee. No sweetie, this is for the best. I'm sorry. She had such pity in her eyes. Where am I gonna go? I asked. My eyes went wide and my stomach was full of nerves in anticipation of this answer. It wouldn't be so bad so long as I could stay with my friends. Well, we decided it would be better for you to come to Phoenix, with me, Renee said gently. No, I screeched, jumping out of my chair. You can't make me. I won't go. Bella dear, you have to, Renee said, gentle but firm. It will be better if we can both just start over. No Renee, I yelled. Pain flashed across her eyes. I'm not leaving Forks, it's my home. I'm not leaving Alice or Rosalie or Jessie or Angie. I'm not leaving Edward. Edward, I thought, gasping. Tears starting pouring from my face and I was sobbing. I couldn't leave Edward, my best friend, my whole life practically. Bella, we have already decided this is what is best for you, Renee said, the firmness winning over the gentleness. Well, too bad. It's not what's best for me and I'm not going. I sprinted to the door, running faster than I ever had in my whole life. Bella, come back here. Charlie spoke up for the first time. I didn't listen. I slammed the door behind me, still sprinting. Their house wasn't so far away, maybe 5 minutes if I ran the whole way, tripping every once in a while. I didn't slow until I saw the white mansion in my view. Tears fell freely down my cheeks as I took in the familiar meadow that was their lawn, the backyard with the swing set. I could see Alice and Emmett playing in the backyard. And Edward was with them. I started sprinting again. Edward, I called, my voice strangled. He didn't hear me. Edward, I called again. He looked up. He took one look at my haggard appearance, my muddy jeans from where I had fallen, my tear-stained cheeks and came running. Bella, he gasped. I realized I had fallen to my knees. He ran over and plopped himself beside me, gathering me up in his arms as I sobbed into his shirt. Bella, what's the matter? Charlie and Renee are getting ADD divorce, I choked. Edward wrapped his arms tighter around me, wiping away my tears with his little hands. Oh Bella, I'm so sorry, he murmured gently. He seemed so much older, so much more mature than most kids our age. It gets worse, I said, turning to look up at him. Renee wants me to move. To Phoenix, Arizona. Edward's pity and concern turned to fury in an instant. Apparently, he knew where Phoenix was. That's too far, he exclaimed. Bella, don't leave me. He hugged me to him again and we were both sobbing. I don't want to leave you, Edward, I cried. You're my best friend and I love you. I love you too, Bella. We can run away. We won't let them take you, Bella, he said softly, but with determination. I looked into his eyes. They were wet with tears but blazing like fire. Let's do it, Edward. Let's run away, right now, I whispered. Fine. Hold on 1 second, stay right here and don't move. He hugged me to him once before running into his house. I stood and ran behind a tree, not wanting Alice or Emmett to see us. When Edward came back outside, he was carrying a backpack and looking panicked. Edward, I yelled to him. He came running over to me. I thought you left without me, he said, his voice scared. Never, I whispered. Let's go, Bella. I brought food and some clothes, he whispered, pointing to his bag. Come on. He took me by the hand and the two of us ran off into the woods. We ran and ran, Edward helping me when I fell. We eventually found a meadow. It was perfectly circular, filled with wildflowers and tall, green grass. It was beautiful and it was perfect. We both lay back in the grass, holding hands. I don't want to go, Edward, I whispered. He squeezed my hand. You don't have to. We'll stay here forever and ever and you won't ever have to leave me, he replied. I can't live without you, Bella. I'm so tired, I said with a yawn. Edward rubbed the back of my hand with his thumb, gently, soothingly. Go to sleep, my Bella, he sighed. In the morning, everything will be better, he promised. I closed my eyes and drifted off to sleep. Bella, Edward. I woke to a voice calling our names. It was dark, and Edward was sleeping next to me. I cuddled closer to him, somewhat afraid. I poked him gently until he opened his eyes. The voices came again and it sounded like there were tons of them, who knows how many. Bella. Edward. We both sat up, sharing a panicked glance. Edward wrapped his arm around my shoulder and I scooted closer to him. Edward, Bella, please. I was surprised to hear Esme's voice. She sounded like she was crying. I didn't think she would take it like this. I recognized my mother's voice. I never thought they would run away. I know Renee, I'm not blaming you, Esme said soothingly. I just want our babies back. Bella. Edward. I didn't recognize the next voice and a shadow of a man came into the clearing, holding a flashlight. He pointed it at us and I shivered, leaning into Edward. I've found them. The man called loudly. Renee and Esme both gasped and ran over. The next thing I knew I was being scooped up into Renee's arms. She was sobbing. Oh Bella, baby, don't you ever scare me like that again, she said, her voice weak with relief. I pushed her away, falling back onto the ground. Edward was standing a few feet away, Esme dotting and hugging him. No, no, no. I yelled. I ran over to Edward and he wrapped his arms around me. I won't go. You can't make me. I'll live here, with Edward. You can't make me go. I wouldn't leave. I couldn't. I was mad and upset. Bella sweetie, Renee started. Please, Mrs. Swan, don't take Bella away from me. I looked up at Edward, surprised. His voice was sad and sincere and he had tears in his eyes. Please. Renee, Esme said softly. She placed a comforting hand on both Edward and mine's shoulders. They don't sound like they're going to cooperate anytime soon. But, Renee sputtered. I don't want to lose Bella too. You don't have to lose her, Esme said soothingly. She can visit. But do you really want to break this up? Look at them Renee. Renee glanced down at me and Edward, her face softening. They really love each other huh? Renee said weakly. We're right here, I reminded them impatiently. Esme and Renee both laughed. I saw Carlisle and Charlie come up behind them and noticed a big crowd of people behind them. I can take care of her Renee. She'll be happy here, Charlie said. It was clear he had been listening. She can visit you in the summers, over Christmas. Just please, let her stay. Let me stay Mom, I said softly. Please, Edward pleaded. Please Renee. You're leaving. At least let Bella stay, Charlie begged. Everyone turned to face Renee, who was starting to blush from the attention. Fine. Bella can stay. As long as she visits me every summer and Christmas, she said sadly. I let out a whoop of joy and Edward picked me up in his arms, hugging me tightly, smashing me against his body. We were both grinning and laughing. Charlie seemed happy and Carlisle and Esme were watching us with smiles. I love you Bella, Edward sighed. I'm so glad you're staying. I'll never leave you Edward, I promised. Bella paw ate. Edward and I were at the playground, on the swings. The last year had been hard. Renee had moved away and it was hard not having her there to help me pick out my outfits in the morning, or do my hair. Although Alice was always happy to help. I visited her over Christmas vacation and for 2 months during the summer. And even though I missed her while I was home, I never regretted my decision to stay. Those 2 months away from Edward were hard, nearly impossible. I couldn't imagine spending almost 9 months away from him a year. I was happy that I stayed. Forks was my home and I loved it. Although that didn't stop Renee from trying to convince me to stay with her when I visited. But I wouldn't, I couldn't. I didn't want to. Betcha I can swing higher than you, I challenged Edward. He laughed. Betcha you can't, he sang back. Betcha I can, I replied. Then prove it Bella, he retorted. Fine. We both started swinging our legs wildly, trying to go higher. I was going practically flat in the air, parallel to the ground. Edward slowed down, watching me in concern. Fine Bella you win, he called. Slow down. You're going too high, he warned. No. This is fun, I called back. I laughed freely. I loved this feeling, like I was flying almost. My hair was whipping around in the wind and each time I swung I bounced a bit in my seat. My legs swung wildly, but never touched the ground. I closed my eyes, in the air, blissful, flying. And then suddenly I was airborne. My eyes snapped open and I was soaring. Not in a fun way. In a oh my god I'm going to hit the ground and die way. For a moment, I felt weightless. Like I really was flying. Like I wasn't going to hit the ground any second, somehow I would stay airborne and keep flying. Bella, Edward yelled. I squeezed my eyes shut again, bracing myself for hitting the ground. But instead I hit something softer. I opened my eyes and saw Edward. He had tried to catch me. We both tumbled to the ground and I heard a sickening snap. And then I felt the pain. I screamed and Edward bolted upright, seemingly unscathed. Tears fell down my face. I cradled my wrist against my chest. It was broken and it hurt. It was bent at an odd angle and bleeding. The smell and sight of the blood made the playground spin around me and I thought I was going to throw up. Bella, Bella. Edward's panicked voice brought me back to reality. I kept my eyes away from my wrist. Oh man Bella, I think you broke it. Come on, let's get you to Dad. He helped me up gently, holding me as I held my wrist. It hurt so badly. I collapsed back down on the ground. Oh Edward, it hurts, I whimpered. Come on Bella, let's get you to Dad, he'll help you, he's a doctor, Edward begged. But the smell of blood was threatening to pull me into unconsciousness. The last thing I remembered was Edward scooping me easily up into his arms before everything went black. Dad, what's wrong with her? Edward's voice was scared and panicked. I wanted to tell him I was fine but I couldn't find my voice. She broke her wrist, very cleanly it seems. She probably passed out from the blood or the pain, or maybe just the sight of the bone. It's at a strange angle and that can sicken anyone, Carlyle was saying matter-of-factly. Can you fix her? Edward asked. Of course, don't worry. We should take her up to the emergency room though, so they can put a cast on it. I opened my eyes to see Carlyle's back was to me. He had a hand on Edward's shoulder and Edward was watching me with worried eyes. When he saw my eyes opened he smiled his cute little crooked smile. How ya feeling Bella? He asked, coming to kneel next to me. Dizzy, I replied truthfully. Carlyle came over. What made you faint Bella dear? The blood, I answered promptly. Blood makes me faint. Edward snickered softly and I stuck my tongue out at him. Okay Bella, we're going to take you up to the hospital, okay? And then you can get a cast. How does that sound? Carlyle asked gently. Scary, I replied. It's not scary, don't worry. You'll be okay, he promised. I can do it for you, we just need the hospital to get the cast. I nodded, sitting up slowly. The room didn't spin so I gently stood on my feet, stumbling a bit. Edward came next to me and draped my not broken arm over his shoulder and wrapped a hand around my waist, helping me to the car. We both climbed into the back of Carlyle's car and he drove us to the hospital. Carlyle kept watching us in the rearview mirror, a knowing smile on his face. I just rested my head on Edward's shoulder and let my eyes drift closed. Bella, wake up, we're here. Edward's voice gently lulled me awake and he helped me out of the car. I kept stumbling but Edward was there to help me. We got into the room and Carlyle put a cast on my wrist. It hurt and was kind of itchy but it was hot pink. Carlyle even told me people could write their names on it, sign it for me. Edward was first in line with a black Sharpie. Hold out your arm Bells, he instructed. I did. It was my left wrist that I had broken. Edward stood right next to me and wrote his name in big block letters across the front of my cast, so that if I had my arm in front of me, it was staring me right in the face. So that whenever you look at your arm you know who helped you break it, he said with a grin. I tossed my arms around him and hugged him tightly, even boldly dotting his cheek. When we got back to his house, Carlyle called Charlie and Alice came up. She signed my cast, under Edward's name with her loopy writing and a heart. Emmett wrote his name too, his handwriting messy and big. I was starting to love my cast. Bella, Carlyle called. I turned to look at him. His face was nervous. Your dad is coming to get you, okay? I nodded, somewhat confused. Why was he nervous that my dad was coming to get me? Edward and I went up to his room and sat on his bed together. He held my arm and traced the letters of his name. I couldn't feel it, but it was nice to know he was there. Bella, I heard Charlie's voice calling for me from downstairs. I'm up in Edward's room, Daddy. I called back. Come on down, it's time to go home, he replied. I jumped up. See you later, Edward. I ran over to the door. I paused with my hand on the doorknob. And thanks. Bye, Bella, he replied with my favorite crooked smile, and I dashed down the stairs. Charlie was waiting for me with a forced smile. I instantly raised my guard. He frowned at my cast but didn't say anything since Carlyle had told him about already. He led me out to the car. After sitting in silence for a few minutes he started to talk, his voice shaking and forced casual. So Bella dear, I talked to your mother today, he said slowly. And, I asked. I was nervous to say the least. And we think it would be nice if you spent a year down in Phoenix. He saw me open my mouth to interrupt but talked over me. Just a year, then you could come back. But your mother misses you, Bella. She needs you as much as you need her. What about Edward? I asked fiercely. He could visit you or you could visit him. Then, when you come back, you two can hang out just like you used to. How does that sound? Charlie's face was anxious. I noticed the child's safety locks were on. Like I was going to dive out of the car. I mean, honestly, I already had a broken arm. I wasn't about to do anything stupid. I want to stay here, I whimpered. I know, honey, but your mother is very sad when you're not around. She wants to spend some time with you. A wave of guilt washed over me. I was hurting Renee. She may be eccentric and scatterbrained, but I still love her. Fine, I agreed finally. But only a year. And I get to come here and visit sometimes. Of course, only a year. I felt tears stinging my eyes. I was going to leave Alice and Rosalie, Emmett and Jasper. Edward, that one would be that hardest. Can I at least say goodbye? Of course. In fact, I already invited the Cullens and the Hales over for dinner tonight, so you can say goodbye to your friends, Charlie said rapidly. Okay. We pulled up in front of the house. I'll go pack. That's a good idea, sweetie, Charlie said. Call me if you need help. I nodded and ran out of the car, straight upstairs to my room. I opened my suitcases and started tossing my clothes and shoes in. I will not cry, I will not cry, I repeated to myself over and over. I was leaving Forks. I was leaving Edward. I was leaving home. Bella. Edward's voice startled me as I zipped up my last bag. Alice was next to him, biting her nails, looking at the bags nervously. Hey guys, I said softly. Why are you packing, Bella? Alice asked sadly. She seemed to already know the answer. I'm going to Phoenix, I answered. How long? Alice asked. She had tears in her eyes already. I will not cry. A year, I whispered. Alice's tears fell fast and hard and Edward just looked shocked, uncomprehending. I'll come visit though. And after a year I'll be back in Forks, to stay. Why'd you agree to leave in the first place? Edward asked angrily. I looked at him, surprised. He was angry. 'Cause Renee misses me. She needs me, Edward. She can't take care of herself, I said softly, pleadingly. I needed him to understand. I feel guilty that I don't want to live in Phoenix. And I miss her. But you promised you'd never leave me, Edward sighed, his voice sad. I know, but it's not leaving. I'll be back. Soon. It's just a year, I reminded him. A year is a long time, Bella. He was watching the floor. Alice was staring back and forth between us, eyes wide. She was at least a foot shorter than Edward, which made her seem even younger than we were. I know. And I'll miss you, Edward. But I have to go. I just have to. I needed him to understand. Please understand, I begged him silently. Okay. His voice turned suddenly cold and hard. Fine. Well then, goodbye. And with that he turned and ran for the door. Wait. I called, but he was already gone. The tears I had been fighting back for hours finally broke free. Alice wrapped her arms around me. He's just sad that you're leaving. He doesn't want you to go 'cause he loves you. But he'll come round, I promise, she soothed me. Dinner was tense and quiet. Edward wouldn't look at me or talk to me. Alice chattered a bit, but it wasn't with its usual cheeriness. Esme and Carlisle both kept shooting Edward pitying glances. After dinner the Cullens and Hales left. It was hard saying goodbye to Alice and Rosalie. They both hugged and kissed me on my cheeks. They were crying and that made me cry too. Emmett gave me a big bear hug and Japper hugged me too, somewhat awkwardly. But Edward didn't say goodbye, he didn't even look at me. That made me cry the hardest. He was still angry, mad that I broke my promise. I was mad at myself too. But I needed to help Renee. I just wished that Edward had said goodbye. Because to be honest, he was the person I was going to miss the most. More than Alice and Rosalie. More than Charlie even. Because I love him. The next night at the airport, saying goodbye to Charlie was hard. But saying goodbye to Forks was harder. I said goodbye to the rain, to the mossy trees, the familiar school and buildings. I said goodbye to my favorite white mansion and my favorite families. I love you, Bella, Charlie sighed. He hugged me tightly, picking me up into his arms. Good luck. Make lots of new friends. Have fun. Be careful. I will, Daddy. I love you so much, I said. I let a few tears slip down my cheeks. As I headed to board the plane, an unexpected wave of sadness washed over me. I never got to say goodbye to Edward. I wouldn't see him for who knows how long, and I didn't even get a goodbye. A few more tears slipped down my cheeks. Bella. I whirled around, but couldn't see anyone. The voice had sounded far away. I kept walking. I probably just imagined that voice, I thought to myself. I walked a few more steps. Bella. This time the voice came from right behind me. I whipped around and came face to face with Edward. He was panting slightly, breathless from running. Edward? I asked incredulously. I looked over his shoulder and saw Esme and Carlisle standing next to Charlie, all three of them beaming. I couldn't let you go, he said slowly. Without say goodbye. He wrapped me up in his arms and squeezed me against him, hugging me tightly. And then he keyed me. I wasn't expecting it really. And it wasn't a real key. More like a key you give your mom or dad before you go to bed. But it felt right. Good. But that didn't stop me from stepping back and wiping my mouth off on the back of my hand. What did you do that for? I asked. He grinned sheepishly. I don't know. 'Cause I wanted to. You got a problem with that? He growled. I giggled. Not at all. Bye, Edward. I hugged him once more. And then I took him by surprise by pressing my lips against his. What did you do that for? He asked. He didn't wipe off his mouth like I had. 'Cause I wanted to. Bella Pov 10. I had decided to stay an extra year with Renee. I missed Forks desperately, and Charlie, the Cullens and the Hales, and most of all Edward. But poor Renee. Whenever I brought up leaving, she would break down into tears. I hadn't even gone to visit Forks in over a year. I felt too guilty about leaving. The first few weeks after I moved, when I was 8, were the hardest. Everyone would see my cast and ask who Edward was, and Alice, Emmett, Rosalie and Jasper. I would have to explain to them, they were my best friends, my family. I cried the first few times people asked me about Edward, and they learned not to ask anymore. I didn't make any real friends in Phoenix. I was fine with just talking to Renee. Renee signed me up for ballet classes when I was 9, but I quit. I was always in the back because I was so clumsy. Let's just say after ripping down the backdrop in my first recital, I decided that would be my last recital. I had finally decided to go back to Forks. I still felt guilty about leaving Renee, but I couldn't stand Phoenix any longer. Sure, the weather was always beautiful, warm and dry. But I missed the squashy greenness of Forks. I even missed the rain. But most of all, I missed Edward. We had talked on the phone at least once a week since I had left. I would usually say hi to Alice and Emmett, sometimes Jasper and Rosalie, if they happened to be over when I called. I needed to go home. So today was the day I was going to tell Renee. My bags were already packed upstairs, and I had bought a plane ticket online weeks ago, using Charlie's credit card. He let me have the number because he wanted me home, too. As badly as he felt lying to Renee, he knew this would work. She couldn't object. So as we sat at the kitchen table, eating chicken for dinner, I decided it was time to let her know. My palms were sweaty and I could tell my voice was weak and scratchy due to my dry throat. I chugged my water, but it didn't help. Mom, I said, trying and failing to sound casual. I was right about my voice though. It sounded all scratchy and dry. Yes, Bella, she replied. She seemed oblivious so far. Mom, I want to go home, I said softly, picking at my chicken with my fork. You are home, dear, Renee said. She sounded so hurt I wanted to stay and help her. But I couldn't. I had made my choice. No, Mom. Home to Forks. When I came here, it was only supposed to be for a year. Now it's been 2. I want to go to Forks. I miss Charlie. I miss Alice and Rosalie and Edward. It still hurt to say his name. I missed him so terribly. Charlie already helped me out and paid for a plane ticket. My plane leaves tomorrow morning. It's all paid for and I'm packed up. I really want this, Mom. I finally looked up at her. Tears were beginning to form in her eyes. Stay strong, I told myself firmly. Bella, honey, why did you wait so long to tell me? She asked, her voice sounding watery. I was scared of how you would react. I mean, I feel guilty leaving you here, I confessed. To my surprise, Renee jumped up and sat in the chair next to me, pulling me onto her lap. I was a bit too big for this now, at almost 4'6", but I still loved to be held. You don't need to feel guilty for me, sweetie. You go where you need to be, don't let me affect your decisions, she said sincerely. Too late for that, I thought bitterly. So you don't mind then, Mom? I asked, surprise coloring my voice. Of course not. I'll miss you, Bella, you know that, but I want you to be happy. Plus you know I've started seeing Phil. She blushed as she said this. Renee had recently started dating a man named Phil. He seemed nice enough, a little young for her, but they were cute together. So I won't be all alone. I love you, Bella, but I'm not going to keep you here against your will. I wrapped my arms around her neck and hugged her tightly. Thank you, Mom. I'll miss you, I said truthfully. When does your plane leave tomorrow? She asked. 8 in the morning, I said sheepishly. I felt embarrassed by my secretiveness now. Well, I'll drive you and we can do all the goodbye stuff then, okay? I nodded. Go on upstairs and get ready for bed. We've got an early morning tomorrow. I jumped off her lap and ran upstairs. Thanks, Mom. I called. Love you. I love you too, Bella. After my teary goodbye with Renee, I found myself alone on the plane, practically bouncing with excitement. I felt like Alice. I couldn't help wondering how much everyone had changed. Was Alice tall now? Or at least regular sized? What about Emmett? Was he still as tall, still as big, or had anyone else caught up to him yet? And I'm sure Rosalie is just as beautiful. And Jasper probably looks the same except taller, maybe more muscular. And Edward, was he taller now? I certainly am. I had grown a full foot since I had last seen him. Is he bulkier? Could he possibly be muscled like Emmett now? Would his hair still be as untidy, the same bronze color? Would his green eyes still shine like twinkling emeralds? I hoped so. I was so consumed with thoughts of seeing my friends again that the plane ride flew by. Before I knew it, the pilot was announcing our arrival in Seattle. When I climbed off the plane, I saw Charlie waiting by the baggage claim. I was kind of sad it was only him, but I was still excited to see him. I ran over to him and he scooped me up in his arms. How are you, Bells? He asked, ruffling my hair, his voice gruff. I'm glad to be home, I said. I missed you. I missed you too, Daddy. My smile was hurting my cheeks. I was so happy to see him again. Charlie managed to find my bags and pulled them along beside us. Neither of us were speaking. It was just nice to be together. So whatever happened to coming back all the time? He asked. His voice was joking, but I could see some real pain behind his eyes. I felt too guilty to leave Renee. But I got over it. He laughed. How is everyone? The Cullens and the Hales. Jessica and Angela. They're all just great. I didn't tell anyone you were coming back though. I figured you'd like to surprise them. Charlie's eyes were alight with excitement and I was excited too. I couldn't wait to see Edward. Thanks, Dad, I exclaimed. We talked a bit about Phoenix but not much else. We were back at the house in an hour. I brought my bags up to my room and unpacked. All my old winter clothes didn't fit anymore, so I had to buy all new ones. I didn't have that much. Although if Alice hadn't changed, then she would probably buy me new clothes, no matter how much I didn't want her to. I peeked at the clock. It was 5 at night. I knew the whole Cullen family would be eating dinner around now. Time to make my grand entrance. Hey Dad, I called as I came downstairs. He was sitting at the kitchen table, eating some scrambled eggs. Yeah, Bells. I'm gonna run down to the Cullens' house and tell them I'm back, I said, an unintentional grin spreading across my face. Have fun and be careful, Charlie warned as I made my way outside. Bye, Dad, I yelled. I walked to the Cullens' house, a bit faster than usual, causing me to trip a few times. When I reached the white mansion, my stomach was suddenly filled with nerves, my mind with irrational thoughts. What if they didn't like me anymore? What if they forgot about me? They swirled in my head like the buzzing of bees, and I was unable to ignore them. But I still made my way up to the door and knocked tentatively. Who is it? I heard Alice's perky, high-pitched voice call. Me. I called back, disguising my voice. Me who? She called back suspiciously. Open and find out, I replied. And suddenly the door was opening wide and I saw the top of Alice's black hair. It was still as short and spiky as ever. Alice seemed to have grown, but she was still at least half a foot shorter than me. She took one look at me and screamed, in a voice high enough to break glass. I covered my ears with my hands. Bella. Oh my God, Bella. She squealed. She ran outside and tackled me in a big hug. I found myself squeezing her back. Why didn't you tell me you were coming back? I missed you so much. I can't believe you're back. I know. I finally got the courage to leave and I figured I'd come see you guys first. I wanted it to be a surprise though, I said with a laugh. Alice continued to squeeze me in her arms. And for such a tiny girl she was strong. Her pixie face was alight with joy and a smile took up half of her face. We have to go shopping, she shrieked. You haven't changed a bit, I said, still laughing. Mom, Dad, guess who's back? Alice called into the living room. I saw Esme and Carlisle look at me, both of their jaws dropping in unison. Oh Bella, you're back, Esme called happily. She ran over to me and scooped me up in a motherly hug, dotting my forehead. Look how much you've grown. She stood arm's length away and admired me. You're becoming such a pretty young lady. I grinned sheepishly. It's good to have you back, Bella. You're practically family, Carlisle said, giving me a comforting shoulder squeeze. I bet she will be someday, Esme said lightly, smiling knowingly at Carlisle who grinned back. Hey Mom, do we have any Bella? I heard Emmett's voice from the door and the next thing I knew I was being gathered up in a big Emmett-style bear hug. He squeezed me until I couldn't breathe before plopping me back onto the ground. At age 11, Emmett was huge. He looked at least 13 and he must be at least 5'5". He was even bigger than before and I hadn't thought that was possible. His broad chest and thick neck led up to his familiar face and curly mass of black hair. His face had lost some of its boyish roundness and he looked much more grown up. Hey Emmett, I cried. When did you get home? This morning. I wanted it to be a surprise, I informed them all. Alice was jumping up and down in excitement. Jasper, Rose, come on in, you won't believe who's here. Emmett called into the backyard. What is it, Emmett? Rosalie's voice came, slightly annoyed. She walked into the room. She was taller too, maybe 5'2". She was still unbelievably skinny and beautiful. She could pass for 16 if she needed to, 13 without makeup. Her long blonde hair looked like corn silk. Her face broke into a perfect smile when she saw me. Oh Bella, she shrieked. She ran over to me and hugged me and I marveled at how she was so much taller than me. We had been almost equal height before. It's so good to see you, Rose, I said sincerely. Jasper came up and hugged me next. Good to have you back, Bella, he said. Thanks, Jasper. When he stepped away I noticed the Cullens and Hales had all formed a semicircle around me. They were beaming at me and I was beaming right back. Where's Edward? I asked excitedly. Esme's grin widened, if that was possible. He's out but he should be back in a few minutes or so. He'll be so pleased to see you again, she answered. I felt a little disappointed that I couldn't see him right away. Let's all just wait in the living room and see how long it takes him to notice me, I suggested with a giggle. At that exact moment the sound of a car coming up the gravel driveway sounded. We all spread ourselves around the living room, the kids all giggling. I placed myself in an armchair in the corner, so if you walked into the living room your back would be facing me. I'm home, I heard Edward's velvet voice call. I wanted to jump up then and wrap my arms around him but I resisted. Where is everyone? He then trotted into the living room. He had grown, that was for sure. He had to be almost as tall as Emmett, maybe a few inches shorter. He was more muscular than I remembered, but not as bulky as Emmett. His hair was as untidy and bronze as ever. He stared curiously at everyone's wide grins. Hi Edward, how was Ben's? Did you have fun? Alice asked at rapid speed. Yeah, what's going on? He asked, his eyes narrowing slightly in suspicion. I bit my lip to hold back my laughter. Oh nothing, Rosalie said through her giggles. Then why is everyone laughing? Edward asked. He still hadn't moved. He was only a few feet in front of me, his back to me. No reason, Emmett joked through his chuckles. Tell me, Edward demanded. How about you sit in the armchair and tell us? Jasper suggested. Edward gave him an odd look before wheeling around and seeing me. Everyone burst into laughter. Edward stared at me in complete shock for a minute and then a wide, crooked grin spread across his face. Bella, he called, more enthusiastic and excited than any of his siblings. I jumped up and he gathered me up in his arms, picking me up into the air. I lifted my feet as he pulled me off of the ground and I was surprised by how easily he could hold me. I was laughing still, and a few tears of joy slid down my face. I can't believe you're really here, he whispered into my ear. I missed you so much, I replied. I missed you too, Bella, he said. He keyed my cheek before setting me back down. Almost everyone had left the room, to give us some privacy. Esme was leaning against the doorway, smiling at us, the same knowing smile she always had when she looked at the two of us. What? I asked her. Nothing. It's just good to see you two back together again. She smiled once more before turning and leaving. It's good to be back, I murmured, wrapping my arms around Edward once more. He keyed my forehead. I'm so glad you're back, Bella. My Bella. Bella Pav 11. Today is the day of my very first dance. I was nervous, to say the least. I was at the Cullens, as usual, but with Alice. She was helping me get ready. At the end of the school year, our middle school always had a big formal dance with all 3 grades. Emmett and Rosalie had already been to this dance last year and they had been trying to scare us. And it certainly worked on me. While Alice curled my hair, Rosalie told me horror stories from previous dances. So then the girl, her name was Ella. She was wearing heels for the first time, Rosalie was saying. She eyed my navy blue high heels with a nervous expression. She was 11 and it was her first dance. She was walking up to the cutest boy in the whole grade. And guess what she did? Rosalie paused for dramatic effect. What? I asked, terrified. She tripped and fell flat on her face in front of the entire school. Everyone made fun of her and laughed at her for the rest of her life. She had to transfer to private school and now she only wears black and shaves her head. She nodded and gave me a wide-eyed, serious expression. All because of her very first dance. Oh no, I'm such a klutz, I'm going to be just like her. I yelled. I was close to tears, which was not good for the mascara Rosalie had forced on me. I'm not going. Sorry Alice, you'll just have to dance with Rose cause I'm not going. Bella, she was just trying to scare you. That never happened. Tell her, Rose. She scowled at Rosalie who was laughing hysterically at my panic. I just made that up, Bells. A girl did trip at the dance, a few people laughed but everyone forgot by the next day, she said, still giggling. I hate you, Rose, I pouted. She stuck her tongue out at me. All done, Bella. Take a look at yourself, Alice announced. Alice was wearing a yellow, mid-thigh length thick strap tank top dress. It had a round neckline and ruffles at the bottom. Rosalie was wearing a bright purple, super short tube top dress. The whole thing was sort of ruffled and she looked about 17 with her makeup and hair. I walked by both of them and looked in the mirror. My dress was a navy blue halter dress with a bubbled skirt that clung to my mid-thighs. It lifted my nearly non-existent bust and made me look older. My hair was in waves down my back and my makeup was impeccable. I smiled when I realized I looked beautiful. All 3 dresses on profile. Wow guys, I exclaimed. Rosalie and Alice both came and stood next to me, so all 3 of our smiling reflections were looking back at us from the mirror. And I must say, all 3 of us looked beautiful. Today, I felt equal to Rosalie and Alice. Wow Bella, you sure don't look 11, Rosalie teased. Yeah, and you look about 25, I joked back. Rosalie rolled her eyes. Well Bella, I think you might need to bring a stick with you to beat off all of your admirers, Alice said with a satisfied smirk. Same to you, Missy, I replied. Well, let's go. The boys are all in the kitchen, Rosalie said. They both helped me as I stumbled down the hallway. Heels were hard to get used to. Oh boys, Rosalie called in a seductive voice. Her and Emmett had been flirting. Constantly, loving to tease each other, but never going further than flirting. But for those reasons Esme and Carlisle also didn't let them hang out in Emmett's room by themselves. Just in case. What is it, Rose? Jasper's annoyed voice called back. We're ready. Prepare to be amazed, she called. We were waiting at the top of the staircase to make a grand entrance. Rosalie turned back to me and Alice. Ready, girls? Totally. Alice squealed. I nodded, praying I didn't trip down the stairs. Okay. I'll go first then Alice and Bella last, Rosalie said. Why do I have to go last? I pouted. Because, you look the most different, she answered. Ready or not, here we come. She called to the boys again. And with that she strutted down the stairs. When she reached the bottom, catcalls and laughter came erupted. Lookin' good, Rose. I heard Emmett yell. You know it. Rosalie replied, giggling. Get your butt down here, Alice. She called. Alice gave me a quick hug and danced down the stairs. She too was greeted with catcalls and laughter. Wow Alice, you don't look like a 6-year-old, Emmett said. I could just imagine Alice sticking her tongue out at him and I giggled. All right Bella, stun us with your beauty, Rosalie called. I took a deep breath, holding onto the railing, and went down at a much slower pace than anyone else. When I finally reached the bottom of the stairs, Emmett yelled and cheered along with Jasper. Emmett was in black pants with a white shirt, unbuttoned a bit to show off his chest. Jasper was in black pants and a red shirt, a navy blue tie in a messy knot hanging off his neck. I looked at Edward last. His normally messy hair was a bit neater, not much though. His eyes were shining and his mouth was open, his jaw dropped. He was in black pants too and a tan shirt. He looked taller and older, more like an 8th grader than a 6th grader. Wow, our little tomboy cleans up nicely, Emmett commented and I blushed, walking down the last few steps. I walked over to Edward and plopped myself on the chair next to him. He was still watching me with a stunned expression on his face. What? I asked nervously. Nothing, he said, looking away quickly. Esme, Carlisle, Charlie and Claudia and John Hale were all there with cameras. Oh Bells, you look beautiful, Charlie said gruffly. He hugged me slightly. My little girl's growing up. Dad, I groaned. Go stand with your friends. I want pictures, he said. I went over and stood next to everyone. First we took pictures of the girls, then the boys. Then the 2 Hales and then the 2 Cullens. Let's get one of Bella and Edward, Esme suggested. We can hang it next to the picture of them in the mud when they were babies. She laughed. I blushed. There was a picture of Edward and I hanging on their wall, when we were both about 2. We were both in just diapers and sitting in a big mud puddle, mud all over our hair and faces. We were hugging and grinning big, toothy grins. It was so embarrassing. So Edward and I stood next to each other and I wrapped my arm around his waist and he wrapped his arm around my shoulder. I leaned into him and smiled, a perfectly natural, easy, happy smile. Click. We broke apart after a few pictures. Okay, now we need all of you, Claudia said. So all 6 of us lined up. Emmett and Rosalie put their arms around each other and made silly faces. Alice and Jasper stood next to them, their arms wrapped comfortably around each other, about a step away. They were both smiling, not too big, but happy, warm smiles. I wrapped my arms around Edward's neck and hugged him close for the picture. Click, click, click. All of the parents took pictures. Can we go now? We're going to miss the dance, Alice complained. The adults laughed. Go get in the car, Carlisle instructed, grabbing the keys. We were taking the Hales minivan. All 6 of us raced outside. I found myself in the back, squished between Edward and Jasper. Emmett was in the passenger seat and Alice and Rosalie had gotten the bucket seats. I was nervous already, that I would fall or something, and Edward, seeing the look on my face, took my hand in his and squeezed it gently. You'll be fine Bella, he said soothingly. I gave him a weak smile. Alice and Rosalie blasted the radio on the way there and we all sang along. When we reached the school, we saw most of the other kids waiting outside in the twilight light, dresses sparkling and boys looking by far much cleaner than usual. Angela was wearing a simple black dress and Jessica was wearing a pink one. They both came over and hugged us when we arrived. You look amazing Bella, Jessica gushed. You do too, I said. Then she went over to Edward. You look really handsome Edward, she said with a giggle. Thanks. You look nice, Edward replied. I narrowed my eyes at Jessica. Was she flirting with Edward? Rosalie had run off to say hi to some other girls and Emmett was laughing with some of his football, American football, not soccer, buddies. Alice and Jasper were whispering to each other and Edward was standing there, looking awkwardly at Jessica who was beaming back. I walked over to Edward. Ready to go in? I asked cheerily, entwining my fingers with his and giving Jessica a nasty look. She looked taken aback. I quickly gave her an apologetic smile. I knew I was overreacting. But Jessica was my friend and Edward was my best friend. It would be weird if they were boyfriend and girlfriend. So ready, he answered quickly, pulling me to the table where they were taking the tickets. Thanks for that, he added, his lips at my ear. No problem, I answered with a smile. Alice and Jasper appeared behind us. So Edward the first just heard Jessica and Lauren gushing about how hot you are, Alice said casually. And apparently both of them are going to try and corner you into dancing with them for a slow song. She and Jasper giggled. And I heard them saying if that didn't work they'd go for Jasper. Jasper stopped laughing immediately and the color drained from his face. Jasper couldn't tell people no, he always felt so guilty. So basically he would just try and avoid them all night, same as Edward. I'll just have to avoid them all night, Edward pouted. I'll help you out when I can, I promised. He smiled back. We all made our way into the gym where the music was playing. A few of the braver 8th graders were already dancing, but I was too nervous to dance yet. Emmett, Rosalie, Jasper, Alice, Edward and I all sat down at a table and chatted until the dance floor was filled with people about a half hour later. Emmett and Rosalie got up to dance. When the first slow song came on, I saw Lauren making her way over to where Edward, Jasper, Alice and I were sitting. "Here comes Lauren," I whispered to Edward. He groaned. Lauren was wearing a too short, too low red dress and too high heels. She came over to Edward and attempted to give him a why smile, but she had something green on her teeth, so she failed miserably. I covered my mouth with my hand, trying to hide my laughter. "Hello Edward," she whispered, her voice low. "Hi," he muttered. "Would you like to dance with me?" she asked in the same slow voice. I assumed she was going for why, but she just sounded like she had a cold. Actually I was just about to dance with Bella," he said rapidly. He kicked me under the table lightly and I moved my hand away from my mouth, trying not to laugh at Lauren's expression. "Right Bells. Right Edward. Sorry Lauren." I stood up and Edward and I walked to the dance floor, giving Lauren a little wave on the way. I was giggling loudly by the time we reached the floor. We went near Emmett and Rosalie and Edward put his hands on my hips and I put my hands on his shoulders. We were just rocking back and forth, the typical dance style of kids our age. But I liked the feeling of being close to Edward, it was comforting and familiar. We were dancing pretty close, our bodies maybe 3 inches apart, but it didn't feel awkward or anything. It just felt right. "Thanks Bella," he said after a while. Rosalie was smiling at me. She raised her eyebrows suggestively and I shook my head. Rosalie was always telling me to make a move with Edward, but we were just friends. Best friends, sure, but still, just friends. "My pleasure," I answered, flashing him a grin. The song ended and he led me back to our now empty table. While we were sitting there talking, a tall boy with long hair came over to us. "Hi," he said nervously. "Hi, do I know you?" I asked in my politest voice. No, I'm new to this school. I used to go to the school up in La Push," he answered. "You're Bella Swan, right?" I nodded, slightly confused. "How do you know?" "Our dads are friends." "I'm Jacob Black," he said, holding his hand out to me. "Oh, I remember you," I said, comprehension finally dawning on me. "Yeah, you used to go fishing with us. I stopped those ages ago though. How are you?" "I'm good," he answered. His smile was warm and slightly goofy looking. "How are you? I haven't seen you in so long." "I know, I hate fishing so I stopped going with Charlie." "I'm good too. This is Edward, he's my best friend," I said, introducing them. "Edward, this is Jacob, an old family friend." They shook hands and Jacob turned his attention back to me. I wondered why he was here. My dad decided I should switch to this school instead of the one in La Push, I don't know why. I was looking for a familiar face, Jacob explained my unasked question. "Well, you found one," I said, smiling at him. Another slow song came on. Lauren and Jessica were both nowhere to be found. "Do you wanna dance, Bella?" he asked. I giggled. "Okay," I said, blushing. "Wait, I thought you were going to help me avoid Jess and Lauren." Edward whispered to me. He was frowning. "They aren't around right now. I promise, I'll save the last dance for you." "But, he's kind of cute, Edward," I said with another giggle. Edward's frown got bigger. "Fine," he said stiffly. He threw a dirty look at Jacob and I gave Edward an apologetic smile. "Last dance," I reminded him. He nodded, not taking his eyes off Jacob. Jacob led me to the dance floor. He put his hands on my waist and I put mine on his shoulders, the same way I had with Edward. But it felt kind of different. We danced further apart and it wasn't nearly as comfortable, probably since I didn't know Jacob as well. He smiled at me. "You look really nice, Bella," he said, blushing. "Thanks. You do too," I said. He smiled at me. "How come Edward is your best friend?" he asked randomly. "Oh, I don't know. We've been best friends since we were babies. I love him," I answered. "Oh, He hesitated for a moment and then leaned down to whisper in my ear. I don't think he likes me very much. I was all too aware of the step closer he had taken to whisper to me. I shuffled my feet away, trying to put a bit more space in between us without making him feel bad. Nonsense. He's just worried about me. He's very protective, like a brother, I said. I saw Edward sitting at the table, his elbows on his knees and his face in his hands. He was looking at the floor, his face in a frown, his eyes sad. I wanted to run over and hug him, make him feel better. The song ended and I removed my arms from Jacob's shoulders. I'll be right back. He nodded and I walked over to Edward. He looked up and gave me a sad smile when he saw me. Hey, he said. Hey, what's wrong? I asked. Nothing. Edward, I know you better than that. What's wrong? I repeated. He looked up at me. You know you look really beautiful tonight, he said slowly. I blushed, pleased, a smile creeping onto my face. Thanks, Edward, I said quietly. He still looked kind of sad, so I held his hand and smiled at him. He smiled back. Bella, can you promise me something? He asked. What? If I tell you I don't like a guy that you like, will you at least take it into consideration? He asked. Of course, Edward, I said, taken aback. Your opinion matters most to me. You should know that. He smiled at me. Good. All right, kids, this is the last dance of the night. Grab someone and make your way onto the dance floor. No sitting around. Care to dance, kind sir? I asked Edward in a joking voice. Of course, my lady, he replied. He took me by the arm and we made our way onto the dance floor. The song Arms of an Angel by Sarah McLachlan came on and Edward wrapped his arms around my waist and I snaked mine around his neck. Our bodies were just touching, ever so lightly. Emmett and Rosalie were next to us and Rosalie was resting her head on Emmett's chest as he held her close. Jasper and Alice were dancing too, but not as close as Edward and I. About halfway through the song I started singing. My head was resting on Edward's shoulders so I was singing softly into his ear. And this sweet madness, oh this glorious sadness, that brings me to my knees. In the arms of the angels. Fly away, from here, I sang softly. I had my eyes closed and I sang the rest of the song, right into Edward's ear, right to him. At the end of the song, everyone clapped and cheered, making their way out of the gym. But I kept myself wrapped in Edward's arms. You have a pretty voice, Bella, Edward sighed softly. I kept my arms around his neck and smiled at him. He grinned back. You guys ready to go? Rosalie asked. She was standing beside Emmett. Alice and Jasper were next to them. Yeah, I answered, slightly breathless. Rosalie rolled her eyes. Then come on. Charlie is here and Carlisle and my dad, she said. Edward finally moved his hands from my waist and I moved mine too. I was slightly disappointed that we had to stop. Dances were fun, even for klutzes like me. Come on, Bella, Edward sighed softly. I'm coming, I grumbled. He chuckled and grabbed my hand, pulling me with him. Right before we left he turned and kissed my cheek. Thanks for the dance, Bella, he said. He squeezed my hand one last time. And you do look really beautiful. Bye, Edward. He drove away and I was left watching, a goofy grin on my face and my hand on the spot where he had kissed Ed. Bella Pov 12. Can I just say I hate middle school girls? Everyone is always mean to everyone else. Renee always told me that middle school is the worst and it gets better in high school. I guess now I see what she means. Everyone is boy crazy and everyone is bi-chi. It's ridiculous. And right now, most of that bi-chiness is directed towards me. Basically because Edward is considered the hottest boy in the grade, and I am always with him. But we're best friends, so what do you expect? So that made girls jealous. Secondly, because Jacob and I had become good friends. He was considered the sweetest boy in the grade, so everyone wanted him too. But he was with me most of the time, therefore, jealous, bi-chi girls were always hating me. And then I'm best friends with Rosalie, who is the most popular girl in the school. Therefore, more jealous girls. The only girlfriends I had left were Rosalie, Alice and Angela. The meanest, most bi-chi girl of the lot was Tanya. She had moved to our school halfway through the year and decided she wanted Edward as hers. And Edward didn't want her, a fact he had to let her know pretty much every day. She always expected him to change his mind. And since I was Edward's best friend, she had tried to befriend me to get to him and then ended up spilling all my secrets to the school. Not a fun time. Tanya's wingmen are Jessica Stanley and Lauren Mallory. Lauren had always been mean, but it hurt when Jessica left me, since we used to be such good friends. Those three girls were basically the meanest, nastiest group in our school. Rosalie had told them off more than once, but they wouldn't leave me alone since they were all after Edward or Jacob. It hurt, to say the least. As I sat in English, the only class one didn't have with Edward, Jacob or Alice, Tanya came up to me. I braced myself. I knew nothing she could say was nice. "Hello Bella," she sang. "Hi," I replied. I'd long ago learned to keep my answers short and simple, void of emotion. If I showed weakness they would keep hitting my soft spot till I crumbled. And that wasn't going to happen, never again. "How's Edward today?" she asked, leaning against my desk. "Fine," I answered. "You know, he told me otherwise," she said slowly. She looked at me and her eyes were full of pity and sadness. "What are you talking about?" I asked her, frustrated. "You mean, he hasn't told you yet?" she asked, her eyebrows shooting up into her bangs. "Told me what?" I asked. "I don't know if I should be the one to tell you this, Bella. I mean, it's kind of personal between the two of you," she whispered, biting her lip. I had nervous butterflies in my stomach. "Just tell me," I said. "Okay," she said uncertainly. "Well, Edward's been telling everyone that you two aren't friends anymore and that he hates you. He thinks you're ugly and look like a boy and that he never wants to see you again." My eyes widened. She couldn't be serious, could she? "You're lying, Tanya," I said, but my voice sounded unsure. "I wish I was Bella. I'm sorry. I wish I didn't have to tell you such hard news," she said sympathetically. He also said, "No, that's too mean to say." I felt panicked, like I might cry. "Tell me," I demanded. "Well, he said that he was going to tell Alice and Rosalie not to be friends with you either. And Emmett and Jasper. Even Angela." "I'm so sorry," she said, staring at the desk and tracing some doodles with her fingertip. "He said that." I mumbled. "I'm afraid so," Tanya said. I felt tears sting my eyes. "Hold them back," I commanded myself. "She's probably lying. You and Edward are best friends." Just then Jessica came up to us. "I'm sorry to hear about you and Edward," she said, and she smiled apologetically at me. Oh no. It is true, I thought. The teacher came into the room then and I ran up to her. "Ma'am, can I go to the nurse? I'm not feeling too well," I whispered. My voice was hoarse enough that she believed me and let me go. As soon as I was out of the classroom, the tears fell down my cheeks. Why would Edward say those things? I thought we were best friends. I ran to the bathroom and sank onto the floor, still sobbing quietly. I didn't want anyone to hear me. Edward, my best friend, had turned against me, just like everyone else. It was only a matter of time, I thought bitterly. He'll probably end up dating Lauren or Tanya and teasing me every day, just like the rest of them. Just the thought of Edward with one of those girls brought the tears on faster. Then suddenly the door was opening. I didn't have enough time to hide myself. "Bella!" the person shouted. It was Alice. She sunk onto the floor next to me and wrapped her arms around me and I sobbed into her dress. "What's wrong, Bella?" she asked. "You wouldn't hate me and no matter what, are right?" I asked through my sobs. "Of course not, Bella," she said, sounding taken aback. "What would make you think that?" Someone said Edward hated me and was going to turn you against me, I said, trying to take deep soothing breaths. "Bella," Alice sighed. "You can't believe everything you hear, honey. Do you think it's even possible for Edward to hate you?" she asked. "I don't know," I mumbled. "'Cause it's not. He was miserable when you were in Phoenix. He loves you, Bella, and nothing is going to change that. And I love you and no one can change that either." "Okay," I nodded. "But what if he does hate me?" I asked in barely a whisper. "Wait right here," she said before jumping up. "Alice," I called, but she was already out of the door. I sat there for a few minutes, not quite sure what to do. Then I heard a soft knock on the bathroom door. "Bella." The voice was soft, but I would know it anywhere. It was like velvet, like music to my ears. "Come out. I can't go in there." "Go away, Edward," I mumbled pathetically. It was bad enough for Alice to see me like this, but for Edward to see it would be 100 times worse. "Bella, please," he said. I sighed. "No. I will come in there, Bella," he said in a warning tone. I don't want to, but if you don't come out then I will. I sighed and stood up slowly. I opened the door and was met with his crooked grin. I was scared I might actually have to go in there, he said with a slight chuckle. But he saw my tear-stained cheeks and red puffy eyes and he wrapped his arms around me, pulling me into his chest. He had gotten even taller and was almost 6 feet tall now. I felt dwarfed next to him, at only 5'2". What's wrong, Bella? Tanya, I answered simply. My voice was muffled since I was speaking into his chest, but he understood me. What did she do this time? He sighed. She said you hated me, I whispered. And that everyone was going to hate me. Edward gently placed his hands on my face and lifted my head up to look at him. Bella, he said, his tone clear and firm. I will never hate you. You're my best friend and I love you. No one can ever change that. We'll be best friends forever. I promise. He was looking me right in the eyes and my face broke into a watery smile. Thanks, Edward. I love you too. You're like the brother I never had, I said, leaning into his chest again. Your brother. Of course, he said softly. It was a tone I'd never heard him use before and I looked up at him but his face was blank. We should probably get back to class, I whispered. Yes, you probably should. We both whirled around to see the principal, standing with his arms folded across his chest and a stern expression. I took a step away from Edward. I knew what this might look like and I knew it wouldn't be good. What are you two doing? It was me, sir, I said quickly. I was upset. Edward was just trying to comfort me. Is that true, Mr. Cullen? He asked. Well, yes. But Bella was only upset because of me, so it's my fault, he said. I shook my head. I was more upset about something someone said about him, I corrected. The principal looked confused. Tell me why I shouldn't give you both detention for skipping right now, he demanded. Because Bella was just crying and she didn't want to cry in front of everyone, so she came to the bathroom. My sister found her and told me she was crying cause of me, so I came to comfort her, Edward explained rapidly. Why were you holding her like that? He asked. I leaned into him, I said. Because I was sad and he's my best friend and he was just comforting me. The principal looked like he was debating for a second. Fine. Go back to class. But if something like this ever happens again, I won't be so lenient, he said in a growl. We both nodded. We walked away and as soon as we turned the corner, burst into giggles. That was close, Edward breathed. Yeah, I thought he was going to give us both detentions, I giggled back. Thanks for that, Edward. And for trying to keep me out of trouble too. You really are extraordinary, you know that. He chuckled lightly and flashed me his uneven grin. No problem, Bells. We better get back to class. He rolled his eyes. Right. Thanks again. I keyed at his cheek and walked into my class. I saw Tanya and Jessica watching me with amused expressions and I flashed them both a wide grin. They looked surprised and disappointed. They probably wanted me to be crying. Jerks. Feeling better, Miss Swan? The teacher asked. Much, I answered, sliding into my seat. At the end of the period I waltzed straight up to Jessica and Tanya. I talked to Edward. He said he loves me and that you're both liars and he hates you, I said, flashing them my most triumphant grin. I bet you're sorry to hear that. Well, better luck next time. I waved to them and cheerily skipped out of the room. Edward was watching with an amused expression. You go, Bella. He cheered. I know, I replied. He draped his arm over my shoulder and I wrapped my arm around his waist and we walked in triumph to the cafeteria. Bella Pa, 13. All the drama of 7th grade was finally over. Summer was finally here. We were going to high school next year. Tanya, Lauren and Jessica may all still hate me, but no one really listened to them anymore. In fact, I had my friends and that's all I needed. Edward, Alice, Jasper, Emmett, Rosalie and Jacob. No one else mattered. Jacob was throwing a birthday end-of-the-year pool party. It was co-ed and everyone was excited. Basically our whole 8th grade was going to be there. Jake had an in-ground pool with a diving board and waterslide and so his dad let him have a huge party. Alice and I were getting ready together, at my house, since it was closest to Jacob's. I wanted Edward to come, but Alice wouldn't let me. She said he couldn't see me till I was done. Although, I'm not sure why that matters since Edward has seen me at my worst. He really didn't need me to be done for him. Plus, I shouldn't have to worry about impressing him anyways. He's my best friend, not my boyfriend. And, well, I wanted to give Jacob a gift that a boyfriend wouldn't approve of. All things considering though, I doubt Edward would appreciate it anyways. I sighed as Alice pulled my hair into a casual ponytail at the top of my head. You're gorgeous, Bella, time to flaunt it, she said with a wide grin. I was wearing a bikini with a polka dot top and brown bottoms. It pushed up what needed to be pushed up and fit me perfectly. Alice was wearing a white with pink plaid bikini that helped give her petite body more shape. Links on profile. I don't want to flaunt it, Alice, I told her, rolling my eyes. I just want to swim in it. It's multifunctional, she said, giggling. I just hope Jasper will finally notice me. Her face slipped into a pout. Alice had a major crush on Jasper. Write her name in her diary with his last name Crush. But Jasper thought of Alice as a sister, nothing more. He loved her of course, but not in a romantic way. She was always trying to impress him, but Jasper never really seemed to notice. He talked to her the same, no matter what she was wearing, or how she styled her hair. She could probably go up to him wearing a clown suit and he wouldn't notice. Hopefully, I agreed. And maybe the boy I had a crush on will finally notice me, I added to myself. Alice handed me a denim mini skirt and a brown tank top and I slid them on over my bathing suit. She was wearing a cute yellow sundress over hers. She perched her 2 expensive Gucci sunglasses on her nose and did a little twirl. How do I look? She asked. Perfect, I said truthfully. As usual. And you look absolutely gorgeous as usual, she retorted. I made a face at her. I bought these for you, she added casually. She handed me a pair of sunglasses. And by the 2 C's on the side I knew they were expensive. Chanel. Alice. Are you joking? These sunglasses are probably more expensive than my entire outfit, I sighed. No they're not, she scoffed. Just wear them, Bella. If you don't take them I will snap them and then they will go to waste. So take them. I took them, just to get her off my back. When she said she would snap them, she meant it. The last time I had refused a $200 pair of shoes, she had snapped the heels off of them and thrown them in the trash. So I'd rather just take them than have them go to waste. I slid over my eyes. Okay, I said, my voice sounding annoyed. Perfect, she said with a huge grin. Now let's go. We both went downstairs where Charlie was waiting. He drove us up to La Push, to Jacob's, and we hurried into the backyard, clutching our gifts. Jacob greeted me with a hug. Hey Bells, he said, squeezing me and lifting my feet off the ground. I giggled. Hey Jake, I replied when he put me back down. Here's your present. I handed him the box and Alice handed hers to him too. I noticed that at least 20 kids were in the pool already. Thanks for coming ladies, he said. Like I would miss this, I said, rolling my eyes. Please, you just wanted to see me without a shirt on, he teased. I giggled again. How'd you know? I asked sarcastically. Just a hunch. He grinned at me before quickly saying goodbye and greeting some more guests. I was walking by the side of the pool, going to put my bag on a chair when suddenly a great force hit my side, sending me flying into the water. I managed to toss my bag aside so it wouldn't get wet, but I didn't manage to get any air before going underwater. So when I came back up I was coughing and spluttering, but not so much that I couldn't see who had pushed me in. In fact, he had jumped in with me. He grinned his crooked grin. Hey Bella, he said calmly. I hate you, Edward Cullen, I replied. He laughed. My clothes are soaked. I pointed to my now see-through tank top as evidence. Hey, at least you're wearing a bathing suit underneath. And now you won't have to worry about getting used to the water. I stuck my tongue out at him and splashed him with water. He splashed me right back. Oh, it's on, I growled, trying to hold back my laughter. I jumped onto his back, piggyback style, and pushed him under with me. When we both popped back up, he was laughing and coughing. Water went up my nose, he announced, and I snorted. Then he ripped me off his back and tossed me a few feet into the air and I screamed as I plunged back into the water. When I came back up he was standing there, laughing and smiling his uneven grin. Okay, at least let me take my clothes off, I said, still giggling. Go right ahead, he replied. I swam to the edge of the pool and hoisted myself out. I grabbed my bag and brought it over to a chair, peeling off my wet shirt and skirt. I had lost my flip-flops somewhere in the water, and just as I was about to turn to get them, something hard hit my back. It dropped to the floor and I saw one of my sopping flip-flops on the ground. "Missing something," Edward called from the water. He whipped the other one at me. I slid them under the chair next to my bag and jumped back into the pool, right next to Edward, almost landing on him. When I got underwater, I grabbed his leg and pulled, and he slid under with me. I stuck my tongue out at him underwater before coming up for air. "Hey everyone, we're gonna play Spin the Bottle," Mike Newton announced. It was then that I noticed that a big circle had formed at the edge of the pool with a water bottle in the middle. "Care to join me? Maybe if you're lucky you can key me," I joked. "Maybe," Edward agreed, his eyes alight with excitement. We climbed out of the pool, wrapping ourselves in our towels before taking our spots in the circle, next to Alice. "Who goes first?" I asked. "It's Jake's birthday," Angela said. "He should go first." He nodded and grabbed the bottle, spinning it. It whirled around until finally settling on Tanya. Jacob looked slightly disgusted, but he walked over and gave her a quick peck on the lips. Each person spun the bottle, and miraculously, I didn't get picked once by another person. Maybe luck was on my side today. "Let's go, Alice." Someone cheered as the bottle was passed to Alice. Nervous butterflies flickered in my stomach. This was going to be my first real key. I mean, besides the ones with Edward when we were little. I saw Alice take a peek at where Jasper was sitting and then spin the bottle with a flick of her wrist. It twirled before finally stopping right on target. "Jasper." Alice stood up nervously and danced over to him. She leaned down and pressed her hand on the back of his neck, pulling him to her for a quick key. When she pulled away, I noticed Jasper had a slightly stunned expression on his face. He was staring at Alice like he was just seeing her for the first time. "Bella's turn," Alice sang, handing me the bottle. Her face was slightly pink and her smile looked painful, it was so wide. I took the bottle, biting my lip. I was nervous that I would have to key someone gross like Mike Newton. I spun the bottle the same way Alice had. It spun and I watched it until I got dizzy. And then it landed on me. What am I supposed to do now?" I asked. "Spin again," Mike said hopefully. I shook my head. "Just key Edward, since he's next to you," someone suggested. My palms grew sweaty at their words. "So she has to key Edward," Jacob clarified. Everyone murmured their assent. "Okay Bella, get on with it," Alice said with a wicked grin. I turned to Edward and he was watching me with his usual crooked grin. "Come on Bella, it's nothing new," he whispered, just for me to hear. I nodded. I wrapped my hand around the back of his neck, just like Alice had done with Jasper. I stared into his emerald eyes until my lips were a millimeter from his. Then I let them fall shut and pressed my lips gently to his. They were warm and soft. Comforting and familiar. I was surprised at how I recognized the taste from when we were little. It felt really nice, special somehow. I pulled away from him and my lips were tingly. Edward grinned at me. "That wasn't so bad, right Bella?" he whispered. He was looking at me the same way Jasper had been looking at Alice. "Not bad at all Edward," I breathed. He grabbed the bottle from my hand and spun it quickly. It landed on Lauren Mallory. Edward groaned. Lauren squealed. "Come on Edward," she purred. Edward shuffled over to her. He pressed his lips to hers for not even a full second. Then he jumped back, wiping his mouth off. "Ah!" he yelled. Everyone laughed and Lauren blushed bright red. She tried to stick her tongue in my mouth. Edward was so disgusted he didn't even realize he was being rude. Not that I minded or anything. For some reason I was glad he didn't like dotting Lauren. Probably just because I hated Lauren so much. The game continued until everyone in the circle had gone once. I ended up having to Eric, Yorkie, EU. It was nothing like dotting Edward. Most people left after the game since it was getting late, but I stayed with Alice and Edward. Angela, Mike, and a few other people stayed too. "I think I'm going to open some of my presents," Jacob commented. "Now's my chance," I thought to myself, my stomach instantly full of butterflies. "Open mine first," I squealed. He laughed and grabbed the box I had handed him. He unwrapped it and pulled out my gift. It was a t-shirt featuring one of his favorite bands. And a note. "What's this?" he asked curiously. Everyone was watching, which just made me more nervous about what I was going to do. But there was no way I was backing out now. Read it, I encouraged. Ask me about part 2, he read. Then he turned to face me. What's part 2? He asked. This, I answered. And then I put my hands on either side of his face and pulled his lips to mine. He seemed shocked for a second, but then he was dotting me back eagerly. I heard the box fall to the ground and his hand entered my hair. His lips were different than Edward's, I noticed. They weren't as warm and they were kind of chapped. It felt nice dotting Jacob, but different. Like something was missing. I quickly pushed these thoughts from my head and pulled away from Jacob. He was grinning from ear to ear. Did you like your gift? I asked. It was the best one, he replied. I smiled back and finally turned to look at everyone around me. Alice looked shocked. Jasper looked impassive, like he could really care less. Jessica looked happy for some reason and Mike Newton looked murderous. And finally my eyes reached Edward's. He didn't look angry exactly. More of a mixture of sadness and shock. I could understand the shock part, but I didn't really get the sadness. I mean, why would he be sad that I ed someone else? He was probably just being overprotective, like any brother figure would be. That must be it. I felt Jacob wrap his arm around me, but I couldn't look away from Edward. Eventually the sadness left his eyes and he grinned at me. But it didn't meet his eyes. Wow, Bella. That sure puts my birthday gift to shame. He waved goodbye before turning and walking out of the backyard. Bella Pa, 14. Edward. I called. We were in school and it was a frigid winter day, the last day before winter break. He was a few steps in front of me, but when I called out to him he turned and grinned, waiting for me to catch up to him. I hurried to his side. Hey Bells, he said lazily. I grinned at him. How's my favorite girl? I am absolutely wonderful, I said with a goofy grin. Todd asked me out today and I said yes. Edward rolled his eyes. Jacob and I had ended a few weeks after his party, and since then it seems like I had been switching boys every few weeks. Another one of Bella's many boy toys, he commented. Do you count yourself in that category? I teased. Oh yeah, but I'm your favorite boy toy, since you don't get rid of me when you get bored, he replied with a smile. I stuck my tongue out at him. Like I've said about 1,000,000 times. I'm looking for the right guy. And none of the guys I've dated so far are the right guy, I explained truthfully. He may be closer than you think, Bella, he said seriously. And your right girl might be closer than you think. If you'd only tell me about this girl you liked, I could help you. I mean, honestly, no girl has enough strength to resist you, I said. This comment would have made me embarrassed before, but I was so comfortable with Edward, I didn't even care how much I complimented him. He deserved it. You seem to resist me pretty well, he noted flatly. I giggled. Oh no, I'm just like Alice. Mrs. Isabella Marie Cullen is written all over my diary, I joked. He smiled, his eyes smoldering slightly. And don't think you can change the subject that easily. You need a girlfriend, Edward. No, I don't need a girlfriend, Bella. You just want me to get one so we can double, he replied, his tone icy. Maybe, I admitted sheepishly. Come on, Edward. You're gorgeous. Total man candy. You can get any girl you want. I gave him my puppy dog eyes, my lips slipping into a pout. Not any girl, he disagreed quietly. Who? I asked curiously. He looked up at me, like he had forgotten I was there, or like I was missing the obvious. No one, he replied quickly. And maybe no girls in this town interest me. Edward, how is that even possible? I whined. You have so many to choose from. Not really, Bella. Drop it. He shot me a serious look and I sighed loudly. Fine. If you don't want to enrich your life by getting a nice girl, I began, but he cut me off with a warning glance. Then what are you planning to do with your time this vacation? I don't know. Hang out with my friends, he said, in a duh tone. Yes, but what if we're all busy? I persisted. Then I will sit at home by myself and play the piano, he announced. Sound like a grand old time, I said sarcastically. Better than listening to you gush about hot guys for hours on end, he snapped. God, Bella, sometimes I don't even know who you are anymore. His eyes shifted to his feet as he said this. I froze and he did too. The halls were empty since almost everyone had gone home for the day. I'm still me, I said seriously. I'm still Bella. The Bella I know didn't date every guy in school, he replied softly. I used to be the only guy in that Bella's life. Edward, I said slowly. Are you jealous that I'm not spending as much time with you? Maybe. He glanced up at me before staring at his shoes again. Edward, just because I date sometimes doesn't mean I forget about you. You may not be the only guy, but you're always the most important, okay? I said gently. He looked up at me. I wasn't used to Edward looking so serious and vulnerable. It was like he was showing me a secret part of himself and I liked it. Okay, he said with a warm smile. After all, that's what married couples do, I teased. He looked at me, confused. I still count the wedding Alice threw for us in first grade. I mean, if I ever want to marry another guy, we'd have to write up the divorce papers, I joked. He laughed, remembering. So you're cheating on me? He asked in mock outrage. Oh honey, I'm so sorry. You just weren't fulfilling my needs anymore and you left me at home every day with our 12 kids, I said, holding my head in my hands and pretending to cry. 12 kids? Edward asked incredulously. Yup. You see, we were having trouble getting pregnant, so we got one of those medical procedure things to get me pregnant and I had 6 at once, I answered calmly. He laughed at my serious tone. Then we decided we wanted one more, but we ended up having another set of 6. Oh, I see. I guess 6 is our lucky number, he replied, still laughing. Yup. That's why we have 6 dogs too. I laughed with him, satisfied at having cheered him up. So where do I go every day while leaving you at home with 12 kids and 6 dogs? He asked curiously. I thought about it for a minute. You work as a garbage man, I answered. Niece. That's what you think you'll become, he said dryly, his eyes alight with laughter. I know it's wishful thinking, I teased. So I'm a garbage man, you're a stay-at-home mom and we have 12 kids and 6 dogs. He prompted and I nodded. And where do we live? We live in a mansion in Beverly Hills, I replied. With my garbage man salary? He asked, his body shaking with laughter as his eyebrows shot up. No, your parents paid for it as long as we promised to keep our 12 little devils away from them, I replied. Sounds like we have a pretty messed up family, he noted. I nodded. Well, it is you and I reminded him. But all of the kids are ridiculously good looking. They got that from their daddy. I hip-checked him gently. No, I think they got it from their mommy, he replied, bumping his hip into mine in retaliation. I blushed, smiling, pleased with myself. I think we ought to get home. Christmas is in 2 days and I am nowhere near done shopping, I said, shaking my head. I hope you got me something good, he said, his face turning serious, the hint of laughter sparkling in his eyes. You'll love it, I promised. I had gotten him a brand new collector's edition of a greatest hits of all time CDs. It was expensive and took me months of saving allowance to buy. But it would be perfect for Edward. And my gift better be good too. Oh, it is, he said instantly. We walked outside, pulling up our hoods as we made our way to Emmett's car. He had just gotten his license and I was still nervous about driving with him, especially in that monster Jeep and at the speeds he went. Edward and I slid into the back with Alice and Jasper and I was squished between Alice and Edward. Nice of you to join us, Emmett said, his voice annoyed. What were you two doing it in a broom closet or something? He asked jokingly. No, we've already got 12 kids, I think we're done, I answered lazily. Everyone stared at me and Edward burst out laughing, which caused me to go into hysterics as well. Rosalie rolled her eyes. You two are so in love, she muttered. I chose to ignore that comment. Alice and Rosalie were constantly saying how Edward was in love with me, but I was too blind to realize it. And I was constantly telling them that Edward and I were just friends and he loved me like a sister. I took his hand in mine and squeezed it gently. He grinned his crooked grin back, never letting go of my hand. Wake up, Bella. It's Christmas. Tiny hands were shaking me gently. I rolled over to see Alice standing next to me, holding a box in her hands. Merry Christmas, Bella, she sang. I looked at the clock and groaned. Alice, I sighed. It is 8 in the morning. Let me sleep. No. You and Charlie are coming to my house to open presents, so get your butt up. I brought mine over 'cause I thought you'd like to wear it. She grinned at me, holding out the box as evidence. Clothes, Alice. I whined. That's what you got me, she replied defensively. It's true. I had gotten her a dress from one of her favorite stores. Just open it. I sighed and sat up in bed. She handed me the box. She was already dressed and ready. I opened it up to find a white, cashmere sweater dress, a pair of black leggings and a pair of white Chanel flats. An altogether much too expensive outfit. It's so nice, Alice. But it's too much, I said. At least take some of it back. Oh no, she said instantly. It's a gift, Bella. As in you take it and wear it or you'll make me sad. To prove her point, her face slipped into a perfect pout. I sighed. Fine. She squealed and clapped her hands together in excitement. I went into the bathroom and showered quickly before getting dressed. When I got back in my room, I saw Alice had turned my desk into a salon. Hair products and makeup were everywhere. Alice, why do you insist on torturing me? I asked. These are yours, she announced, holding her hand out in front of her like she was presenting a game show prize. From me. I turned around and saw Rosalie, looking perfect and grinning. This is too much, guys, I mumbled pathetically. You look cute, Rosalie said, completely ignoring me. And you'll look better when we finish with your hair and makeup. Why do I have to get all dressed up just to go to the Cullens? I mean, it's not like I'm trying to impress anyone, I said. Except Edward, Alice chimed. I shook my head. You guys were, I began. Just friends, they finished in unison, rolling their eyes in tandem. Exactly. Alice sat me down in my desk chair and started blow-drying my hair straight. Rosalie started attacking my face with multiple torture devices known as eyeliner, mascara and lip gloss. After about a half hour, they announced I was finished. You look so pretty, Bella. So much older than 14, Alice gushed. We did a good job, Rosalie agreed. Can we just go to your house now? I whined, glancing at the clock. It was already almost 10. Alice nodded. I slid my feet into the Chanel flats and the three of us went downstairs. Charlie was waiting for us with the keys in his hand. Merry Christmas, girls, he said, not even surprised to see Alice and Rosalie. Merry Christmas, Dad, I answered. Let's go or we'll be late. I'll give you girls a ride over, he said gruffly. We followed him out to the cruiser and I laughed when Rosalie and Alice had to climb into the back, behind the plastic divider. Get used to it, ladies, I teased. Rosalie made a face and Alice giggled daintily. We reached the Cullens' house in a few minutes, since they lived so close. Alice practically ran up to the house and Rosalie followed, shaking her head. Charlie and I walked at a slower pace, trying not to slip on the icy snow that covered the ground. I detested snow, only because when the rain came back, it froze over and, being one of the clumsiest people in the world, I slipped a lot. Although I had to admit, the icicles hanging off of the trees did look beautiful. When Charlie and I entered the house, the first thing I noticed was that it smelled like banana bread. The second thing I noticed was the massive Christmas tree in the middle of the spacious living room. It was covered in silver tinsel and ornaments. I smiled when I noticed one that was a star made of popsicle sticks and it had "To Edward Love Bella" written on it in my chicken scratch, from when I 4 or 5. There was also a delicate angel on top of the tree, with a porcelain face and a flowing white dress. The area beneath the tree was stacked with presents and I added mine and Charlie's to the pile. Candles and Santa statues were everywhere, and Christmas carols were playing softly from the stereo system. Edward was sitting on the couch with Jasper and Emmett, the three of them playing Mario Kart on the Wii. Christmas gifts? I asked, plopping down on the couch next to Edward. They were using the little steering wheels and he twisted and turned his whole body with it. Yeah, he answered, not taking his eyes off of the screen. I rolled my eyes. Boys and their video games. Woo! Emmett yelled, jumping up and pumping his fist in the air. To my intense surprise, he picked me up in a big bear hug and started singing, "We Are the Champions," and swaying me back and forth. I laughed and pushed away from him and he dropped me to the ground. Wow, Bella, you're looking good, he said, whistling. I laughed. Emmett was like my big teddy bear of an older brother. You're not so bad yourself, I replied. Christmas gifts? Edward asked with a crooked smile. I blushed lightly. Yeah, I answered. You look beautiful, he said. And you look very handsome, I commented. He was wearing jeans that clung to his muscular thighs and a navy blue polo. Brunch will be ready in 10, okay kids? Esme called. Yeah, Mom. Emmett called loudly. Edward jumped off the couch and leaned over to whisper in my ear. I wanna give you your present. Come upstairs for a sec. He whispered, his breath tickling my ear. Okay, I breathed back, a smile creeping onto my face. He took me by the hand and led me upstairs, leading me in the familiar route to his bedroom. We went into his room and he shut the door. I sank onto the bed. "Close your eyes," he demanded. "Edward the First hates surprises," I mumbled. "Please Bella. Humor me," he begged, his lower lip slipping into an adorable pout. "Fine," I sighed. "I mean, how could you say no to that face?" I shut my eyes. "Cover them with your hands and keep them shut," Edward instructed. I nodded and lifted up my hands to cover my eyes. I heard Edward shuffle around, opening drawers and shutting them again. I waited impatiently until I felt him sit on the bed behind me. I sank slightly, slipping back so I was leaning against his legs. "What are you doing?" I asked. I moved one of my hands to peek but he held it firmly in his own. I noticed how warm his hand felt. "Don't look," he instructed. He took a deep breath. I wondered wildly if he was going to key me. But then I felt his hands at the back of my neck, a thin chain around me. A wave of disappointment crashed over me but I pushed it away. He's my friend. I shouldn't want to key him. It would be like wanting to key Alice or Rosalie. His fingers fumbled for a second and then he moved them, and all that was left was the slight weight of whatever he had hung on my neck. "Okay," he said, holding both of my hands over my eyes with his own. "Open." He gently lowered my hands and I opened my eyes. I stared in the mirror across from us. The first thing I noticed was Edward's anxious smile and glowing green eyes, the way his hands held mine firmly by my sides. Then my eyes shifted to the blood-red stone hanging from my neck. I gasped. "Garnet?" I asked, my voice breathless. Edward nodded. "Do you like it?" he asked nervously. I moved my hand up to touch it. It was heart-shaped, hanging off of a white gold chain, smooth as silk and icy cold. It was beautiful. "I love it," I said. "Garnet's my favorite." "I know," he replied, sounding pleased. He smiled shyly at me. "Wow, Edward. This is amazing." He grinned. I turned around and wrapped my arms around him, holding him tightly against me. I felt tears stinging my eyes at the sweetness of this gesture. It must have cost so much but I wasn't concerned with that right now. I keyed his cheek gently, and neither of us noticed the door creak open. "What are you two doing?" Charlie roared, standing by the door. His face was beet red. "Dad, calm down," I yelled, releasing my death grip on Edward. "I come up here, you two, on his bed, key at his cheek." He was babbling incoherently. "Dad, chill out. I was just hugging him to thank him for my Christmas gift." I pointed to my necklace and Charlie blanched, his eyes widening. "What stone is that?" he asked. "Garnet, Dad," I replied, rolling my eyes. "Men," I thought, resisting the urge to shake my head. "How much did that cost?" he asked, turning to Edward. "Dad, it's not polite to ask how much Christmas gifts cost," I scolded him. He took a few deep breaths. "Right. Well, brunch is ready. And you two are not to be alone in his room anymore. Understand?" Edward and I nodded furiously, pressing our lips together to keep from laughing. "We'll be down in a minute," I said. Charlie seemed to hesitate for a moment, but then he turned and went downstairs, leaving the door wide open. Edward and I burst into hysterics the moment he was out of earshot. "I thought he was going to pop a vein in his head," I giggled. "I know. We weren't even doing anything," he replied. For a minute I thought his voice sounded slightly regretful, but I figured it was nothing. "But thank you, Edward. Really. This is the best gift I've ever gotten," I said softly. My giggles fading. "Really?" he asked proudly. "Well, I guess not." He frowned gently. "What is?" he demanded. "The best gift I've ever gotten is you," I said gently. I pressed my forehead gently to his and he smiled his crooked grin back at me. "Bella Pav, 15. All done," Alice announced, brushing some bronzer on her cleavage. We were going to an end-of-the-year party, celebrating that we were no longer sophomores and that we were going to be juniors. No, we had junior prom and everything to look forward to. And, as usual, Alice was helping me get ready. A senior-to-be was throwing it so Rosalie and Emmett were coming too. Rose and Emmett were officially dating now. They had been since the beginning of this school year. And I honestly don't know any couple that is more perfect together. Except maybe Alice and Jasper, who have been dating for a few months. They aren't nearly as physical as Emmett and Rose, but just seeing them in a room together, you can tell they are in love. It made me happy to see my friends happy, but it also made me jealous. I wanted to find my soulmate. Just like them. Finally. Let's go, I said, jumping up from my bed. Edward's outside in the car. Edward had gotten his license a month ago and had also gotten a shiny silver Volvo for his Sweet 16. And Alice had gotten a yellow Porsche. I still had trouble believing the amount of money the Cullens and Hales had. We were about halfway down the stairs when I remembered something and whirled around. "I'll be right back," I whispered to Alice. "Hurry up," she called. I jogged back upstairs, trying not to trip. I was wearing a denim miniskirt and a long-sleeved black sweater, the white Chanel flats Alice had given me for Christmas last year on my feet. I reached into my jewelry box and pulled out my favorite necklace with the blood-red heart-shaped stone, snapping it into place quickly. I hurried back downstairs and into the passenger seat of Edward's Volvo. "Hey Bella," he said when I got in. "Nice necklace," he added, his eyes sparkling. I wore it almost every day, but he always complimented it. "Thanks. You see, my super adorable, super sweet best friend gave it to me," I said casually, flashing him a smile. "I don't remember giving you that," Alice joked from the backseat. "I said super sweet Alice, not super hyper," I retorted. She made a face. "Okay Edward, try not to go too fast," I pleaded, fastening my seatbelt. He rolled his eyes. Even though he'd only been driving for a short time, he was already perfect at it. And with perfection came confidence. He always drove much too fast. Which scared the crap out of me. He ignored me and pulled out of the driveway at top speed. "Is Emmett driving Rosalie and Jasper?" Alice asked from the backseat. "Yeah. Jasper wanted a ride with us, but he didn't feel like waiting for the infamous Alice to finish getting ready," Edward sighed. Alice stuck her tongue out at him. We arrived at the party a few minutes later, thanks to Edward's ridiculous driving. Hip-hop music was blaring and people were milling around in the front yard, red plastic cups littering the ground. The three of us went inside together, greeting everyone. Lauren stumbled by in booty shorts and a too-tight tank top, holding a half-empty bottle of vodka in her hands. "Hey Eddie," she slurred. "Wanna go upstairs with me?" she asked, raising her eyebrows suggestively. Alice laughed out loud at the disgusted look on Edward's face, then turned and walked away, shaking her head. Lauren tossed her arms around Edward's neck and he closed his hands around her wrists, pushing her arm's length away. No," he said. He seemed to be struggling not to gag. "Come on," she whined. "Oh God, how desperate can you get?" I thought with a laugh. "I'll make it worth your while." He said. "No Lauren," I snapped. "Leave him alone." "Shut up you skank," she shrieked. A few people turned to look at us with mild interest, laughing when Lauren stumbled. "You're just jealous that Edward wants me." "No I don't," Edward sighed cheerfully, raising his hand like he was volunteering information in class. Lauren frowned at him. "But you'd pick me over her, right?" she asked, pointing the vodka bottle at me, some of it sloshing out of the top. "No, I'd pick Bella over you any day," he answered, wrapping an arm around my waist. I shot a smug look at Lauren and wrapped my arms around Edward's neck, giving him a wet key on the cheek. She crossed her arms over her chest and stumbled away. "She is so clueless," I said with a laugh. Edward grinned crookedly back at me. It was then that I realized his arm was still wrapped around my waist and I blushed. I'm gonna go find Alice and Rose," I mumbled. Edward moved his arm, seeming reluctant. "Okay. I'll go find Jasper and Emmett," he replied, scratching the back of his neck awkwardly. I nodded once before hurrying off. What is wrong with me? Edward and I do stuff like that all the time and I choose now to freak out. It's no big deal. It's brotherly. But the intense heat I felt whenever his skin touched mine was definitely not brotherly. I sighed and spotted Alice and Rosalie playing quarters at a long table. There were a few boys with them, playing too. One smiled sweetly at me as I sat down with them. He had brown hair and brown eyes, kind of plain looking. "Bella," Alice chirped excitedly. I could tell she'd already had a bit to drink. When Alice drank, she got even more hyper. I didn't even think that was possible. "Alice," I replied. "Hey Bella, care to join us?" Rosalie asked. Now I had never really gotten drunk before. Sure, I'd had a beer or two at a party, but never enough to actually get me drunk. And I'd never played any drinking games before. But Alice and Rosalie were smiling encouragingly at me, so I nodded. I'm Steve, the boy that smiled at me said. This is Greg and Chris. He pointed to his friends. I'm Bella, I replied. Well, Bella, you can start, Steve said. What do I do? I asked. Alice giggled and Steve grinned. He demonstrated how to bounce the quarter into the cup. When you make it in, you pick someone else to drink, he explained. And if you miss, you drink. Okay, I said uncertainly. He handed me the quarter. I bounced and missed, bouncing it completely off the table. I giggled and flushed, embarrassed. Drink up, Steve said. I grabbed the little shot of vodka he had poured me and drank it all in one gulp. It burned slightly and I coughed. I passed the quarter to Alice since she was sitting next to me. She bounced it and made it in, throwing her hands up and cheering. She pointed to Rosalie, who expertly took a shot and beamed before grabbing the quarter. She made it in and made Alice drink. Rose. I heard Emmett's booming voice. Rosalie turned and saw he was waving her over. Bye, boys, she trilled before jumping up. She ran over to Emmett and plopped onto his lap, snuggling into his broad chest. Greg took the quarter and made it in. He pointed to me and winked at Steve. I took another shot, trying to copy Rosalie, and I managed not to choke this time. Chris and Steve both went, making it in and pointing to me. By the time the quarter reached me again, I was feeling a bit lightheaded and dizzy. The cups were kind of blurry, so I missed spectacularly once again and had to drink. Hey baby, Alice called excitedly. She only had to drink once so far. I turned and saw Jasper coming up to her. He ate her lips gently and sat next to her. Hey Bella, he said. Hey Jasper, I replied. The game continued, with the three boys pointing to me every time they made it in and me missing every time. Steve kept flirting with me, and as I kept drinking I started flirting back. I mean, it was totally harmless. I didn't like him or anything, but flirting is fun. Hey Bells, Jasper and I are going out with Rosalie and Emmett, okay? Edward is still here, so look for him when you need a ride, she instructed. You got it, Alice, I called, my voice slurring slightly. Damn, Bella, you're really drunk, she noted. No, I'm totally fine. Just go ahead without me, I said, waving her off. I'll tell Edward to come over here before I go, she said, her voice full of worry. I remember marveling at how she had sobered up so quickly. No, it's fine, Alice. You worry too much, I said, trying to sound serious but hiccuping every other word. I giggled for no apparent reason. Alice turned to Jasper. Go to the car. I'll find Edward and then meet you there, she whispered to him, keying the tip of his nose. He nodded and went outside. Stay here, Bella, okay? Alice commanded gently. I nodded. You got it, dude, I yelled, giggling insanely. She rolled her eyes and headed off. Steve slid his fingers into mine and I tried to pull back, but my arms felt like jelly. Let's go somewhere, he whispered, his breath blowing into my face. It smelled like beer and cheese puffs, not a good combination. Where? I asked, genuinely confused. Let's go upstairs, he hinted. He helped me stand up and began pulling me toward the staircase. No, I said. I was stumbling as he dragged me along. I don't wanna. My voice sounded like a whiny 5-year-old. Sure you do. Come on, it'll be fun, he said, grinning a wicked grin. We were halfway upstairs now. The room was spinning around me and I could barely tell up from down. No, I shrieked, yanking my arm out of his with what little strength I had left. But the force I used sent me falling backwards. The floor slipped out from underneath me and I was suddenly weightless and free falling. It seemed like I was going in slow motion, my head about to hit the stairs. I closed my eyes, preparing to hit my head and tumble backwards down the stairs, but instead I found myself in a pair of strong arms. I leaned into them, whimpering lightly. Stay the hell away from her, a velvet voice growled. I breathed a sigh of relief. Steve's eyes widened and he took a step back. Hey man, we were just, he began, but Edward cut him off. I know what you were doing. Stay away from my girlfriend, he said viciously. I didn't even have enough strength to wonder why he had called me his girlfriend. I didn't know she had a boyfriend. Sorry, he mumbled, turning and sprinting up the stairs. Edward was still supporting all of my weight, but I was so tired, I couldn't walk on my own. I closed my eyes and leaned into him, loving the feel of his warm body against mine, marveling at how perfectly they fit together. Bella, he whispered gently. Can you walk? No, I muttered. Edward sighed and I suddenly felt my feet swinging out from underneath me, an arm cradling my neck and another underneath my knees. I opened my eyes and saw Edward's concern-filled, smoldering emerald eyes. He was carrying me down the stairs. I felt tears bubble up in my eyes at his kindness and care. "Edward," I mumbled pathetically. He shushed me gently. I heard people whisper but I kept my eyes closed as Edward carried me out of the party. I felt him slide me onto the familiar leather seats of the Volvo and I finally opened my eyes. Edward was in the driver's seat, already pulling away. He looked angry and concerned. "Bella, how are you feeling?" he asked softly. "Like shit, Ned. He chuckled lightly. I glared at him. "Sorry. Call Charlie. Tell him I'm spending the night at your house," I instructed. I suddenly gagged and felt like I was going to throw up. "Bella, please, I'm begging you, do not puke in my car," Edward pleaded. His eyes were wide with worry, mostly for me, but for his precious car too. I giggled lightly and managed not to throw up the small amount of dinner I had ingested earlier. "Call Charlie please," I reminded him. He pulled out his phone. "Hello Mr. Swan," he said, his voice polite and quiet. "Bella fell asleep in my car. Is it okay if she spends the night with Alice?" He paused as Charlie answered. "Thanks sir. Good night." He hung up. "That was easy," I noted. "I know." He flashed me a crooked grin before the car came to an abrupt stop. "Carry me?" I asked, my voice breaking pathetically. "Gladly," Edward chuckled lightly. He picked me up in his arms and led me upstairs. I suddenly realized he was taking me to Alice's room. "No, go to your room," I instructed. He frowned at me. "Please," I added. "Are you sure?" he asked. "So sure," I replied. "Stay with me. I won't leave," he promised. I was struggling to keep my eyes open. The moment Edward lay me on the bed I was asleep. I woke up the next morning with a pounding headache and a nasty taste in my mouth. I was still wearing my outfit from last night, except it was wrinkled and stained. I was lying on Edward's rock-hard body, his arms wrapped around me, my head resting on his chest. He was snoring lightly. From the taste in my mouth, I could tell I had thrown up during the night. I didn't remember making it to the bathroom so I assumed Edward had carried me. How pathetic. I was uncomfortable in my skirt so I slid out of it, trying not to disturb Edward. I was wearing a pair of booty shorts underneath, so no one could see up the skirt. I then removed my sweater and I was wearing a silky white camisole. I snuggled back into Edward's arms and fell asleep. "Oh my God Edward and Bella, oh my God." I jumped awake and shot up as Alice's high-pitched shrieking pierced through the still air. Edward sat up next to me, grumbling, in just his boxers and an undershirt. "What the hell Alice?" I groaned. My headache was still pounding and her shrieks were making it worse. "I can't believe you two slept together, oh my God," she shouted. She seemed half disgusted and half proud. Rosalie came running into the room, grinning mischievously. "We sleep together all the time Alice, it's not a big deal," I grumbled. Alice's jaw dropped to the floor and Rosalie laughed. "I always knew you two would do it before Alice and Jasper. It was so obvious you were crazy for each other," she said, rolling her eyes. I looked down and realized Edward and I were both in very little clothing and in the same bed. Comprehension dawned on Edward and I at the same time. He burst out laughing and I turned fire engine red. "Alice, we didn't have say," I gasped. "You didn't?" She sounded confused. "No, of course not. I'm still a pure," I squealed, blushing again, my previous blush growing into this one. "Oh man, so you two aren't together then?" Her face fell and slipped into a pout. "No Alice. Chill," Edward sighed with a laugh. "Fine, but it will happen. I can guarantee it." And with that, she whirled around and stormed from the room, Rosalie following, shaking with laughter. "Your family is nuts," I noted. "I know," Edward sighed. "Thanks, for last night, I mean. I don't know what would have happened if you hadn't been there," I murmured softly. "You really are a great friend." "Well, you know me, I can't resist a damsel in distress," he joked. "Does that mean you're my knight in shining armor?" I asked. He grinned. "Of course. I'll always be your knight in shining armor." He keyed my forehead and I smiled. There was something very comforting about knowing Edward would always be there for me. "Bella Pav, 16, finally. Call me later Bella," Alice chirped as I climbed out of Edward's silver Volvo. It was about 3 and they were driving me home, as usual. Winter break just ended, and we were still getting back into the swing of things. You got it, girl, I called back. Bye, Alice. Bye, Edward. I waved as they drove off, before turning and opening the door. I realized Charlie's cruiser was in the driveway, which is extremely unusual for this early hour. I felt nervous butterflies in my stomach. This couldn't be good. I took a step inside and saw Charlie sitting at the kitchen table. Hi, Dad. Why are you home so early? I asked cautiously. He grimaced, clearly wishing he could put off this conversation. The nervous butterflies turned into nervous bees, attacking my stomach. Well, do you remember my sister Susan? He asked. I nodded. And you know how she married that Italian man, Alessandro, and they live in Italy now? Yeah. Charlie and his sister barely ever talked, since they lived so far away from each other and lived completely different lifestyles. Well, they have a daughter about your age. Her name is Marietta. She's going to be coming to stay for us for a while, he said carefully. Like in our house. Why? I asked. I didn't really know how to feel about this. I know Susan and Alessandro are much richer than us, so she would probably get along with Alice, if she likes shopping. But would I like her? Would she like me? Well, Susan wants her to come here for the remainder of her junior and senior years so she can apply to American colleges. And she will be in our house, he said. Wow. When is she coming? Charlie took a deep breath. Today. I'm leaving to pick her up at the airport in 10 minutes, he said. Wow, way to wait till the last minute to tell me this, Charlie, I thought to myself. Is she staying in my room? I asked nervously. Charlie nodded. I thought maybe you could invite Alice and Rosalie over, have them get to know each other, he suggested. I nodded. Yeah, sure, I answered. Alice would jump at the chance to throw a party, no matter what the occasion. Okay, I'd better get going. He stood up and walked over to the door. He paused, seeming to struggle with himself. Then he turned around. Marietta hasn't really had the best life. Her parents are always away and she's been shuffled from relative to relative for years. Try and make her feel welcome, okay? Of course, I agreed instantly. I knew it must have been bad if Charlie was being so serious about it. Bye, Bells, he said, waving once before shutting the door behind him. I sat in shock down in one of the shabby kitchen chairs, in complete shock. I was about to live with a cousin I had never met. That I'd never even heard of. I pulled out my cell phone and dialed Alice's number. Hey Bella, she sang when she answered. Hey Alice, guess what? You finally realized you're in love with Edward and you want him to come over so you can do it all night long. She guessed, half joking, half serious. Ha ha ha, no, I said flatly. Then what? She asked curiously. Well, my long-lost cousin Marietta is coming to live with me for a while. She used to live in Italy and she's coming today. I had to hold the phone away from my ear as Alice screamed in excitement. Oh my God, she'll have to show me all her designer Italian clothes. And I can take her shopping. This is so exciting, she squealed. I giggled. So will you come over with Rose to greet her? I asked, already knowing the answer. Of course, I'll bring the whole family. And Jasper, I gotta go Bella, I'll be over in 5 minutes. She didn't wait for me to say goodbye. She just hung up, in usual eager Alice fashion. 4.5 minutes later there was a loud knock on the door. I ran to open it and Alice sprinted inside already jabbering on about baking a cake. Jasper, Emmett and Edward followed her, laughing at their sister's craziness. Esme and Carlisle came in behind them, smiling warmly, Esme holding a plate of fudge brownies. Thanks for having us, Bella, Esme said kindly, handing me the brownies. We would love to make your cousin feel welcome. Oh yeah, what's this chick's name again? Emmett yelled. Rosalie flicked him on the back of the head. I mean, what's your cousin's name? Rosalie smiled approvingly. Marietta, I said. She's my age. Is she good looking? He asked. Rosalie sighed loudly. What? This is for educational purposes only. He said defensively. Rosalie shook her head. I've never seen her before. I have no clue what she looks like, I answered truthfully. Well, if she's related to Bella we know she'll be clumsy, Edward sighed. Everyone laughed and I stuck my tongue out at him. And she'll blush a lot, Emmett added, which of course made me blush. And she will be beautiful, Alice added. If she lets me give her makeovers, which she never does. I thought we were talking about Marietta, I grumbled. Alice laughed her wind chime-like laugh. A little less than an hour later, Alice had made a cake and written "Welcome Marietta" on it in pink frosting. We were all waiting in the living room for Charlie to return. Alice was the first to see the cruiser and she shrieked. "She's here," she announced. "Let Bella greet her first, then we can unleash our family on her," Edward suggested. Alice looked disappointed, but took a step back and I gave Edward a grateful smile. I watched out of the window as Charlie unloaded many bags from the car. Marietta had her back to us, but from what I could see, she had long wavy brown hair. It was the same color as mine, but longer. She was wearing a mint green mini dress and tights, holding one bag on her arm. Her and Charlie made their way to the door, but she kept her head down. I opened the door for them. Charlie shuffled by, upstairs to drop Marietta's bags. "Marietta," I said lightly. She looked up at me. Her cheeks were flushed pink and she was clearly embarrassed. Her skin was tanner than mine and her eyes were a lighter brown, but all of her features were very similar, if not identical. We could have easily passed as sisters. She was very pretty. "Isabella?" she asked. Her voice had a heavy Italian accent. I nodded. She smiled and kissed both of my cheeks in greeting. "Bella," I corrected. "Bella," she repeated with a smile. "Beautiful. It suits you." I grinned back, blushing. "It's really good to meet you," I said. "You too. Forks is, Rainy." She wrinkled her nose slightly and I laughed. "You'll get used to it," I promised. She seemed nice and kind, I knew instantly we would get along. We were interrupted by a loud ahem from behind us. I turned and rolled my eyes at Alice. "Marietta, this is my friend Alice," I introduced. Alice leapt forward and kissed both of Marietta's cheeks. "Hi. It's so good to meet you. You look just like Bella, except more Italian. We have to go shopping sometime. Your clothes are adorable, I love that dress," Alice said rapidly. Marietta seemed slightly afraid. "Excuse her, she's a little hyper." Edward's velvet voice cut Alice short. "I'm Edward," he said, holding out his hand. Marietta ignored it and kissed his cheeks instead. "He's my best friend," I added. "See," she said curiously. "Lui è molto bello," she whispered to me. Oh. I didn't really know what to say, but I didn't like the way she was looking at Edward. She looked dazzled and impressed. That's Rosalie, Emmett and Jasper." I pointed them out. "And they are Esme and Carlisle, the Cullens." I noticed Rosalie narrow her eyes slightly when Marietta kissed Emmett's cheeks, but I knew she meant nothing by it. That was just how they did things in Italy. "It's very nice to meet all of you," Marietta said. "You too, dear," Esme said sweetly. "Scusi. Dove il bano?" she asked, turning to me. She seemed to realize I didn't know what she meant, so she quickly added, "The bathroom, I mean." "Upstairs, middle door," I said. "Grazie," she said gratefully before hurrying up the stairs. I noticed Charlie was back, chatting with Carlisle. Edward came over and leaned down to whisper in my ear. "What do you think of her?" he murmured, sending shivers down my spine. "She seems nice," I said. "She's very pretty," he said. I suddenly felt a stab of jealousy, but I pushed it away. I always said I wanted Edward to get a girlfriend. I'd just appreciate it if that girl wasn't my cousin. "She looks a lot like you." Did he just say I was very pretty? Or did he just mean she was a prettier version of me? I thought rapidly. He straightened up and I noticed Marietta coming back downstairs. She came back up to me and Edward, smiling at both of us. "Are you two together?" she asked curiously. I blushed furiously. "No, we're just friends," Edward answered. Marietta looked surprised. "Am I dispious?" I mean the way you look at each other," she trailed off awkwardly. "We've been best friends basically since we were born," I explained. She nodded. "But Emmett and Rosalie are together. And Alice and Jasper." She turned around in time to see Emmett give Rose a quick peck and Alice and Jasper were holding hands. She nodded once before turning back to us. "Where in Italy did you live?" Edward asked curiously. "Roma," she answered dreamily. Molto bello." She used her hands to punctuate her words, like she was illustrating her sentences with her hands. "Do you miss it?" Edward asked sympathetically. "See, every day. But America has its perks too," she said, raising her eyebrows slightly, her voice seductive. "Yes, although I'm sure Italy has some perks as well," Edward murmured, smirking back at her. I think my jaw literally hit the floor. They were flirting. Marietta was flirting with Edward. Edward was flirting with Marietta. Well, maybe you could show me some of these American perks, she asked. I was instantly jealous of her alluring voice and accent. I waited for Edward to politely decline, like he did with every other girl. I'd like that, he said. I stared at him in shock. He peeked at me and his smirk grew more pronounced. I wrapped my hand around his and squeezed his fingers, getting him to look at me. Can we talk? I hissed. He nodded. Excuse me, he said to Marietta, who was watching me with curious eyes. I dragged him away from her. What the hell do you think you're doing? I shouted. He looked taken aback, but I thought I saw some smugness flash in his eyes. I am talking to your cousin, he replied. No, you were shamelessly flirting with my cousin, I snapped. So, you're always telling me to find a girlfriend. Maybe I like your cousin, he said defensively. I narrowed my eyes at him. Fine then. But how would you like it if I dated your cousin? I asked skeptically. I wouldn't. I don't like it when you date anyone, Bella, he said quietly. I was about to ask him what that meant when we were interrupted. Scusi, Bella. Marietta came up, looking timid. Yeah, I asked. She took a step back at my harsh tone and I gave her an apologetic smile. Be nice, I reminded myself. Charlie wants to talk to you, she said tentatively. Okay, thanks. I gave Edward a meaningful look and stalked away to find Charlie. He was talking to Esme and Carlisle still. Hey Dad, Marietta said you wanted me, I said. Right. Esme and Carlisle are about to leave, so I wanted to ask you if you could find Alice. We think she's in your room but we're not positive, he said calmly. I nodded and half ran up the stairs. When I opened the door, sure enough, there was Alice, peeking in Marietta's suitcases. Alice, what are you doing? I squealed, giggling. Sorry, I just wanted to see her clothes, she said instantly, dropping the purse in her hands. This is original Fendi. It's not even available in America yet. I laughed. Alice in her fashion. You're leaving, Alice. Get out of here, I scolded. She smiled. So I noticed Edward and Marietta seemed to be getting along nicely, she said casually. I tensed slightly. They were just talking. Plus it doesn't matter to me anyways, I said, but my voice sounded unsure and shaky. Sure it doesn't. She gave me a knowing look, winked, and left the room. I followed behind her and saw everyone ready to leave. Emmett gave me a big bear hug before leaving. Bye Bella. Alice sang in an I know something you don't know voice. Edward came over and hugged me quickly, pecking my cheek before leaving. Bye guys. I called. Ciao. Marietta sang, waving her delicate fingers. Once the door was closed, Charlie came up behind us, placing a hand on each of our shoulders. How did you like the Cullens and Hales, Marietta? He asked. They were very nice, she said sincerely. That's good. Well, I'm going to head up to bed. You two ought to go too, since it's a school night and all, he said. He clapped me on the shoulder once before clomping up the stairs. I turned to Marietta. Ready? I asked. She nodded and followed me upstairs to our room. She changed into pajamas and climbed onto the air mattress. I felt kind of guilty that she had to sleep on it, but Charlie said her bed should arrive tomorrow. I turned off the lights and snuggled under my blankets. Bella, Marietta asked suddenly. I answered sleepily. Do you like Edward? I mean, as more than a friend. She asked, her voice a mixture of caution and eagerness. No, I answered too quickly. She didn't seem to notice. Is he single? She asked, the eager beating out he cautioned. Yeah, I mumbled. I could feel myself getting angry, but I knew it wasn't Marietta's fault. He's very good looking, she giggled. Yeah, but he doesn't really date, I said. It was the truth, but I had a feeling Edward thought Marietta was very good looking, too. The thought hurt me much more than it should. Oh, well, I can try, she decided finally. Right. Well, good night, Marietta, I said, ending the subject. Bona not Bella. Bella Pav, 16. Bella. Marietta called from the bedroom. I had just gotten out of the shower. She had woken up a full hour before me so she could shower and blow-dry her hair. Is this too dressy for school? She asked when I entered the bedroom. She was wearing a knee-length skirt with a long-sleeve sweater and flats, her hair cascading down her back in soft waves. No, you look fine. Don't worry, I assured her. I pulled on my outfit, jeans and a polo, and turned back to her. Her eyes scraped over my outfit, not in a judging way, just in a curious way. But you look so much more casual, she said nervously. Are you being honest with me? Of course. Don't worry, Alice will probably be just as dressed up as you, I promised. And it was true. Alice always looked her best for school. She was somehow able to do her full hair, makeup and outfit in less than an hour. She was truly gifted. Okay. If you're sure. She bit her lip and looked at my outfit again. I love your necklace. Molto bello. She exclaimed. She came over and lifted the garnet stone with her fingers, running her finger over the smooth texture. Edward gave it to me, I said, somewhat smugly. Wow. He must really like you then, she noted. This necklace looks expensive. It probably was. I grimaced. The Cullens and Hales are always spending too much money on me. You don't like it? She asked, cocking her head to one side in confusion. No, I love it. It's just too much. There was a beep outside and we both jumped. Speaking of the Cullens, that must be Edward. Un momento, she said quickly, holding up one long, delicate finger. She ran to the bathroom to check herself in the mirror, smoothing on some lip gloss and patting her hair nervously. Okay. Let's go. She took a deep breath and hurried down the stairs with me. I led her to the Volvo, before sliding into the passenger seat. She sat in the back with Alice. Buongiorno, Marietta said politely. Hey there, Edward answered, his voice alluring. I couldn't tell if he was doing it on purpose or not. How are you today? Bene, she answered instantly, a knee-jerk reaction. Nervoso, she added. Don't worry, everyone will love you, Edward sighed sweetly. I pinched his arm and raised my eyebrows in a what-the-hell way. He just shrugged, biting back a smile. I hope so. She bit her lip and looked up at Edward, who gave her an encouraging smile. She smiled back, looking dazzled. Alice was watching my face carefully and she seemed pleased about my reaction for some reason. I was complimenting Bella on her necklace this morning, Marietta said after a short, slightly awkward silence. She told me you gave it to her. You have magnificent taste. It's very pretty. Thanks, Edward sighed. Garnet is Bella's favorite, and she is my best friend. She deserved it. I blushed, feeling pleased. I love your skirt, Alice gushed suddenly. Gucci. See. Grazie, Marietta said. She blushed lightly. It wasn't as noticeable on her darker skin, but it was still there. Oh look. Alice exclaimed excitedly, pointing at Marietta's cheeks. She blushes just like Bella. Are you clumsy too? Do you always fall down the stairs? Edward asked eagerly. I made a face at him. Well, I used to, she admitted. But I've been taking ballet for years and I've gotten over my clumsiness, thankfully, Marietta said, still blushing. Maybe you should try ballet, Bella, Edward suggested shrewdly. Maybe you should try shutting up, I replied lamely. He laughed. Well, I like your clumsiness. As long as I'm always there to catch you, he said, squeezing my hand gently, teasingly. His hand sent shivers up and down my spine. Yeah, I would have cracked my head open a good 10 times if it wasn't for you, I admitted. He smiled my favorite crooked grin. We pulled up to the school and the four of us climbed out. Where is the main office? Marietta asked shyly. I'll take you there, Edward volunteered. I narrowed my eyes at him. Grazie, Edward, Marietta said, fluttering her eyelashes slightly. The two of them walked off towards the office, their shoulders almost touching. I turned to Alice, who was smirking at me, her face smug. Will you look at them? It's gross. They're all over each other, I burst. Alice giggled. What? I asked her, frustrated. I'm just excited, she said. About what? I asked incredulously. About how you and Edward are this close to getting together, she said, holding her index finger and thumb less than a centimeter apart as proof. I rolled my eyes. Look how jealous you are. Of course, this triggered one of my easy blushes. I'm not jealous. I just think it's weird and awkward. I mean, what if she wants to talk to me about him, like gushing about him like you do about Jasper? It's like talking about my brother, I said instantly. But my voice sounded fake to my own ears. Sure, Bella. But when you finally realize you love Edward, can you at least call me and tell me? Rose and I have a bet and the deadline is coming up soon, she asked. I rolled my eyes. Sure, Alice, I said, my voice dripping sarcasm. I'll call and tell you the moment I fall in love with Edward. No, you're already in love, Alice corrected, her voice completely serious, shaking her head slightly. Just call me when you figure that out. Whatever, Alice. I rolled my eyes again. Marietta and Edward were making their way back over to us. He was smiling my special crooked grin and she was giggling daintily. I wanted to punch them both in the face, but I held it back. Bella, Edward Saeed, we were in a lot of the same classes. He is too, Marietta exclaimed. She hugged me quickly and I felt immediately guilty about wanting to hit her earlier. That's great, I said, trying to sound enthusiastic. We'd better go. I don't want to be late on my first day, Marietta said. We're not in the same class, but do you want me to show you where your room is? Edward asked her softly. See, Marietta breathed. The two of them walked away, chattering about classes, leaving a furious me and a smug Alice behind. Remember to call me, Alice sang as I stalked off to class by myself. I growled under my breath and ignored her. That afternoon, I got a ride home from Rosalie. I couldn't stand to be in the car with Marietta and Edward. All throughout the day all they did was flirt. Flirt, 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 flirt. It was ridiculous. Alice was still watching me with that same smug expression, like she expected me to throw myself at Edward's knees and declare my love for him. Not gonna happen. Because I don't love him. Well, I do, but like a brother. Everyone was going crazy about Marietta. Mike, Tyler and Eric all asked her out, but she politely declined. Boys were literally drooling over her, just because she was new. Even Jacob was eyeing her appreciatively, and he hardly ever dated. Thanks again, Rosalie, I said, just to break through my tortuous thoughts. No problem, Bella. She smiled at me, then looked both ways before adding, can you wait to admit your love to Edward for another 2 weeks? 'Cause I really don't want to lose this bet with Alice. Goodbye, Rose, I snapped. I climbed out of the car and into my house. The moment I was inside, my cell phone rang. Alice. What? I answered. Someone's touchy, she said cheerfully. I just wanted to let you know that Edward and I are coming over with Marietta. Why? I groaned. Because. I'll talk to you when we get there. Which will be right. There was a loud knock on the door. Now. Goodbye, Alice. I hung up quickly, rolling my eyes as I made my way to the door. Hello, Bella. Alice chirped when I opened the door. Marietta's eyes were filled with worry and concern and Edward's were filled with some unidentifiable emotion. Long time no see, I noted sourly. Alice smirked and danced into the room. I could practically feel the excitement bubbling off of her. The four of us walked into the living room. Marietta and Edward sat on the couch, Alice and I sat on the floor. Well, Marietta invited us over. Where did you disappear to after school? Edward asked. He sounded slightly annoyed, but there was something else. Something I couldn't quite place. I got a ride with Rosalie, I said coolly. Perch? Marietta asked obliviously. Because, I don't know. I felt like the Volvo was getting a little crowded, I said, my eyes narrowing slightly as I scowled at Edward. He raised his eyebrows, challenging me. Marietta's eyes widened. Am I dyspious? I can drive myself if it is overcrowded. She exclaimed in a wave of guilt. Washed over me. No, it's okay, I assured her. I was just kind of stressed today. I'll be fine, it's not overcrowded. Are you sure? She asked. Positive. Don't worry about it, Marietta, I said sincerely. I felt kind of guilty about my previous feeling towards her. She really was a nice girl, she had no idea how I felt about Edward. Not that I felt anything for him, that wasn't brotherly. Of course. Okay, she said uncertainly. Edward gave her an encouraging smile. Well, we'd better get going, Alice said, giving Edward a meaningful look. Right. Well, I guess I'll see you both later, he said, nodding towards me and Marietta. His eyes met mine and they were smoldering. A sudden, irresistible urge to key him overwhelmed me. I had to grip the rug on the floor to keep myself from jumping at him. Arrivederci. Marietta sang, rolling her R's say. Illy. Bye, I breathed. Alice's face was suddenly overcome by a 100-watt smile. Bye, she sang. And don't forget to call me when you realize, Bella. She winked at me once before grabbing Edward's arm and pulling him from the house. I rolled my eyes and stood to make dinner. I cooked spaghetti while Marietta made a salad. So, what are your plans tonight? She asked tentatively. Charlie had just called to say he would be home in 5 minutes. Marietta was laying the table settings on the kitchen table while I finished the spaghetti. Homework and stuff, I answered nonchalantly. You. Edward is taking me out to show me around Forks, she announced excitedly. He's really sweet. Kind. A lot of boys here are. I couldn't answer her. I was crushed by a wave of jealousy so strong, I nearly fell to the ground. Just then, the door slammed open and Charlie came clomping in. I decided I'd deal with whatever this is later. Hey Dad. Dinner's ready, I said. I scooped spaghetti into 3 bowls, trying not to think too much. Thanks Bells, he said excitedly. He hung up his gun belt and plopped onto the chair. Marietta sat next to him and I sat next to her. Is this spaghetti as good as the pasta in Italy? Charlie asked jokingly. Nowhere near as good, Marietta teased. Just kidding. But Bella could give the Italian chefs a run for their money. It's very good. I forced a smile at her compliment, but I couldn't do much more than that. I stayed silent throughout dinner, not listening as Marietta and Charlie chatted. Then there was a beep outside, a sickeningly familiar beep. Mamma mia! Marietta exclaimed, jumping up. Am I dispious Charlie? I forgot to tell you I'm going out with Edward tonight. I'll be back before 11. Ciao, ciao, she Ed Charlie's cheek and then mine, before grabbing her raincoat and hurrying outside. I didn't need to look and see the familiar silver Volvo. I knew it would hurt too much. That's nice, that Edward's being so kind to Marietta, Charlie said cautiously. Yeah, I said, my tone harsh. Just peachy. I stormed upstairs and into the bathroom. I turned on the water, to a scalding hot temperature. I didn't let myself think about Marietta or Edward or their date. I just focused on the water on my skin, the shampoo in my hair. I must have been in the shower for hours. The water ran cold, my fingers were all pruny. When I walked out of the bathroom, I realized it was already 10. I was surprised to see Marietta was already in our bedroom, on her just arrived from Italy bed. Ciao Bella, she said softly. She sounded sleepy. Hey, I replied. I didn't bother asking how her date was. I didn't want to know. I don't think I could handle it. I pulled on my pajamas and climbed into bed. Bona not Bella, Marietta yawned. Night Marietta, I replied. I finally let myself think freely. And almost as soon as I did, the tears started flowing. I had to admit to myself that I was jealous of Marietta and Edward. I didn't want Edward to get a girlfriend, especially not my cousin. My mind skimmed over the countless memories of Edward. Laughing and holding hands when we were kids. Our first key. Our first dance. Everything with Edward was special. Even more recently, when he gave me my favorite necklace, when he let me sleep in the same bed as him and helped take care of me when I was drunk. Edward was always there for me. He was my best friend, my protector, my savior. No matter what, my mind conjured up a magnificent picture of him. His bronze hair fluttering gently in the wind. His glowing green eyes, smoldering with love and care. His lips, curved into my special crooked smile. His perfectly muscular body and angular features. His hand, warm and strong in mine, his arm around my waist, the heat of his skin on mine. Even the way his lips felt against my cheeks, my forehead. He was so devastatingly handsome, caring and kind. I had to admit to myself something I had denied fervently for years. I am in love with Edward Cullen. I sighed loudly and stood up, grabbing my cell phone as I headed for the bathroom, to get privacy. Where are you going Bella? Marietta asked groggily. I promised Alice I'd call her, I grumbled. Bella Pav, 16. Bella. Alice answered, her voice eager and excited. She probably already knew why I was calling. I took a breath as I prepared to say the 4 words that would open the floodgates and unleash the full wrath of Alice's excitement and smugness. Alice, you were right. Ah! Alice shrieked. I jumped about a mile in the air, holding the phone arm's length away from my head. I could still hear her perfectly though, I knew it I was so right. You love Edward. I told you so, she squealed. I could practically see her beaming, jumping up and down in excitement. Alice, I hissed. Keep it down. I don't want him hearing. But I was right, she squeaked. You totally love him. I knew it. I completely knew it. Bow down to me Bella, 'cause I was right and I always will be right. Her voice was so smug it was sickening. I sighed, rolling my eyes. Yes, Alice you were right. Would you like a medal? A round of applause maybe? I asked sarcastically. Nope. The limited edition hot pink Louis Vuitton tote I just won from Rosalie is prize enough, she announced happily. I rolled my eyes again. Rosalie will be disappointed, I mumbled. Alice giggled. Yes, but that doesn't matter, all that matters is you finally realized you're in love with my brother. I shushed her again. So when are you going to tell him? She asked excitedly. I blanched. Tell him, I gasped. Yes, you are planning on telling him, aren't you? She asked, her voice suddenly devoid of excitement, disapproval and skepticism taking its place. No, he sees me like a sister. If I tell him, I'll ruin our whole friendship, I explained. I could feel tears stinging my eyes, but I kept the pain out of my voice. Mostly. Bella, he's been in love with you for ages. He's just been waiting for you to figure it out, Alice said exasperatedly. I could almost hear her rolling her eyes. Has he ever told you that? I asked skeptically, wishing it could be true. Well, not exactly. But it's true. It really is. Have you ever seen the way he looks at you? Have you ever wondered why everyone just assumes you're together when they first meet you? It's 'cause you're both in love. She seemed determined to prove her point. To be right. Alice, no. I'll tell him eventually. Maybe. Just not yet. My voice was sad and hurt. No. You'll tell him now. Edward. Phone. She called. I gasped. Alice, no. Stop, Alice. Don't. I began, but Edward's silky smooth voice cut me off. Hello. He answered curiously. Hi, I said awkwardly. Bella. Yeah. My breath was coming in gasps and I was mortified. I had no idea what to say. Are you okay? I'm fine. Just fine. My voice was slightly hysterical. Edward seemed to notice. Are you sure, Bella? He asked nervously. Yeah, I have to go. I hung up and groaned. Tomorrow was going to be horrifically awkward. Wake up, Bella, Marietta sang. Edward will be here in an hour and you need to get ready. She poked my side gently, teasingly. Truth be told, I was already wide awake. I had gotten about 3 hours of sleep, after my phone call with Alice. I had so many things to think about. Would I tell him? Should I tell him? Does he feel the same way? Would he say anything about that awkward phone call yesterday? I groaned loudly. Bella, Marietta asked in a voice that questioned my sanity. I'm up, I said loudly. Thanks. Okay. I'll be downstairs, eating breakfast. She spoke slowly and deliberately. She must think I'm insane. I'll be down in a few. Thanks, I repeated. She smiled briefly and left the room. I climbed out of bed and into the bathroom. My eyes were red and puffy from crying, purple bags were under them from my lack of sleep. No amount of makeup was going to make me look presentable today. I sighed and tossed my hair into a ponytail. I pulled on my jeans and a t-shirt and went downstairs. Marietta was eating a bowl of cereal and watching me carefully. Hey, I said, trying and failing to sound cheery. Ciao, Bella, she replied cautiously. Come stai. I'm good. Just tired, I answered quietly. I poured myself a bowl of cereal and started chewing in silence. Marietta opened her mouth to say something but her cell phone rang loudly. Scusi, she said apologetically. Hello. Whoever was on the other line caused her face to brighten into a 100-watt grin. One guess. No. She giggled daintily. My hand was shaking, my spoon causing my milk to ripple. See. Another girly giggle. Ciao. She hung up and skipped back over to me, her grin wide and excited. He's so sweet, she gushed. Oh that. Yeah, I know, I said loudly. I hated the way she said his name with her Italian accent. Edward. She rolled the R to make it long and say, why? Marietta's face fell slightly, but then there was a beep outside and we both jumped. I quickly dropped my bowl in the sink. Marietta and I walked silently to Edward's Volvo. I was surprised to see Marietta climb into the back. I figured she would want to sit up front with her new lover. I slid into the passenger seat, anger and jealousy threatening to overwhelm me. Man, Bells, you look awful, Edward noted. Thanks, I said icily. No, you look beautiful of course, he quickly backtracked. Just tired. Worn down. Are you okay? No, I wanted to say. I won't be okay until you love me the way I love you. But I didn't. I'm fine. Just fine. Bella, Alice whined from the backseat. Please, just take a chance. I knew instantly what she was talking about. And now was so not the time for it. Drop it, Alice, I warned, making each word perfectly clear. But Bella, it's just tragic, she exclaimed. Edward looked at me, eyebrows raised. It's unjust and unfair. Alice continued. What is? Edward asked. He sounded slightly amused. Bella. She just doesn't see herself, or anyone around her, clearly. She pouted, folding her arms across her chest. Alice, drop it. I was surprised to hear Edward's voice saying this. He pulled swiftly into the parking lot, turning the car off in one fluid motion. Fine, but I hope Bella will just once take my advice. Her voice was hard and grave. 'Cause if she doesn't, it could turn out to be the biggest mistake of her life. She climbed out of the door and slammed it behind her, storming off to class. I saw Marietta climb out and she was instantly surrounded by Jacob, Mike, Tyler and Eric. I rolled my eyes. Boys, what is she talking about, Bella? Edward murmured, his velvet voice unintentionally seductive. Nothing, I stuttered. We'd better get to class. I jumped out of the car and almost ran to my next class in my desperate attempt to avoid awkward conversation with Edward. When I got into class, one sunk my head onto my desk and groaned again. Hey Bells. Jacob's cheery voice caused me to lift my head off the desk and peek up at him. His wide grin mirrored Marietta's from this morning. His russet skin seemed to glow with excitement. Hey Jake, I said unenthusiastically, my voice flat and bored. But that didn't discourage Jacob. I sunk my head back onto the desk and tried to tune him out. Guess who I have a date with after school? He began, but I didn't catch the rest. Honestly, I couldn't handle hearing about romance when the man I was in love with was crushing on my cousin. The teacher came in and Jake stopped short. I think he was talking about the beach or something. Okay class, turn your books to page 108 and begin reading please. The day went by painfully slow. Every class didn't pose enough of a challenge to actually hold my attention. I tried my best not to think about Edward. But he kept popping into my mind at the most inconvenient times. Like at lunch, we were all sitting together, me, Alice, Jasper, Emmett, Rosalie, Jacob, Edward and Marietta. Alice kept shooting me death glares, trying to get me to tell Edward. Rosalie was scowling at me for making her lose the bet. Jacob and Marietta chattered constantly and Edward kept asking me if I was okay. Each time I would want to admit to him my feelings, seeing as he was the only one on my mind. But I couldn't. And I kept accidentally calling people Edward. Like when Alice came up to me telling me to admit my love to Edward, I said, "Go away Edward," to her. Which of course brought on another 10 minutes of her smugness. And after a while, I decided Alice was right. I would never know what would happen with Edward if I didn't try. If I didn't at least admit my feelings, I would never know if he felt the same way. And if I didn't say it now, he could be dating Marietta in a week and it would be too late. And I couldn't lose Edward. Not now, not ever. He was much too important. Sure, I could be setting myself up for the greatest pain I have ever felt in my short 16 years of life. But then again, I could be setting myself up to experience the greatest love and pleasure I have ever felt in my short 16 years of life. And that was a risk I was willing to take. For Edward, and for myself. So that's what brought me to Edward's locker after school. My palms were sweaty, my stomach was so full of butterflies, I thought I might puke, and my hair was a mess from running my fingers through it constantly. When Edward came over, he was in a rush for some reason. Hey Bella, he greeted me, reaching forward to undo his lock. I took a few deep breaths, willing myself to speak. Edward looked up at me, his eyes confused, probably wondering why I didn't answer him. What's up? He asked, grabbing a few books and sticking them in his backpack. Hey Edward, I breathed. He smiled, satisfied that I had finally answered. I smiled back, satisfied that I had found my voice. I have to tell you something, I began. Can it wait? He asked apologetically. I have an appointment after school and I can't be late. He gave me puppy dog eyes that I couldn't resist. It's important, I persisted. I knew if I didn't tell him now I would lose my nerve. I know, but I really can't be late. Can you get a ride with Rose? He glanced at his watch and cursed softly. Edward the first really, I began, my voice weak. I felt tears welling up in my eyes, but I bit them back. I would not let him see me cry. I know, Bella, I'm sorry, but I have to go. I'm already going to be late. Call me later and you can tell me then. He smiled my favorite crooked grin, pecked my forehead and hurried away. I stood behind him, breathless and shaky. There I was, ready to take my big leap. But Edward had rushed away so quickly, I hadn't even gotten a chance to jump. I had already taken the first few steps toward the edge, preparing myself. I was still standing on the edge, looking down below, wondering what would happen if I really took a dive. I had been ready. But he had sidestepped me easily, like he had known what I was going to say and didn't feel the same way. My lower lip trembled lightly and I stumbled off, trying to find Rosalie. She was standing with Alice and Emmett, frowning. "Did you tell him yet?" Alice asked when she spotted me. "Yeah, did you?" Emmett asked eagerly. "You better have," Rosalie snapped. "You made me lose the bet." I frowned at all three of them. "Damn Alice, did you tell everyone?" I asked exasperatedly. Well, Rosalie needed to know cause of the bet and she told Emmett. And I couldn't keep it from Jasper, she defended herself. I sighed. "Well, no, I didn't tell him. I tried, but he ran off," I said. Alice pouted and Rosalie rolled her eyes. Emmett looked like he couldn't care less. "And now I need a ride, cause apparently he can't give me one." "Sure," Rosalie agreed instantly. "Does Marietta need a ride too, since Edward apparently needs the Volvo to himself?" she asked. "No, she was going out after school," Alice answered. And then it hit me like a ton of bricks. Edward's appointment is a date with Marietta. That's why he didn't want to drive Alice or me and why Marietta didn't need a ride home. Because she was going out with Edward. He must have asked her when he called this morning. And he must have figured out how I felt about him, so that's why he lied. He could have easily heard Alice when she was yelling on the phone last night. And he was trying to let me down easily. I felt a sob make its way into my throat, but I somehow managed to hold it in. Unendurable pain was crushing down on me. My heart felt like it had been ripped out of my chest and ground up in a blender. I felt like I couldn't breathe, like my lungs had been stabbed with the pain. I could feel myself start to hyperventilate, but I tried to control it by taking deep, steady breaths. I will not cry in front of everyone, I promised myself. I will not cry. Earth to Bella. Rosalie's voice snapped me out of my daze. She was waving her hand in front of my face, trying to get my attention. "Yeah, sorry," I said quickly. Everyone looked at me, startled by the pain in my voice. I just zoned out. "Are you okay, Bella?" Alice asked. "I'm fine. Just fine," I answered. I took a deep breath and let it out through my teeth. "Let's get you home," Rosalie said uncertainly. "You don't look so good." I just nodded. I didn't trust myself to speak. They led me to the car and I sat in the back with Alice. Rosalie and Alice kept shooting me worried glances, but I ignored them both. "I will not cry," I repeated over and over, my mantra. "I will not cry." "Okay, Bella," Alice said softly when we reached my house. "You're home." "Thanks," I croaked. My voice was hoarse and broken. Alice opened her mouth, probably to ask if I was okay again, but I was already out of the car and running up to the front door, to the sanctuary of my own room, my comforting bed. When I got inside I called out, but no one answered. Surprise of surprises, Marietta wasn't home. I finally let the gloom that had threatened to crush me in the car overtake me. I sank onto my bed, crushing sobs ripping through my chest. Tears were streaming down my face, fast and furious, unrelenting. I cried for myself. I cried for the pain I was feeling and for lost love. I cried for what could have been. I cried for all of the shared memories. When I looked back now, it was so obvious I was in love with him. I was the last person to know, and now it was too late. I continued to sob until I heard the front door open. It was Marietta. She was giggling, her voice excited. Another voice, a low, male voice, was whispering to her. It didn't sound like the velvet I was used to, but I figured it was because I was so far away from him. I wanted to run downstairs and toss myself into his arms, but I couldn't. I managed to calm myself down enough so my pain wasn't noticeable as Marietta came running into the room, already jabbering excitedly. "Oh Bella," she cried. "I just had the most wonderful date ever." I tuned her out then. I didn't want to hear about her perfect date with perfect Edward, my Edward. But he's not my Edward and he never will be. She talked about how they had gone to the beach and blah blah blah. I kept trying to tune her out but her last words cut into me like a knife. "And Ed me. Right before he dropped me off. He is an amazing so sweet and tender. And his lips are so soft and smooth," she gushed. I almost gagged. Tears started streaming down my cheeks again. "And we're going out again tomorrow. It's so wonderful. He's so wonderful. She sighed happily, opening her mouth to continue. But I couldn't take it anymore. Stop, I shrieked. She looked taken aback and scared. She took a few steps backwards and looked at me, worry in her eyes. I can't take it anymore. I don't want to hear about your amazing date with Edward Cullen. It's gross and I don't want to hear how amazing of a key, or he is. I don't want to hear any of it. I started sobbing so hard that by the end, I couldn't even speak any longer. Marietta was watching me, and to my disgust and fury, she was smiling, her face bemused. Stop smiling like that. It's killing me having to hear this. And you think it's funny? I snapped, disgusted by my best friend stealing cousin. You didn't listen to a word I said, did you, Bella? Marietta said with a sly smile. She shook her head slightly, but she didn't look mad. Just bemused, understanding on her face. Huh, I said stupidly. You weren't listening to me. It was a statement. I shrugged, not really apologetic. I didn't want to listen, as I had clearly stated. Because if you were listening, she continued, you would have realized that I wasn't talking about Edward Cullen at all. My jaw must have hit the floor at this. What? I gasped. Edward and I are just friends. He told me last night, when he showed me around Forks. He said he loves someone else and he was sorry, but he wanted us to be just friends, she explained. The walls were spinning. My whole world felt like it was being tipped upside down. She didn't look too upset about Edward not wanting her, but then everything else caught up to me. Then who were you on a date with? I asked. Jacob Black. He called me this morning, remember? She said calmly. And then it hit me. It wasn't Edward that had called her. It was Jacob. He even told me he had a date. Why hadn't I listened? I nodded mutely. And he asked me to go out to the beach with him. So I agreed. So you weren't with Edward? I verified. No, she said. She had a playful smirk on her lips. You love him, don't you? She asked. I nodded again, unable to speak. You know, I think you're the girl he said he was in love with. I mean, it is painfully obvious. The way he looked at you. Especially that first day I was here. I mean, I just assumed you two were together. It was shocking that you weren't. She smiled at my clear confusion. But Edward rushed off after school, I said, more to myself than her. He had a doctor's appointment. He told me, she said simply. He wanted to make sure I had a ride home. So the reason she didn't need a ride from Rosalie wasn't because she was with Edward. It was because she was with Jacob. I should have known earlier. They kept chatting throughout lunch. And Jacob chose to tell me about his date, probably thinking I'd want to know since it was my cousin. It was all so obvious now. The relief that washed over me was so immense, it was like a huge burden was being lifted off my shoulders. So, you two aren't dating? I asked breathlessly. No, she said, shaking her head. He's crazy about you, Bella. And I think you're pretty crazy about him too. I am. Oh, Marietta, I am. I gasped. I jumped up and tossed my arms around her neck, hugging her tightly. She giggled lightly. I have to go. I squealed. Tell him, Bella. I'll see you soon. Her eyes were twinkling and she beamed at me. Thanks, Marietta. Tell Charlie where I went, if I'm not back in time, I gasped. I at her cheek and sprinted out of the door, jogging all the way to the Cullens. I pounded on the door and Alice answered. Go tell him, she commanded, pointing upstairs. Of course Alice already knew why I was here. I just nodded and made my way up to his bedroom at top speed. I froze when I was outside of his door, catching my breath. There were two ways this could turn out. One, I could go in there and tell him how I felt. And he could say he didn't feel the same way. My world would be crushed, my heart broken. And I would lose my best friend. Two, I could go in there and tell him how I felt. And he could say he did feel the same way. He could sweep me up into his arms and me passionately and lovingly, and my heart would sing, my world would be completed. And we would live happily ever after. I raised my sweaty hand to knock on the door, praying to God it would turn out like option 2. Bella Pav, 16. I raised my sweaty hand to knock on Edward's door, nerves bubbling in my stomach. I took a deep breath and hit the door, 3 quick raps. I waited for what felt like an eternity. Come in, his musical, velvet voice called out lazily. I let my breath out, not even realizing I had been holding it. I opened the door and walked in. He was on the computer, his back to me. I walked over and placed my hands on both of his shoulders, leaning down to whisper in his ear. "Guess who?" I said breathlessly. He wheeled around in his spinny chair and grinned my favorite crooked grin. He was just as beautiful as always, his emerald eyes alight with surprise. "Hey Bella. I didn't expect to see you here," he said. He sounded pleased and I took that as a good sign. "Yeah, well, I didn't know I was coming over till about 5 minutes ago," I explained. "Otherwise I would have called." "No need," he said, waving it off with one of his hands. "You're always welcome here." I grinned at his words. I slowly made my way over to his bed and sank onto it, patting the space next to me. I waited until I felt his weight next to me before I continued. "You know, I thought you and Marietta were going on a date after school today," I confessed. I shivered lightly, in anticipation for what I was going to do. "That's why I thought you were rushing off. If that was it I would have told you the truth, Bella," he said gently. "I had a doctor's appointment." "Yeah, I figured that out when Marietta came home. She told me all about her date, but I thought it was with you," I said. I took a deep breath. It made me very angry. Just the thought of you and her. A romantic date on the beach. Ing. I mock shuddered and he laughed. It sounded like wind chimes and it gave me the courage to continue. "So I yelled at her," I said. Edward's eyebrows furrowed in confusion. "I flipped out actually. I didn't want to hear about her dating you. It was making me sick." He was staring at me now. His face looked surprised and slightly hopefully. His eyes were sparkling. "And then she told me she was out with Jacob. Not you. And I can't even tell you how relieved that made me feel," I said softly. I was staring at my hands, not able to look at his eyes. And I realized how stupid I was. If I had stopped wallowing in my misery for 5 minutes, I would have heard her say she was going out with Jake, not you. Then I would have saved myself a lot of unnecessary pain, I continued. A blush was steadily making its way up my face, as I confessed my feelings for him. I could feel Edward scoot a bit closer to me. "Were you jealous?" he asked, his voice half incredulous, half teasing. I gulped once before continuing. "Very." I peeked up at him and his eyes were smoldering, drawing me in. I wanted to key him so badly. But I quickly averted my gaze back to my hands before continuing. "For so many years, Edward, I've loved you like a brother. But when I saw you flirting with Marietta," I shivered again. "It made me much more upset than a sister should be. I felt things that sisters wouldn't feel, not for their brothers." "What are you saying, Bella?" he asked. His voice was hopeful but cautious. He scooted a tiny bit closer to me and I took a deep breath, gathering my strength. "Here I go." I closed my eyes, preparing to leap off of the cliff into uncharted waters. "Edward, I think I'm in love with you," I managed to mumble. For a moment, the whole world seemed to freeze. I could feel Edward stiffen beside me and I automatically stiffened. "Oh my God," I realized with a crushing wave of sadness. "He doesn't love me. He's going to tell me he doesn't feel the same way. Oh my God, this is..." My internal suffering was cut short when I felt his warm hand entwine with mine. His other hand gently cupped my chin, lifting my head up to look at him. His sparkling green eyes were blazing, like fire, and he was grinning my favorite uneven grin. He looked at me, right in my eyes, causing my heart to skip a beat. Finally, he whispered. And then he crushed his lips to mine. I could have laughed right then, I was so relieved, so excited and happy. Sure, I had jumped off the cliff, but all I had found was a pair of warm arms to catch me. I felt joy bubbling inside of me and I just wanted to do a happy dance. But instead I just pressed my lips back against his. I reached my arms up around his neck and tangled my fingers in his hair, pulling him closer. The heat and electricity zipped through my body, causing my skin to rise in temperature. His tongue grazed my lower lip and I gladly allowed him entrance, anything to keep him close to me. His lips were smooth and velvety, like his voice. Dotting him felt like magic, like passion. The hand cupping my chin moved to my neck and his other hand wrapped around my waist, holding me against him. I could have stayed there all day, every day, forever. If it wasn't for the applause behind us. At the sudden burst of noise we split apart. His lips were red and slightly swollen from ing, as I'm sure mine were too. We both turned to his open door to see his entire family, not to mention Jasper, Rosalie and Marietta, clapping and cheering, wide grins plastered on everyone's faces. I blushed fire engine red. I couldn't believe Esme and Carlisle had just seen me making out with their son. Although, even our company couldn't wipe the goofy grin off my face. "Yay!" Alice squealed. She ran in and tossed her arms around both of us. She seemed almost as happy about this as I was. "Finally is right, Edward. Were you listening the whole time?" I gasped. "Why didn't I close the damn door?" She grinned sheepishly. "Well, we've been waiting for this for years, Bella. We wanted to watch," Rosalie answered for her. I blushed even redder, if that was possible. I felt like my face might burst into flames. "Don't be embarrassed, Bella, it's so good to finally see you two together," Esme said. She came over and hugged me. "So you don't care that I was just making out with your son right in front of you?" I asked skeptically, embarrassment in my voice. "Not one bit. It was romantic," she whispered, making me giggle. "Although next time you should shut the door," Emmett suggested. "Man, Alice, did you go tell everyone?" I asked exasperatedly. "No. I was just standing here watching with Rose and then everyone else came. We couldn't resist watching, you guys were just so cute." She shrieked. "You were so nervous, Bella." And Edward looked like he had just seen the light. Everyone laughed. "Marietta?" I asked. "I didn't want to miss it either," she said simply, shrugging. I turned to Edward and he rolled his eyes, still grinning. "I may not have known you guys for very long, but your love was obvious to even me." "Okay, everyone out of my room," Edward announced. Alice moved to grab me, but Edward quickly scooped me up in his arms, pulling me onto his lap. "Except Bella. She can stay." "I'm honored," I muttered sarcastically. "I'm so happy I could sing." Alice sang as she left the room. Jasper chuckled and followed her. "I'm going to call Jacob. He told me to call once you two got together," Marietta announced. "Even Jacob knew?" I asked incredulously. "Everyone knew, Bella. Except you," Rosalie said. "Have fun, kids." And with that she dragged Emmett by the arm and left with Marietta. "I don't mind you two staying up here," Esme said. "But just know these walls are sensitive and we will know if you're doing something you're not supposed to be." I blushed again at this, mortified, and looked down until Esme and Carlisle had left, shutting the door behind them. I turned to Edward. "Well, that was mortifying," I sighed. "It could have been worse," Edward sighed. "How?" I mumbled. "They could have taken a picture," he grinned. "Don't worry, I did," Alice shouted. "Get out of here, Alice," I yelled. She cackled wildly, but I heard her footsteps leave. The whole way down she was singing show tunes. "No privacy," he murmured. Then I was struck with a sudden inspiration. "I know where we can go." "Come on," I said, grabbing his hand and pulling him from the room. "Where are you taking me?" he asked cautiously. "You'll see," I sang. I dragged him down the stairs as fast as I could go without tripping. We ran, hand in hand, out of the front door and across the street, into the woods. "Bella, do you have any idea where you're going?" Edward asked skeptically. "Yes," I said indignantly. He raised his eyebrows and I smirked. "Mostly. I haven't been there in quite some time, but I remember the general direction." "You're going to get us lost," Edward exclaimed, although he didn't look too upset about the idea. I grinned at him and squeezed his hand gently. "No, I'm not. Just come on," I urged him. We went further into the woods. I knew it was somewhere near the center, I just had to keep going. We walked around for at least 20 minutes, me struggling to find the place, him laughing and catching me when I fell. Finally I recognized the small clearing. I beamed. "Close your eyes," I instructed excitedly. "I don't feel safe walking in the woods with you with my eyes open," Edward teased. "And you expect me to close them now?" I sighed, placing my hands over his eyes. I had to stand very close behind him, our bodies pressed together. "Not that I minded. Just walk forwards. And I'll tell you when we get there." I slowly inched my leg forward and he moved with me. "Okay," he said cautiously. He was grinning though and I could tell he was excited. I led him forward into the circular meadow. The wildflowers were in full bloom. Red, purple, pink, white and yellow were showering the ground beautifully. The last of the sunset could be seen in the sky. I led Edward to the very center of the circle. "Okay," I said excitedly. "Open." I removed my hands. He looked around curiously for a minute. And then comprehension dawned in his eyes and he grinned. "This is where we ran away to," he said, a lopsided grin spreading over his face. "When you were going to move to Phoenix." I beamed. I was so happy that he remembered, that I remembered. But every memory with Edward was cherished, unforgettable. Yup, I answered. We were going to live here forever. Just the two of us. That didn't work out so well, he chuckled lightly. No, but that doesn't mean we can't still come here to be together, I answered gently. He turned to face me, placing his hands on either side of my face. He brought his lips to mine, sweetly, tenderly, and I keyed him eagerly back. He stroked my hair gently, pulling me closer to him. I shivered slightly at the cool breeze. I love it, Bella, he sighed as our lips broke apart. He sank onto the ground and motioned for me to join him. We both lay on our backs, staring up at the sky. He wrapped his arm around me, holding me close. Our bodies fit together perfectly. We stayed like that for hours. Not really talking, dotting sometimes. Just enjoying each other's presence. Eventually all signs of the sun were gone and the sky was littered with stars. I lifted my hand and gently traced a shape in the sky. Edward watched my hand curiously. It's a flower, I announced. Edward grinned, reminiscing. He held me close to him, dotting me gently. They were right, you know, he said calmly. Who? Our families. Our friends, he replied. About what? I asked curiously. He smiled at me. About how I've loved you for years. I was just waiting for you. He lightly tapped the tip of my nose with his finger. I'm sorry I kept you waiting, I mumbled. I was clueless. Yes you were, he agreed with a laugh. I made a face at him. But that's okay. I'd rather have it late than not at all. Me too, I agreed wholeheartedly. Oh, and Bella, he said casually. Yes. In case it wasn't clear, he began. I love you too. And with that he brought his lips back to mine for one last, perfect key. Bella Pav, 17. Okay, everyone grab your special someone for this final dance, the DJ announced seductively, the hip-hop effortlessly gliding into a slow song. It was senior prom. Every girl's dream night. Except mine. Sure, I don't mind dances. But prom really wasn't something special to me. Alice and Rosalie forced it to be something special for me. They had insisted on bringing me to prom against my will. They even made Marietta come, but she was much more excited about it than I was, since Jacob was going too. Plus she had years of dance training, so she probably wouldn't make a fool out of herself. Rosalie couldn't come, obviously, since she was out of high school. But her and Emmett came home for the weekend to help us all get ready and give us mental support. And she thought that the mental support I needed was prom. Of course, Edward helped persuade me. He gave me the puppy dog eyes and keyed me so sweetly that I couldn't disappoint him. Come on love, Edward whispered, his breath tickling my ear, wrapping his arms around my waist. From behind, I shivered slightly and turned around. He didn't move his hands, just let them trail along my waist until I was facing him. I snaked my arms around his neck and pressed against him, a wide smile spreading unintentionally across my face. He was wearing a plain black suit, a white shirt and blue tie that matched my dress. He looked even more devastatingly beautiful than usual. Alice had forced me into an all too expensive, purplish blue dress. It was strapless and lifted my small bust. There was a bow right under my chest, leading to a slightly ruffled floor-length bottom. She had done my hair into an elegant bun, a few curled pieces of hair falling into my eyes. Told you you'd have fun, Alice sang. She was next to me, with Jasper. Her dress was dark pink, of course, and sparkly. It was a halter, tight on her upper body and leading to a puffy skirt. The back was low with 3 strips of pink going across it, holding the dress together. The whole top part was sparkling in the dim light. Only 'cause Edward is here, I teased. She smiled and turned back to Jasper, looking lovingly into his eyes. You know, I'm glad I got to experience prom. There is nothing like this in Italy, Marietta noted. She was dancing with Jacob. Her dress was a dull gold halter dress, tight and ruffled until about her knees, where it flared out. The bust line was sprinkled with sparkling rhinestones and they trailed down her dress. The halter strap was also littered with sparkles. All dresses on profile. Well, I'm glad to help, Jake told her. He had to lean down far to whisper to her since he was at least a foot taller, even though she was wearing heels. They looked so happy and in love. Have I told you that you look beautiful? Edward murmured into my ear. I turned back to face him, smiling, before resting my head on his chest and breathing in his marvelous scent. Yes, I breathed back. Have I told you that you look as gorgeous as ever? Yes, he replied. I could hear the smile in his voice. We rocked slowly back and forth. The song was the one from Titanic, My Heart Will Go On. It was sweet and sad and romantic. I just held myself close to Edward, swaying slowly back and forth, praying that this moment could last a lifetime. It was perfect. I love you, Bella, he whispered, just as the song came to an end. I love you too, I replied. I stood on my tippy toes, dotting him gently. He deepened it, and I wrapped my fingers in his hair. His tongue grazed my lower lip and I opened my mouth, allowing him entrance. Our tongues intertwined, wrestling for dominance. We were like that for a few minutes when I felt a sharp tap on my shoulder. I turned around to see my math teacher standing there with a stern look on her face, squinting at us from behind her glasses. I blushed and Edward pressed his lips together to keep himself from laughing. Public displays of affection are not tolerated at this prom, she said stiffly. I was still red but I had to bite my lip to keep from giggling. Sorry, Edward sighed quickly, trying not to let his humor show. She narrowed her eyes at both of us before turning and storming away. I snorted and we both broke into hysterical giggles. Did I miss something? Alice's high-pitched, chipper voice calmed us down a bit and we were able to control our laughter. No, I said, smiling at Edward. Well, are you two going to the after party? It's up at Jacob's Beach Place, she asked. Jacob's Beach Place was at the very top of California, almost in Oregon. It was a few hours' drive but everyone was staying overnight, so it didn't really matter. I opened my mouth to answer but Edward beat me to it. Maybe later. I have to take Bella somewhere first, he said. His eyes were sparkling with excitement and he had a sly grin on his face. Where are we going? I asked suspiciously. You'll see, he sang. I pouted at him. Of course I was secretly excited, but I wasn't going to let him know that. He noticed my expression and smiled. Don't worry, you'll love it. And I have to keep it a surprise, for now at least, he murmured into my ear. His cool breath made my arms break out in goosebumps. Alice rolled her eyes. Fine, but be sure to drive up soon, you don't want to miss all the fun. She said sternly. She Ed my cheek, then Edwards and hurried off with Jasper, into the limo they had rented. Yeah Bella, I've never been to an after party. It should be fun, Marietta gushed. She Ed me on both of my cheeks before hugging me. Marietta and I had gotten much closer, she was practically my sister now. Hurry. She smiled at Edward before hurrying off with Jake, his arm wrapped around her small waist. So are you going to take me to this mystery spot? I asked Edward, raising my eyebrows. He grinned. Of course. He held his elbow out to me and I hooked mine onto his. Very gentlemanly, I complimented. Well, you are a lovely lady, and ladies deserve gentlemen, he said jokingly. I smiled at him as he led me out to his car. We had decided earlier to forego the limo. I guess I know now why Edward had insisted on taking the car. I slid into the passenger seat and Edward climbed into the driver's seat. He had a nervous expression on his face, which instantly sent butterflies to my stomach. What? I asked suspiciously. Bella, he began slowly. I need you to put this on. He held up a black blindfold. No, I screeched immediately. He was not blindfolding me. Please Bella, he said. He looked into my eyes with his smoldering green ones. His lower lip jutted out into a slight pout. Don't fall for it, I yelled in my head. It will ruin the surprise if you don't. His voice was so sad and pleading. I cursed myself for being so weak. Fine, I muttered angrily. He grinned, all traces of sadness gone. He slid the blindfold over my eyes, tying it tight, so I couldn't see anything. I bit my lip nervously. Okay, here we go, Edward sighed excitedly. He turned the car on and pulled away. He turned the radio on softly, soothing classical music coming from the speakers. So will you at least tell me where we're going? I asked. No, he answered instantly. Please, no, Edward, I said seriously. Bella, he said, his tone matching mine. Please, I tried again. No Bella, he said, his tone ringing with finality. I didn't bother trying again. For a few minutes at least. Can I have a hint? I hedged. Okay. Ask one question and I'll answer it, he promised. I could hear a smile in his voice. Okay, I agreed instantly. He had to see this one coming. Where are we going? He chuckled. Not that one, he corrected. I giggled. It was worth a shot, I said. He chuckled again. You can ask another, he reminded me. Okay, I said, thinking it over. Have I ever been there before? I decided on. Yes, he answered instantly. Have you? I said one question, he said. His tone was amused. He was having a blast. Fine. Are we almost there? I asked, crossing my arms over my chest. I said one question, he repeated. Edward. I pouted. Fine. We're here. But we need to walk a ways, he said softly. I can't walk with a blindfold, I reminded him, hoping he would let me take it off. He knows what a klutz I am. I'll help you, he said. He must have seen me open my mouth to protest because he quickly added, or I can carry you if you prefer. I knew he couldn't do it. I was a good 110 pounds, plus he wouldn't be able to get a good grip because of the silky dress. So I decided to challenge him. Fine, I want you to carry me, I announced. I smiled, sure that I had beaten him. Really? He asked. He didn't sound worried or unsure, he just sounded amused and surprised. Yup, I replied. I heard him climb out of the car and slam the door. Edward, I asked tentatively. Then suddenly my door was opening and two warm arms were scooping me up bridal style. I let out a squeal of surprise and wrapped my arms around his neck, holding myself against him. You don't really have to carry me. I shrieked. I know. I want to, he said happily. I could feel him start walking below me. Plus, knowing you would fall and break your leg in those heels. I stuck my tongue out in his general direction and heard him chuckle. Will we be there soon? I asked. 5 minutes. Maybe 10, he replied. Can you figure out where we are? He asked gently. I sighed. Blindfold Edward, I reminded him, lifting one arm to point at my covered eyes. He laughed. I know. But what do you hear, what do you smell? He asked quietly. Then he fell silent. I listened for a minute but I didn't hear anything. Then I sniffed and was overwhelmed by a woodsy smell. I smell trees, I stated, surprised. Edward chuckled again. Yes you do, he agreed. Where are you taking me? I asked nervously. If it were anyone but Edward, I would have thought they were going to murder me and leave my body in the woods. But it was Edward, so I wasn't scared. Mostly. You'll see, he said firmly. I sighed. He started traveling faster and I could tell we were nearing our destination. I continued to listen and every time I breathed, the woodsy, musky scent of trees would fill my nose. All I could hear was his light footsteps, the occasional breaking twig or crunching leaf. Okay, Edward sighed suddenly. He had come to a stop. I'm going to put you down now. He gently lowered my feet to the ground, keeping one arm wrapped around my waist. I took another breath and jumped slightly in surprise. Edward, why do I smell vanilla? I asked curiously. Take a look, he suggested softly. I felt his hand reach up and untie my blindfold. He lowered it slowly. I gasped. Oh Edward, I breathed. We were in our meadow. But it was completely transformed. Long, white candles lined the perimeter, casting the whole meadow in a romantic glow. In the very center of the meadow was a navy blue and white checkered picnic blanket. There was a light-colored, wooden picnic basket in one corner, a crystal vase filled with pink roses in the center. Pink and white rose petals littered the blanket. There were 2 more white candles on it, and next to them 2 long-stemmed wine glasses. And to top it all a bucket of ice with a champagne bottle sticking out of it. Do you like it? He asked, his voice unsure. As if it was even possible not to like it. I love it Edward, I said breathlessly. I circled the meadow, making sure to keep my dress away from the flames of the candles. How did you manage this? I asked once I reached him again. I paid Emmett to do it, he admitted with my favorite crooked grin. He wasn't doing anything tonight and I was at prom with you so, he shrugged. It's amazing Edward. You think so? He still sounded unsure. Absolutely, I said. I placed my hands on either side of his face and at him earnestly. It's perfect. Come on, he said eagerly. He pulled me over to the blanket and we both sank down, my dress billowing around me. He opened the picnic basket and pulled out a bunch of different containers. I made all the food and stuff beforehand, he said casually. I didn't trust Emmett with it. I giggled. The big, goofy grin that had been plastered on my face since we arrived still stood strong. He opened up some of the containers and I saw a bundle of green Grapes, chocolate-covered strawberries and what looked like fudge brownies. This looks so good, I gushed. Chocolate-covered strawberries were by far my favorite food. Thanks, he said sheepishly. He picked one up and held it up to my lips. I opened my mouth and let it slip inside, biting on it delicately. He pulled the end away and tossed it into an empty container. I grabbed one too, feeding it to him. He grinned. This is so sweet, I said. I could feel tears welling up in my eyes. Edward reached over and wiped them away, one by one. I love it. He grinned again and handed me a piece of brownie. Open up, he instructed. I did and he dropped a bite of brownie into my mouth. Just as I was about to close it and chew, he squirted a drop of whipped cream into my mouth. I closed my mouth and ate it hungrily. It was delicious. Did you make these brownies? I asked curiously. Because if he did, he was making them a lot more often. Yeah, he admitted. But Esme helped me. This is amazing, Edward, I said again. I just couldn't get over it. We were at a romantic picnic in our special spot. We were both all dolled up, looking our best. There was delicious food and candles. Rose petals were everywhere. It was like a fantasy come true. I picked up a pink rose petal and rubbed it between my fingers, marveling at the silky smooth texture. Edward decided to take advantage of my momentary distraction. He grabbed the grapes and ate a few before tossing one at me. It hit me square in the forehead. He laughed and my jaw dropped in surprise. And he took that as an invitation to toss a grape into my mouth. I almost choked on it, but managed to chew and swallow it. I grabbed a few grapes and tossed them back at him, giggling wildly. There's something else I want to give you, Edward sighed quietly, once our grape war had settled down. He reached into the basket and pulled out a long leather book. I looked at it curiously. He handed it to me and I ran my fingers over the cover. Open it, he encouraged. I turned to the first page and giggled slightly. The first page had a picture smack in the middle. It was of Edward and I, when we were just babies, in diapers. We were sitting in a big mud puddle, mud in our hair and faces. And we were hugging and grinning. It was the embarrassing picture Esme had hung up on her wall. On the top it said, "Diaper Love," in fancy lettering. I bit my lip to hold back the tears that threatened to spill over. Edward, I began, but he shushed me gently. Keep going, he instructed. I turned the page. On the next page were more pictures of us. In one, we were both on the swings. Whoever took the picture was behind us, so we were both leaning over and grinning. We were upside down in the picture, our butts on the swings. My hair was falling out underneath me, hitting the ground. Edward was grinning next to me. In another, there was a picture of us on our first day of school. Edward was hugging me and I looked ready to burst into tears at any moment. I was wearing a little blue dress that Renee had forced me into and pouting. Edward was laughing and hugging me, clearly trying to comfort me. Oh God, I breathed as I turned to the next page. There was a picture of us from the day we got married, in first grade. I was in the long white dress and had toilet paper trailing from my hair. Edward was next to me, grinning and holding my hand. The next page featured a picture of Edward and I right after I broke my arm. My pink cast was held out in front of me and Edward's name was clearly visible. He had his arm around me and I was leaning into him. "So you'll always know who helped you break it," was written across the page in Edward's elegant script. I giggled, remembering. It continued like this for the next few pages. Pictures of us as we grew up, in each one we were hugging or holding hands, always touching. I recognized the ones from our first dance, our first day of high school. There were only 2 pages left. I flipped to the second to last one and laughed out loud. I thought Alice was joking when she said she took a picture, I giggled. It was a picture of Edward and I, on the day I told him I loved him. We were ing, our bodies entwined. You could clearly see our lips connected and the glow on our faces. Finally, was written across the top. Nope. I had to ask her specially for this though, she was reluctant to give me any of her 100 copies, he teased lightly. He seemed to tense as I turned to the last page. And what I saw made me gasp, one hand clapping up to my mouth in surprise. It wasn't a picture. In fact, there was hardly anything on the page. The only thing was a small, circular ring, taped to the middle of the page. A diamond ring. I looked up at Edward, my expression shocked, his nervous. He reached over and gathered the ring in his hand. "Bella," he said cautiously. I know we've only been dating for a year. You've been my best friend for years and I've loved you for as long as I can remember. And I know we're young. But I already know that I love you more than anything else. I know I want to spend my life with you and grow old together. He took a deep breath and rearranged himself so he was on one knee. I love you more than the earth, the sun, the stars combined. I will love you forever, always. Will you marry me? My eyes were probably as wide as saucers at this point. I was completely speechless. This is more of a promise ring than anything, he said quickly, seeing my shocked expression. I mean, we're going off to college soon and I just want everyone to know you're mine and no one else's. And we have the actual wedding until after college, once we're ready. He was babbling during my speechlessness. He seemed to think I was going to say no. I quickly cut him off. Edward, stop, I said, breathlessly but firmly. His mouth snapped shut. Of course I'll marry you, Edward. He grinned and laughed, quickly wrapping his arms around me and kissing me passionately. He slid the ring onto my left hand, the third finger. I held it up in front of me, admiring it. It had a huge diamond in the middle, littler ones surrounding it. It was old-fashioned and perfect. Thank you, Bella, he said, still excited. He grabbed the bottle of champagne and poured us both a glass. I took a sip, still in shock. I was going to marry Edward. Edward asked me to marry him. I love you, Edward, I told him. I kissed his lips gently, before taking another sip of champagne. I love you too, Bella, he replied instantly. His voice became soft and sweet, joyous. You just made me the happiest man alive. And now I'll get to spend my life with you, in happiness. In love. Bella Pav, 17. I kissed Edward's lips one last before sighing contently, leaning back on my hands. I couldn't help but let my eyes drift to the glittering ring on my finger. It already felt like a part of me, like it had been there forever. Like it was meant to be there. Edward was grinning wildly, his smile lighting up his whole face. I was pretty sure I had a smile that mirrored his exactly. We should probably get to the after party, I sighed, not wanting to leave this perfect moment behind. Alice would kill us if we withheld this information. Edward chuckled softly. I guess so, he agreed. Neither of us moved for a minute. And then we both giggled. I don't wanna go, I pouted. Neither do I, he said, rolling his eyes. Let's stay here then, I challenged, raising my eyebrows. He chuckled, but reluctantly shook his head. Like you said, Alice would kill us. But we can stop by my house and change, he suggested. I nodded, sighing one more time. Edward got carefully to his feet, holding out a hand to help me up. I placed my hand in his and he lifted me effortlessly off of the blanket, surprising me when he kept pulling me until I was pressed against his chest. I felt my breath catch in my throat and he chuckled, kissing me gently. We'd better blow out these candles, I breathed, once he removed his lips from mine. He grinned and nodded. We both made our way around the circle, blowing out each of the vanilla-scented candles and gathering them up. I handed my pile to Edward and he dropped them all in the large picnic basket. Then, he gathered up all of the leftovers and dropped them into the basket too, along with champagne and glasses. I dropped myself back onto the blanket just as he bent down to roll it up. What are you doing? He asked. I didn't say anything. I just lay on my back, staring up at the stars, the full, round moon. I pulled him down next to me and he wrapped his arms around me. I love you, Edward, I told him. I love you too, Bella, he replied, surprised, but sincere. I leaned up on my elbows and lifted myself over him, pressing my lips to his with a fiery passion. I draped the upper half of my body over his and he responded enthusiastically. I moved my hands up to his shoulder and slowly began to remove his jacket. He froze for a moment, before allowing me to pull his jacket off. I then went to work on his tie, unknotting and tossing it aside. Edward, I breathed, breaking my lips off of his. He didn't respond, he just moved his lips to my neck, dotting up and down my collarbone. I quickly unbuttoned his shirt, removing it to reveal his perfectly sculpted muscles. I ran my fingers over his abs, marveling at the bump of each one. His hands ran up and down my sides and his right hand paused on my zipper. He looked up at me, asking permission, and I nodded. He lowered the zipper and before I knew it my dress was off. Are you sure you want to do this, Bella? He asked. Yes, I replied breathlessly. We removed the last of the clothing that was still covering our bodies. Even though it was cold, the heat of his body kept me warm. He looked up at me one last time, his eyes cautious. I just nodded, biting my lip. And suddenly we weren't pure anymore. It was perfect. Better than anything I could have imagined. With the stars and moon our only light, rose petals showering the ground. Everything was amazing, new, wonderful. I love you, Bella, he sighed. He was holding me in his arms, the picnic blanket wrapped across us as we cuddled. I love you too, I replied, perfectly content. I could spend the rest of my life like this, with just Edward, holding me, loving me. We should probably get to the after party, he said reluctantly. I giggled. I guess so, I muttered. I kissed his neck, his chin, both sides of his mouth and finally his lips. He kissed me back lovingly before pushing me off of him lightly. He handed me my dress and went to gather his clothes, which had scattered across the meadow. I blushed, embarrassed at having tossed them aside so carelessly. After a few minutes we were both dressed, our hair a little messier, our cheeks a little pinker, but other than that, perfectly fine. Edward gathered up the picnic blanket and stuck it under his arm. Then he grabbed the picnic blanket and the two of us headed back to his car in a comfortable silence. We drove to his house, his right hand holding my left. He was constantly running his finger over my ring, smiling. I couldn't help but grin too. Tonight was everything I could have asked for and more. We reached his house and he pulled into the driveway, turning to me before we climbed out. Ready to tell Emmett, Rose and my parents? He asked cautiously. I bit my lip but nodded. I knew Rosalie and Emmett would be excited and happy. I had no idea how Carlisle and Esme would react. I knew they loved me and Edward but they would probably think we were too young. Let's go, I said finally. He jumped out of the car and came to wrap his arm around my waist, pulling me closer to him. We walked into the Cullens' house and Emmett, Rosalie, Carlisle and Esme were all sitting in the living room, watching the news. Hey, Edward Saeed, announcing our presence. Everyone except Emmett looked surprised to see us. I figured he knew what we were up to, since he was the one who set up the meadow. What are you two doing home? Esme asked. We wanted to come get changed before the after party, Edward answered. She nodded. A silence filled the room for a minute as we waited for them to notice the ring on my finger. We both had huge grins on our face and Esme was watching us curiously, obviously trying to figure out what had gotten into us. Edward, tired of waiting, swung our entwined hands so my ring caught the light, bouncing off the wall slightly before our hands fell back to our sides. I knew he had done it on purpose and Esme's eyes instantly zeroed in on my left hand. She gasped. Is that? She asked, her eyes wide and her voice shocked. An engagement ring, Edward finished for her. I must have blushed about 10 shades of red. Or maybe green, I was so nervous. Esme stood up and walked over to both of us. She lifted my left hand from Edward's examining the ring, her expression impossible to read. Oh Bella, she sighed, a wide smile overtaking her face. She gathered me up in her arms and hugged me tightly. Let me tell you, that was not the reaction I was expecting. I've always considered you a daughter, she whispered. But now it will be official. I'm so happy you'll be joining our family. I hugged her back, touched. Thanks Esme, I said sincerely. She smiled, her eyes slightly watery. Carlisle came up to me next, hugging me too. We all knew it was going to happen, we just didn't know when, he whispered jokingly. I smiled. It's good to have you in the family, Bella. Thanks Carlisle, I mumbled. I could feel my eyes getting watery and I tried to hold back the joyous tears. I knew it, Emmett announced. Rose, you owe me $10. I knew when you made me set that whole thing up. He grinned at Rosalie triumphantly. Why is it I lose all bets concerning you two? Rosalie asked me rhetorically, pulling out a crumpled bill and handing it to Emmett. I giggled and she hugged me tightly. Congratulations Bella. Thanks Rose, I murmured, hugging her back. Her hand froze on my back and I felt her pluck something off. She held it up and I blushed bright red. A rose petal, she asked, her voice confused. I giggled nervously. All right Edward. Emmett cheered suddenly. Our little boy's a man. What do you? Carlisle began. But then his eyes traveled to our messy hair, the ring, and it must have clicked. Oh, we're going to go change now, Edward announced loudly, pulling me toward the stairs. Does that mean round two? Emmett yelled after us. Oh God. I gasped, mortified. This was worse than when they all watched me confess my love for Edward. Esme and Carlisle must think I'm a skank. Shut up, Emmett, Edward exclaimed. We started up the stairs and, me being me, I tripped. I tossed my hands out in front of me to try and break the fall, but instead, a pair of strong arms circled my waist. And then he was scooping me up in his arms again. Come on, Bella, he chuckled, carrying me the rest of the way up the stairs. You seem to be doing this a lot lately, I noted, wrapping my arms around his neck. Well, I have to practice for when I carry you across the threshold, he said matter-of-factly. We reached the top of the stairs and he let me walk by myself to his bedroom. When he opened the door, the first thing I noticed was an outfit on a hanger. I walked over to it and noticed it was a pair of silky pajama boxer short and a silk camisole, both light pink with white designs. A sticky note that said "You're welcome" was stuck on the shirt. Alice, Edward and I said in unison. I grabbed it and quickly tried to remove my dress. But I couldn't reach the zipper. Edward, I pleaded, pointing to the zipper. He came over and swiftly lowered it and I stepped out of the dress. I could see his eyes traveling over my body and I instantly flushed red. He pulled me against him and kissed me fiercely. You're so beautiful, he mumbled into my lips. I just focused on breathing. Eventually, he released me and I pulled on the shorts and cami. He just pulled on shorts and a t-shirt. It was extremely casual dress since everyone was basically going to get drunk and have fun and they wanted to be comfortable. Let's go, I said, lacing my fingers through his. We walked back downstairs at a slower pace so I wouldn't trip. How was she, Edward? Emmett asked with a wink. I was grateful to see that Carlisle and Esme had left the room at least. Amazing, Edward answered instantly. Emmett held up a hand for a high five but Edward ignored him. So I jumped up and clapped my hand to his. He laughed, surprised and instantly engulfed me in a bear hug. Congrats, Bella, he whispered. On getting engaged and on taking our little Mons Pure, got a tea. I instantly blushed and knew he could feel the heat rising in my cheeks. Emmett, Edward, Rosalie and I all yelled in unison. He just grinned and dropped me back onto the ground, sending me stumbling into Edward. Edward caught me, his arms cradling my elbows, steadying me. I turned around to face him and kissed his lips quickly. When I pulled away, he was grinning, Emmett's comments easily forgotten. Emmett seemed to notice that we had forgotten him too. Hey Edward, he said casually. Cars are good for more than just driving. He winked and Rosalie hit the back of his head playfully. Goodbye Emmett, Edward sighed flatly, taking my hand and leading me towards the door. Wait, Rose squealed. Tell me about it. I looked at her incredulously. I was not about to go into details on my life right now. She seemed to realize what I was thinking and quickly starting giggling. No, I meant the proposal. She laughed. I blushed. Oh, I said softly, before launching into the story. Rosalie awed in all the right places and Emmett gagged in all the wrong places, causing a few annoyed playful punches from Rosalie. Sorry about him, Edward sighed once we got into the car. He started it and it purred to life. It's just Emmett being Emmett, I sighed. He chuckled and nodded before pulling out of the driveway. It took us about an hour to get to Jacob's Beach Place, with Edward's ridiculous driving. We didn't talk much, just blasted the radio, leaving the windows open and letting my hair blow in the wind. It was very relaxing and distracted me from what was coming. But when we pulled into the driveway, nerves instantly flooded my stomach. Are you ready for this, Bella? Edward asked softly. If you want, we can go straight home. I bit my lip, debating. We would have to tell them eventually. And Alice would kill us if we never showed, especially since we said we would go. No, I said with certainty. Let's go. All right, Edward sighed calmly. Just tell me if you change your mind. I nodded and stepped out of the car. We made our way inside, still holding hands. A few people greeted us, but no one noticed the ring on my finger. At least not yet. Hey Bella, Angela called. She ran up to me and tossed her arms around my neck. You looked so beautiful tonight, she said sincerely. Thanks Angela, I mumbled, hugging her back. Have you seen Alice? She took a step back from me, still grinning. She was wearing sweatpants and a tank top, her curled hair tossed into a sloppy ponytail. Yeah, she's right in there, she said, pointing to the room next to us. Thanks Ang, I said, dotting her cheek quickly before opening the door. Alice, Jasper, Jacob and Marietta were all in the room, drinking and talking. "You made it," Alice squealed when we walked in. "And I see you found my outfit. I figured you would go home first." She jumped off of the couch and wrapped her arms around me. She was wearing a polo and shorts. I wrapped my arms around her and brushed my ring across her arm accidentally. She froze and quickly pushed me away, so I went stumbling backwards before grabbing my hand and yanking me back again. "Oh my God, is this what I think it is?" she shrieked. She was jumping up and down in excitement, still holding my left hand. I giggled nervously and nodded. "It's an engagement ring," Edward said smoothly. I heard Jasper and Jacob gasp and Marietta yelled excitedly. Alice let out an ear-piercing scream before tossing her arms around me again. "Oh my God, we're going to be sisters. This is going to be absolutely amazing. You have to let me to your wedding," she exclaimed at the top of her voice. She was still jumping up and down and I had to jump with her since her arms were wrapped around me. "Chill, Alice," I shouted. She stopped bouncing but didn't move her arms. "It's not going to be for a few years. But I can still do it in a few years, right?" she verified. "I mean, I did your first wedding," she teased. I giggled, remembering the toilet paper wedding Alice threw for us in first grade. "Yes, you can. But I get final say on everything. Nothing too big. And no toilet paper," I said sternly. She shrieked again, giggling excitedly. "Congratulations, Bella," Marietta said once Alice had released me from her death grip. She wrapped her arms around me and hugged me tightly, dotting my cheek. "Thanks, Marietta," I said sincerely. She took a step back and admired my ring, a small smile playing at her lips. "Beautiful," she noted. Now that she had lived here for a year, she was using less and less Italian and more English. I smiled at her and she at my cheek one last time. "Congratulations, Edward," she said, turning to him and hugging him too. Suddenly I was scooped up in a pair of arms. "Congrats, Bells," Jacob whispered in my ear, hugging me tightly and lifting my feet off the ground. "Thanks, Jake," I replied, dotting his cheek. He placed me softly back on my feet before going to shake Edward's hand. Jasper came up and hugged me too. "You've unleashed a monster," he whispered, pointing to Alice. She was already on her iPhone, searching for dresses. I giggled. "Congrats." He at my cheek. "Thanks, Jasper." Once everyone was done hugging us, we took a seat on the love seat. Edward pulled me onto his lap and wrapped one arm around my waist, the other instantly grabbing my left hand. He ran his finger along the ring, ing it lightly. "You like it?" I asked curiously. "I like it a lot," he answered. He pressed his lips to the ring one more time before lifting them up to mine. "Bella Pav, 17. Come on, Bella, spill," Rosalie said firmly. "We have been waiting and waiting. Now it is time to come clean. We were having a girls' night. Marietta, Alice, Rosalie and I came thinking that we would just eat junk food, watch movies and go to bed early, since graduation is tomorrow. But no, this turned out to be a let's discuss Bella and Edward's life discussion. Even though Edward and I had been engaged for a few days now, the excitement didn't wear off. All of our classmates took it well. The girls were jealous and mad that Edward was officially off the market, although it didn't stop girls like Lauren from trying anyways. Charlie's reaction was, not too bad. Flashback. Edward and I walked into my house, the night after prom. Charlie was sitting on the couch watching football, having just finished dinner. "Hey Bells," he said calmly, his eyes still glued to the TV. "Hey Edward." "Hello Charlie," Edward said kindly. "Hey Dad," I replied, my voice shaky and nervous. This got his attention. He turned to look at me curiously. "What's up?" he asked cautiously. "Well Dad, we have something to tell you," I said slowly. He instantly looked panicked. "What?" he asked nervously. "You didn't do anything illegal, did you?" "No," I said instantly, slightly offended. Charlie relaxed slightly. "Good. 'Cause I am a cop and that would put me in an awkward situation. Plus kids do crazy things on prom night," he said, slightly defensive. But then he seemed to realize we still hadn't told him. "Well, if it's not that, what is it?" "Dad," I said. I walked over to him and took his hands in mine, preparing to tell him. "Bad idea." He looked down at our hands and saw the ring. He looked up at me, then at Edward, then back at the ring. We're engaged, I finished, sounding more like a question. Charlie looked up at me, his jaw wide open. No, he roared instantly. No flipping way. You are much too young to get married. This is ridiculous. He jumped off the couch and started pacing, his face turning red. He turned to Edward. Why would you propose so young? Are you stupid? Dad, I yelled instantly, my tone sharp. He froze and looked at me. We're not going to get married soon. Just, eventually. What the hell does that mean? He asked, frustrated. It means that we will wait until after college, once we are both mentally and physically mature enough to handle a marriage, Edward answered for me. Once we are financially stable and have a good education and jobs. I almost snorted. Edward never needed to worry about money. His family had money coming out of the wazoo. Well, that sounds, Charlie began, struggling for words. Reasonable. Thanks, Dad, I said, hugging him tightly. Once I pulled back, he looked at my ring again, then back at my face. I'm assuming there is nothing I can do to talk you out of this, he said, his voice hopeless. No, Dad, sorry, I replied, rolling my eyes. I promise you, Charlie, Edward sighed suddenly, his voice passionate. I will always take care of Bella. I plan to love her and care for her forever, and I would never hurt her. His voice rang with sincerity. Charlie seemed to believe him. Okay. I know you two are in love, you have been since you were in diapers practically, he said, chuckling slightly. But at least I'll get to see your wedding this time. He smiled his crinkly eyes smile and I beamed back. Yes, but some things might be similar, I said with a giggle. I love you, Bells. I don't want to lose my baby girl, he said gruffly. He wrapped his arms around me and hugged me. Edward tactfully walked into the kitchen to get himself a glass of water. I love you too, Dad. And you won't lose me. I'll just be a little further away, I replied. He chuckled slightly before finally releasing me from his arms. End flashback. We hadn't told Renee yet. We were waiting to tell her in person when she came down for graduation tonight. Earth to Bella, Rosalie said, waving her hand in front of my face. Don't think you're going to get out of telling us that easily. Sorry, I mumbled. I zoned out. Clearly, Alice said cheerfully. Will you tell us now? I groaned. He's your brother, Alice. Doesn't this disgust you? I asked, trying to avoid the topic. Edward and I had only had say one more time since prom night, but it was as magical and passionate as the first time. Well, I just pretend you're describing someone else. And yes, you still have to tell us, she answered, flashing me a grin. Fine, I mumbled. He was really good. Bella, Rosalie sighed, holding a hand to her forehead like this was giving her a migraine. Please. Well, it was after we had packed everything up. I lied on the blanket and it was romantic with all the stars and the flower petals and stuff. And we were dotting in, we did it, I said. I knew they were going to press for more information, but I was hoping to subdue them long enough for a distraction. Come on, Bella. Details. Marietta urged. Why do we have to talk about my life? I asked desperately. Let's talk about one of yours. No, Alice answered. You've already heard plenty about mine and Rosalie's. And Marietta's is still non-existent. Marietta made a face at her. She was very insistent on waiting until marriage and Jacob was happy to comply. So therefore, yours is the most new and interesting. Fine. Well, it was very fun, I said tentatively. Is he big? Rosalie asked. Marietta burst into giggles and I gasped. I don't know. I squealed. I guess so. I don't have anything to compare it to. I was blushing bright red at this point. I swear, my face was going to stay red for a week. Show us, Rosalie commanded. Compare it to something. I groaned and held my hands the length I approximated it was. Wow, Alice sighed wistfully. Ew, Alice, he's your brother. I shrieked. She giggled wildly. Technically he's my cousin, she corrected. I gave her a horrified look, not even believing what she was saying. Ew, Bella, she yelled upon seeing my expression. You've got a dirty mind. He's like my brother and I would so never do anything like that with him. Yuck, I was just correcting you. I blushed even redder. I'm not his cousin, Rosalie noted. And I would so. Okay, enough talk about my boyfriend's private parts. I said loudly, blocking out whatever Rosalie was going to say next. Marietta and Alice burst into giggles. Technically it's fiancé, an amused velvet voice corrected from the doorway. My jaw dropped open and I blushed furiously. And why were you talking about my private parts? He repeated, chuckling. I turned around and jumped into my arms. They made me talk about our life, I gasped. It was awful. I didn't think I was that bad, he said, pretending to be offended. You aren't. But the conversation was, I corrected. Bella was just telling us a bit about you, Edward, Rosalie said in a fake flirty voice. I said I'd like to get to know that side of you better. Back off, he's mine, I threatened before breaking into giggles. No thanks, Rose, Edward sighed smoothly, still smiling. Aw man, she pouted. I stuck my tongue out at her. Is it too early for me to take you back? Edward asked. I leaned my head onto his chest, hugging him closer to me. Yes, Alice answered firmly. No girl chooses a guy over her girlfriends. It's practically against the law. Her voice was completely serious. Well, I wouldn't want Charlie to have to arrest you, Edward sighed, clearly amused by this whole situation. So I'd better go. Do you have to? I mumbled into his chest. He chuckled, his chest vibrating under me. Unfortunately. But I'll be back, he trailed off, peeking at Alice. In the morning, she answered for him. In the morning, he repeated. He ed me tenderly. I love you. I love you too, I breathed. He ed my forehead one last time before disappearing back to his room, probably listening just in case they tried to torture me again. You two are so sickening, Rosalie noted. I think it's adorable, Alice said. They're so in love. But it can get slightly sickening at times, Rose said. Marietta nodded in agreement. You guys are nuts, I mumbled, rolling my eyes. They all burst into giggles and I couldn't help but join in. The next morning Edward came and rescued me as promised. We spent the day together, cuddling and talking. Until Alice kidnapped me again to help me get ready for graduation. I bought you this, she said, handing me a white sundress. It had thick tank top straps and a versus neck. The top was tight with a bow just under the chest and then under that was flowy. Alice of course was already completely dressed and ready. Her dress was also thick straps, but not as thick as mine, with a versus neck. It was a beige color with a red, navy blue and white floral design. It's too much, Alice, I said, but she just rolled her eyes and shoved the dress at me. I took it reluctantly. It was really cute and looked comfortable. Don't worry Bella, she bought mine too, Marietta said. I turned, surprised to see her there. Her hair was in its usual waves cascading down her back. Her dress was a bold red with white polka dots. It was also a tank top with 2 red stripes and 1 white on it. It fell to mid-thigh but looked cute with her red peep-toe pumps. You guys look pretty, I noted. Crazy, Marietta said, grinning. Thanks, Alice said distractedly. Now go put that on before Rosalie comes to do your makeup, she instructed. I hurried into the bathroom and pulled on the dress. It fit me perfectly and I was right about it being comfortable. When I came back out, Alice forced me into a stool in front of her mirror, quickly going to work on my hair with heated curlers. The weight of them on my head made my neck ache. That's a great hairstyle, Bella. Rosalie's voice came from the doorway and I turned to see her. She was smirking. You should definitely wear that to graduation. Bite me, Rose, I muttered, still annoyed at having to play Bella Barbie. Rosalie laughed and walked over to me, pulling out bags of makeup. She was wearing a lime green dress that went just above knee length, with a white bow at the top and white straps. All dresses on profile. You look nice, Alice said to her. Thanks. You guys all do too, she replied. She walked over to Marietta first, thankfully, and went to work on her makeup. Alice, come get these torture devices off of me. I yelled, half joking to her. She came over and started pulling them out. Each piece of hair fell into a ringlet curl. When she finally finished pulling them all out, my hair was massive curls, all falling into my face. Alice clipped a bit of it back, but most of it stayed messy and framed my heart-shaped face perfectly. Rose, she called casually. I groaned. Makeup was my least favorite out of all of this. Coming, she called. I saw that she had done Marietta's makeup dark and smoky. She came over to me and carefully began applying more natural colors. Brown eyeliner, clear lip gloss, pink blush, very subtle. I loved it. Beautiful, Rosalie announced, taking a step back and admiring her work. if I do say so myself. Thanks guys, I said sincerely. As much as I hate the process, I love the results. No problem Bella, Alice sang. We'd better get going. It's already 6 and we're supposed to be there in a half hour. Go get Edward and Rose get Emmett, she instructed. Gladly, I said, jumping up. I half ran down the hallway in my excitement to get back to my love. I didn't bother knocking, I just let myself in. He was standing there in khaki dress pants, pulling a navy blue shirt over his head. I marveled once again at his perfect chest and abs. I watched him silently until he pulled on his shirt. Then I cleared my throat. He turned around, smiling. You look absolutely dazzling, he said, wrapping his arms around me and dotting my recently glossed lips. You don't look half bad yourself, I whispered breathlessly when our lips parted. Is there a reason you came in here? He asked. I know Alice wouldn't let you out of that room without a reasonable excuse. Well, we're about to go, I said. Not that I wouldn't mind staying here like this. I moved my mouth onto his and sighed as his lips moved with mine. He pulled away all too soon, chuckling. As much as I wish I could take you up on that offer, I doubt Forks High would be very excited about 2 of their students missing the ceremony, he said with a smile. I nodded, pouting slightly. Ed my puffed out lower lip. Come on love, he said, wrapping his arm around my waist and pulling me out of his room. Alice, Jasper, Marietta, Rosalie and Emmett were all waiting in the hallway. So Bella and Marietta will go with Charlie, Alice said. I'm going with Edward and Emmett with our parents. And Rose will go with Jasper and her family. And I'm meeting Jacob there, Marietta added. They're probably going to want pictures, so hurry up, Alice instructed. She may be hyper and crazy, but Alice was extremely organized and functional when she needed to be. She was right. As soon as we got downstairs, all the parents started gushing and demanding pictures. The girls took pictures together, then the boys, then each couple. Marietta and I took a picture together, then the Cullen kids, then the Hales. And then family pictures. I was all too aware of Renee in the room and tried to keep my ring out of sight until we told her about it. Edward and I hadn't gotten a chance to tell her yet, since I had been with Alice the whole time she's been here. I could tell things were tense with her and Charlie. They weren't talking much, and whenever they did it was forced and awkward. I didn't know why. Usually they got along okay when they had to. But it seemed extra tense for some reason. Okay, we have to go or we're going to be late, Alice announced finally. The parents looked at the clock, seeming to jump simultaneously. It was actually quite amusing. Charlie pulled Marietta and I to the car, Renee trailing along behind us. The car ride was tense and silent. Renee tried to make some conversation, but it all failed miserably. I was never so grateful to arrive at Forks High in my life. Bye Mom, bye Dad, I whispered, hugging them both. Good luck Bells, Charlie said, clapping me on the shoulder lovingly. I love you honey, Renee said, dotting my forehead. I waved once before linking arms with Marietta and heading to get our hideous yellow cap and gowns. Here Bella, was the first thing I heard. It was Alice, handing me my cap and gown. I pulled on the gown quickly and Alice adjusted the cap in my hair until she was satisfied. She already had hers on. Good luck my Bella, Edward whispered, scooping me up in his arms for a quick but passionate kiss. We all lined up. Alice and Edward were closest to the front, Jasper a few rows behind them. Marietta and I were both in the S section, near the back. I was sitting directly next to Jessica Stanley. Hey Bella, she said enthusiastically when I sat next to her. Hi, I replied. Congrats on the engagement, she said, glancing at my ring with envy. Thanks, I said kindly. She opened her mouth to say something more, but the principal's speech interrupted her. He was talking about community and memories and blah, blah, blah. I really didn't need to remember much of my school years. Everything important was coming with me. Edward, Alice, Jasper, Emmett, Rosalie, Marietta and Jacob. We weren't all going to the same college, but we were all within an hour of each other, so we would be able to hang out on weekends. For some people, high school was the best years of their lives. For me, I knew it was only going to get better from here. I was shocked when the principal started reading off names. I had completely zoned out during his speech. He was quickly through the A's and B's and was now at the C's. Alice Cullen, he announced to tremendous applause. I could hear Rosalie and Emmett in the crowd and I cheered along with them, screaming for my pixie-like best friend. Alice had a 100-watt grin on her face, clearly loving all of the attention. Edward Cullen, he said. He was met with equal cheers and yells, mostly from girls I noticed. He was half smiling. We love you, Edward. I heard Tanya and Lauren yell in unison. Honesty, how desperate can you get? I love you, Edward. I yelled, louder than them. Well, if you can't beat him, join him. Edward peeked over at me and gave me his best crooked grin as he grabbed his diploma. Marietta laughed next to me. The names kept rolling until he reached the H's. Jasper Hale, he announced. I heard Alice's high-pitched squeals even over the other loud claps and cheers. Jasper had a shy smile on his face as he accepted his diploma. The names continued until finally he reached the S's. I waited, nerves racking my stomach, until it was my turn. Jessica Stanley. I bit my lip in anticipation. Isabella Swan. I could hear Alice, Rosalie, Emmett, Edward, Jacob, Marietta, even Jasper. My family was cheering, along with the Cullens and Hales. I couldn't help but smile slightly as the principal handed me my diploma. Marietta Swan. I yelled and cheered as I made my way back to my seat for my sister-like cousin. She was beaming almost as white as Alice. She half ran back to her seat and wrapped her arms around me, hugging me tightly. Congrats, Marietta, I whispered. You too, Bella, she replied. We waited until the very last students were called. Ladies and gentlemen, our principal began in a sports announcer-type voice. I now present you with the Forks High School class of 2008. Everyone cheered and yellow hats littered the sky, like spots of sunshine in the gray weather. People were instantly off, finding friends and family to celebrate with. Congratulations, love, a seductive voice whispered in my ear, arms encircling my waist. I whirled myself around and latched my lips onto his, dotting him fiercely. You too, I murmured, once we had broken apart. He chuckled. I should congratulate you more often, he noted. I smiled. Congrats, Bells, I heard from behind me. Edward let go of my waist and I spun around to see Charlie and Renee, beaming. I launched myself into my mother's arms and she squeezed me tightly before passing me on to Charlie. He hugged me too. Thanks, guys, I said gratefully. Renee instantly pulled out her camera and Edward and I posed in our gowns. Alice came over and was forced to pose with us, as well as Marietta. Enough with the pictures, I said exasperatedly. Let's go home. Sure, Renee said instantly, wrapping one arm around me and hugging me close to her. She led me to the car while Charlie and Marietta walked a bit ahead of us. How've you been, Mom? I asked as we walked to the car. I had my left hand hidden behind her back so she wouldn't notice the ring. Oh, Bella. It's been absolutely wonderful, she squealed. Do you remember Phil Dwyer? You met him when you were 9 or 10, she prompted. Not really, no, I said apologetically. He plays baseball, she said, as if that would help me. Sorry, I said. It's okay. You'll meet him at the wedding, she said matter-of-factly. Wedding? I asked. She held out her left hand and I noticed for the first time a glittering ring. You're getting married, I shrieked. She nodded before wrapping her arms around me. Well, now I knew what had caused the obvious coolness between Charlie and Renee. I'm so happy, Bella. He makes me so happy, she whispered. I'm happy for you, Mom, I said sincerely. Even though I had never met the guy that I remembered, at least I was still happy if she was. My mother deserved happiness. You'll be the maid of honor, right? She said quickly, moving her arms to my shoulders. Of course, I answered instantly. Thanks, Mom. I love you, sweetie, she whispered, dotting my cheek. I love you too. We eventually made it to the car. I was going to tell Renee I was engaged when she told me, but what was I going to say? Hey, what a coincidence. I'm engaged too, isn't that just so funny? Yeah, I'm sure that would go over well. We were all going to the Cullens afterwards, all the kids at least. I decided Edward and I would tell Renee when we reached the house. I didn't want to put it off much longer. I felt bad leaving my mother in the dark. By the time we pulled up to the house, my stomach was a steel ball of nerves. My hands were shaking and I felt like I might throw up. Renee always told me not to get married until I was older, mature. Well, technically, that's what I was doing. We were just engaged young. There is a difference. Mom, I said carefully as I stepped out of the car. Can you come here for a second? She looked confused, but she followed me into the house anyways. All of the other parents had left. Claudia and John Hale had gone home. Charlie had driven away in the cruiser. Renee was using a rental car to get back and forth to the hotel. Esme and Carlisle were upstairs, giving us privacy. Edward, I called gently. I gave him a pointed look and then looked at my mother. He got the picture and quickly followed us into the kitchen. What's going on? Renee asked nervously. Well, Mom, I began. Edward came over and laced his fingers through mine, encouraging me. Edward and I are very much in love. We've been getting a lot closer. I know I told you we were dating, but it's so much more than that. We are sure that we want to be with each other in every way. Are you talking about Say? Renee asked, her tone somewhat disgusted. What? No. I squealed, mortified. Edward was pressing his lips together to keep from laughing. I realized how my words could sound like that and I sighed. I'm talking about. I hesitated for a second. Renee gasped. You're pregnant. That is so irresponsible, Bella. She scolded instantly, her face horrified. I am not pregnant, Mother, I said fiercely. Oh, she said, calming instantly. But I am engaged, I said. We're engaged. Renee's jaw dropped open. I'd rather you be pregnant, she grumbled. Mom, I yelled incredulously. Well, that's not true, I guess. But this is just as irresponsible. You're much too young for marriage. Do you want to make the same mistakes I did? Too young and married and having a child before you're ready? She asked, her voice passionate. I suddenly felt tears in my eyes. Her words stung, piercing me with sadness. I was a mistake, I asked, my voice soft. Edward squeezed my hand reassuringly. No, Renee gasped, instantly wrapping her arms around me. That's not what I mean. I just mean I was too young. Maybe if I had waited a few years, things would have worked out. You are the best thing I got out of my young marriage. We're not going to get married until we're out of college. Once we have jobs and stuff, I informed her. She visibly relaxed. Well, that's good. If you are sure you're in love and know you want to spend your lives together, then you have my blessing. As long as you wait, she said. I squeezed her tightly and Edward was smiling. Thanks, Mom. I love you, I said earnestly. Love you too. I'd better go. She removed her arms from around my neck. I have to get back to the hotel and call Phil. She keyed my forehead once more before leaving. That went well, Edward noted. I nodded. She took it better than I thought, I replied. I'm glad she accepted it though, he whispered, gathering me up in his arms. I love you. I love you too. He pressed his lips firmly to mine. Let's get back to our friends. His hand slid from my neck to my waist as we went to spend our first night as high school graduates with my best friends. My family. Bella Pav, 18. Tonight was the night. I still wasn't sure how I felt about it. I mean, I wanted Renee to be happy, but I hardly knew Phil. And now it's their wedding day. I mean, Phil certainly seems like a great guy. And he makes my mom happy. He's got a stable job, a nice home, a good amount of money. He was polite and definitely seemed to love my mother. Sure, he was a bit young, but love doesn't care how old you are. My freshman year of college was crazy. There was no other word to describe it. Edward and I both attended the same college. Alice and Jasper weren't too far from us. Rosalie, Emmett, Marietta and Jacob were all going to the same college, about 2 hours away from us. All 8 of us would get together almost every weekend, usually with Alice forcing us to party. The work wasn't too bad, especially with Edward there to help me. He is a complete genius in all the subjects I'm weak in. So whenever I needed help, he would come over and we'd stay up late, studying. Well, studying some of the time, but mostly dotting and fooling around. Having Edward at college with me was truly spectacular. We would spend all of our time together, at each other's dorm rooms, or studying for our shared classes. Everything was perfect. Sure, we had a fight here and there, who doesn't? But we always managed to overcome it. A lot of people were shocked to hear we were engaged, but once they saw us together they knew we were serious. The only bad thing is Edward's roommate. His name is James and he is a total flirt and player. He was constantly bringing girls back to the room. Him and Edward got along okay, since Edward spent most of his time at my dorm. But I still found James creepy whenever I go over there. He even tries to flirt with me sometimes, even though his roommate is my fiancé. He's just completely ridiculous. But I mostly managed to avoid being alone with him, so everything was perfect. Edward and I couldn't be happier. I know it sounds cliched, but my life is literally perfect. I have the perfect lover, the perfect friends, I'm going to my perfect school and getting decent grades. Okay, enough about me, back to Phil and Renee and the situation at hand. They were having an afternoon wedding, in Phoenix. The Cullens and Hales had flown up with me from Forks for the weekend. They were really the only one of Renee's Forks friends who she kept in touch with, the only mutual friends left with her and Charlie. The wedding wasn't for a few more hours, but I already found myself being put through multiple forms of torture. The wedding party wasn't big. I was the maid of honor and Claudia Hale and Esme Cullen were the only two other bridesmaids. Phil had chosen his brother as best man and two of his best friends as groomsmen. Renee hadn't made many friends in Phoenix, at least, not ones that she is close enough to put in her wedding party. So Renee, Esme, Claudia and I went through the usual torture of manicures, pedicures, waxing, facials, hair and makeup. The whole time I had to listen to the three older women gossip like schoolgirls. They loved all of this pampering stuff. I didn't. I was glad that Edward was going to be with me though. I still had no idea how I was going to react to the fact that my mother was actually marrying someone else. And it was nice to have the man I'm going to marry to be there with me. Time to get dressed, honey, Renee said excitedly. We were at a salon getting our hair and stuff done. They hadn't even started on me yet. We had the whole place rented out, the only appointments booked. There were only 3 hairdressers and I volunteered to sit out and wait. The wedding was going to start in 2 hours. Renee had been getting her hair and makeup done for the last hour. She had hired professionals for her hair and makeup and I was praying to God that I wouldn't have to be put through what she's going through right now. She was still in a big t-shirt, her hair up in heavy-looking rollers. Okay mom, I said, dotting her cheek. Go get beautiful, she instructed teasingly, pointing to a door that led to another room. I laughed and left the room, off to a little side room. When I got into the other room I was happy to see Alice and Rosalie. Renee had invited Marietta, more out of courtesy than anything. But Marietta decided not to come, so she's in Forks with Charlie. She didn't want to intrude when Renee wasn't her real family. Renee wasn't really disappointed, but I found myself missing my cousin more than I thought I would. Oh good, I said, feeling relieved that complete strangers weren't going to be touching my face with various torture devices. I thought some random people were going to be playing Bella Barbie today, I joked. Like we'd ever pass over a chance to play Bella Barbie, Alice scoffed. Of course, she was already completely ready. Her makeup done, her hair straightened and falling to her chin. Her dress was a magenta color with thick, gemstone-studded straps. It fell about knee length and fit her perfectly. Yeah Bella, Rosalie agreed. Rosalie's dress was a gray tube top dress, with a strap under her bust line with a rose in the middle. It fell to about mid-thigh with 3 ruffles. On anyone else, it would look slutty, but Rosalie looked perfect, as usual. Bella Barbie belongs to us. She flexed her muscles and made a supposed to be tough growling sound. The 3 of us burst into laughter. Well then get to it, I commanded. I didn't really want to play Bella Barbie, but at least now they had a legitimate reason to play it. Alice and Rosalie laughed and came over to me and sat me into a chair placed directly in front of the mirror. Tubes, brushes, containers, creams and perfumes littered the counter. I gulped before closing my eyes and let them have their way with my face. Go put on your dress, Alice instructed after about 40 minutes. I hurried into the bathroom, grabbing my bridesmaid dress on the way. It was a halter, a deep blue that fell just over my knees. There was a darker blue strip under the bust and at the very bottom. I pulled it on quickly before going back into the other room with Alice and Rose. They both wolf whistled and catcalled, causing me to blush. All dresses on profile. Looking good. Rosalie cheered, doing that whistle thing where you stick 2 fingers in your mouth and it's really loud. I don't really know what it's called. Say. Why but sophisticated, Alice agreed, her finger on her chin thoughtfully as she appraised me. Now come on so we can do your hair, she announced. I groaned. Come on Bella, Edward will love it, Rosalie teased. Yeah, Alice agreed. He loves that color on you. He won't be able to keep his hands off of you. I giggled. The midnight blue color was one of my favorites, it contrasted perfectly with my skin. And Alice had bought me a few midnight blue sets from Victoria's Secret. And Edward really seemed to like those. Fine, go ahead, I said reluctantly. Alice instantly started pulling a brush through my hair, working through all of the tangles. I winced every once in a while, but she was pretty gentle. After an hour of hard work, Alice managed to transform my hair from a lifeless lump into an elegant twist at the back on my neck. We knew it was better to keep my hair off of my head, since it was going to be hot, not to mention it's June, so it will be even warmer. She let a few pieces hang onto my face, framing it perfectly. I had to admit I looked gorgeous. Come on Bella, it's time to go. Renee's panicked voice came from the other side of the door. It wasn't an, oh my god I'm making the biggest mistake of my life, panic. It was more of a, oh my god I'm getting married, panic, which was just fine. Coming Mom, I called, jumping out of the seat. Just don't thrash your head around too much and your hair should stay fine, Alice said. Oh you know me, I said sarcastically. I love to headbang to the heavy metal my mother will be playing at her wedding. Rosalie snorted, and Alice rolled her eyes before pushing me out of the door. I stopped dead when I saw Renee. Oh Mom, I gushed. You look beautiful. And she truly did. Her dress was white with thick straps and a versus neck. Right under her bust was a stunning beaded design that fell to about her hips. And under that was just plain, white and flowy but gorgeous. Dress on profile, her hair was done up in a curly bun, the veil sitting around it perfectly. Her makeup was subtle, emphasizing her natural features. It was simple, but elegant, and Renee was almost glowing. Any doubts I had of this wedding instantly vanished. She looked too happy for this to be a mistake. Thanks honey, she said, wrapping her arms around me and embracing me tightly. You look wonderful too. That dress fits perfectly. It better. I had about 10 fittings, I thought bitterly. But then I focused my thoughts on hugging Renee back and making sure we made it to the wedding on time. We'd better go, I said, gently pulling myself out of her arms. The bride can't be late for her own wedding. Oh, she gasped, her hand flying up to her heart. You're right, let's go. She turned away from me and I saw Esme and Claudia, their dresses the same as mine, their hair similar. They both looked amazing too. We'll see you there, Alice said, dotting my cheek. She and Rosalie headed outside, gushing compliments, and drove off in Alice's rental car, a yellow Porsche remarkably similar to the one she had at home. Renee, Esme, Claudia and I all made our way to the limo, practically buzzing with excitement. Oh I just love weddings, Claudia sighed happily. Me too. But I always cry, Esme said. Always. Claudia patted her hand sympathetically. I rolled my eyes. When had they all become such old ladies? The car ride wasn't too long, only a few minutes. The wedding was going to start in a half an hour. Renee hurried inside, into a side room of the church, not wanting Phil or anyone to see her. I peeked into the church, where guests were already seated. I could see Alice and Rosalie sitting with Jasper and Emmett. I craned my neck, trying to find Edward, when I suddenly felt a pair of strong arms wrapping around my waist. Looking for someone. A musical voice whispered into my ear, sending shivers down my spine. I spun around, closing my eyes and dotting him quickly. His eyes traveled up and down my body when we broke apart and I instantly blushed. You look absolutely stunning, he said seductively, causing goosebumps to rise on my arms. It was amazing the affect he had on me, even after 2 years. Thanks, I murmured, still trying to catch my breath from the key. You do too. He chuckled lightly at my breathlessness. I'd better go sit down. The wedding is going to start in 10 minutes and I want to have the pleasure of seeing you walk down the aisle, he said, dotting my forehead gently. If only you were in a white gown and I was at the other end of it, he murmured. I giggled nervously. Only a few more years, I assured him. Once college is done. Right. Only a few more years, he repeated. Ed my lips quickly one more time. Bye love. Bye, I replied breathily. Bella come on. I heard a stressed out voice calling. I turned to see the wedding planner, holding a clipboard and looking frazzled. She waved me into the other room where Renee was waiting. She was sitting in a chair, perfectly at ease, her eyes slightly watery. I walked over to her and wrapped my arms around her. She hugged me back instantly. I can't believe it's finally happening, she whispered. I'm finally marrying Phil. I know Mom. I'm so happy for you. My voice was sincere and truthful. Thanks, honey. I love you so much. I'm glad you're a part of this, she said, her voice thick with emotion. I am too. I keyed at her forehead. Come on, the wedding planner hissed, not seeming to care that she was breaking up a Hallmark moment. Here's your bouquet. She handed me a bouquet filled with yellow roses, a single white one sticking out in the middle, taller than the others. It was beautiful. Line up, she demanded, placing me behind Esme and Claudia. Their bouquets were white roses with a single yellow one in the center, the opposite of mine. I could hear the music starting up in the other room. Don't trip, I repeated to myself, over and over. Don't trip. Good luck, Bella, Esme said, dotting my cheek. Thanks, Esme, I replied. You too. And go, the wedding planner announced, lightly pushing Claudia Hale out of the door. She was met with one of Phil's best friends and the two of them walked down the aisle together. Next, she hissed, when Claudia and Phil's friend had reached the end of the aisle, I'm assuming, and Esme walked off with Phil's other friend. I love you, Mom, I said. She was standing behind me, already beaming. I love you too. Go, go, go. The wedding planner growled, pushing me so I went stumbling out of the door. I quickly regained composure, and luckily stayed behind the door so no one saw me. I threw the lady a quick glare before linking arms with Phil's brother and starting down the aisle. I tried not to look at anyone in the large crowd of people. But my friends' faces caught my attention as I made my way down the long aisle. Edward was grinning my favorite crooked grin. When I met his eye, he winked once and I blushed, smiling back. Alice was bouncing up and down in her seat in excitement. Emmett had a huge, goofy grin on his face. Don't trip, he mouthed. I resisted the urge to make a face at him, knowing the wedding guests wouldn't appreciate it. Rosalie had tears in her eyes. Weddings were her weakness. Jasper had a slight smile on his face. I grinned back at all of them. We finally reached the end of the aisle and I was proud of myself for not tripping. I stood closest to the spot where Renee would stand. Phil was right next to me and I smiled warmly at him. He returned it with an enthusiastic smile of his own. And then suddenly the music switched to the bridal march and the doors opened wide. Renee made her way down the aisle, beaming. Everyone turned to look at her. But she only had eyes for Phil. She slowly made her way down the aisle by herself. She had insisted on it. Since her father was dead, she didn't want anyone to take his place. And she had said no one had to give her away. She could give herself away to whomever she pleased. I grinned at the memory. She had a few tears of joy in her eyes and when she reached Phil, he wiped them away gently. He took her hands in his and the two of them stood in front of the priest, gazing lovingly into each other's eyes. The priest began saying the vows, with Phil and Renee repeating after him when they were asked to. Renee's eyes were still watering slightly but she looked like the happiest woman on earth. I didn't really pay close attention to the whole ceremony. I kept getting distracted by the looks of people's faces. The absolute love and happiness on Renee and Phil's. The tears in Rosalie and Alice's eyes, even as Alice continued to smile. Emmett's slight grin as he held Rosalie. Jasper's slight smile as he held Alice's hand. And Edward's complete absorption in the ceremony. He couldn't remove his eyes from the priest, Renee and Phil. I could tell he thought this was truly magical. It was so sweet. I heard Renee say clearly. I jumped, startled at having missed most of the ceremony. And do you, Philip Dwyer, take Renee to heaven to hold, in sickness and in health, for richer or for poorer, to love and cherish, honor and love until death do you part. The priest said, his voice deep and rich with wisdom. I do, Phil said. Then I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may key, the bride. The room burst into applause as Phil wrapped his arms around Renee, pulling her closer to him and dotting her passionately. Even I couldn't help but smile, although I was slightly disgusted seeing my mom make out with a guy. They looked so happy. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present you with Mr. and Mrs. Philip Dwyer. The two of them danced happily down the aisle and into the limo, already making their way to the reception. Everyone else got up after them, heading for their cars. I was taking the limo with the other members of the wedding party. I made my way over to Edward, hoping to steal a few keys before I had to leave in the limo. When I reached my friends, Alice and Rosalie were still wiping away tears. Edward was grinning at me. I walked straight up to him, snaking my arms around his neck before pulling him in for a key. You liked that, didn't you? I asked after I pulled away. He looked confused. I always loved keying you, Bella, he said. I giggled. No. The ceremony. The wedding, I corrected. He smiled back. Yes. It was simply magnificent. The happiness you could see between them, the vows, the rings. I guess I'm a.s.cur for a wedding. He grinned sheepishly and I keyed him again. I think that's so sweet, I told him. Bella, you realize the limo is about to pull away, right? Alice's voice cut into the private bubble Edward and I had melted into. I looked outside and saw, sure enough, everyone loading into the limo. Gotta go, I said, giving him one last peck before hurrying outside. Where were you, Bella? Claudia asked once I climbed in, slightly breathless from the jog. Talking. Sorry, I said apologetically. She just smiled warmly before the limo pulled away. The reception hall was a good size. There was a stage at the front of the room where the band was already set up. In front of them was a large dance floor. And circular tables lined the floor in a semicircle, beautiful flower arrangement in the center of each one. Renee was letting me sit with my friends during dinner and not the wedding party. Her and Phil were already settled at a table in the very center of the room, holding hands and whispering to each other. I made my way over to congratulate her, before I would sit and have dinner. Congrats, Mom, I said as I approached them. She turned to me, beaming. Thanks, honey, she replied happily. Congrats, Phil, I said politely. Thanks, Bella, he said kindly, obviously pleased that I was being nice to him. I gave him my warmest smile before turning away and finding my friends, all sitting around one table. I sank into the chair next to Edward and he wrapped an arm around my waist, pulling me closer. That was so awesome, Alice was bubbling across from me. Her dress is so fab. And I love the bridesmaids' dresses. Speaking of Bella, I have been looking through dresses and I have few for you to choose from. I groaned. Alice, we have a few years. I don't need my dresses yet, I told her. I know, but I'm having too much fun. She squealed. I just rolled my eyes. The food was served once everyone arrived. It was chicken and it was delicious. It's time for the bride and groom to have their first dance, the lead singer of the band announced eventually. Everyone stood up excitedly, making a circle around Phil and Renee. Phil held out his arms to Renee and she stepped gracefully into them. I didn't recognize the song, but it was sweet and romantic. Everyone awed as they held each other, slowly revolving on the spot, gazing into each other's eyes. The love and happiness radiating off of them was contagious. Couples were soon flowing onto the dance floor to join them. I watched as Esme and Carlisle walked out, effortlessly swaying with the music. Even after all these years of marriage, they were still so in love. Claudia and John Hale soon filed on, smiling and laughing. I saw Phil's parents, elderly and wrinkly, but still smiling brilliantly. I envied them. So in love, even after so many years. Would you care to dance? Edward's velvet voice whispered in my ear. I turned around to see him smiling grandly, holding a hand out to me. Alice winked at me as she walked by, heading to the dance floor with Jasper. Emmett and Rosalie were pretending to waltz and giggling madly. I would love to, I replied, slipping my hand into his. He led me onto the dance floor, a few feet from Renee and Phil. He slid his arms around me and I placed mine around his neck and we slowly danced to the music. I couldn't help but watch Renee and Phil. They were in their own little bubble, oblivious to the couples dancing around them. They were so happy, so in love. That's gonna be us one day, Edward, I whispered. He followed my gaze to Renee and Phil and a grin spread across his face. Only a few years, he whispered. I know. They look really happy, huh? He nodded. You can tell he loves her, he agreed. Do you think we'll be that happy, on our wedding day? I asked, my gaze not leaving Renee's glowing face. No, Edward answered instantly. It took a minute to process what he said. I turned back to him, hurt apparent on my face. But he was still smiling. I think we'll be 100 times happier. Bella Pav, 19. I dropped my bag into my dorm room, saying a quick hello to my roommate, Katie, before walking to my car. I had one of my first child development classes earlier today. It was tough, but fun. I had decided I wanted to major in education, with a minor in special education. I wanted to become a kindergarten teacher. I loved kids. I love their innocence and sweetness, their kindness and bluntness. How they would be so oblivious to the bad things in the world around them. Their only concerns were what they would play at recess and what they would eat at snack time. Plus I loved the idea of working with them at such a young age. I would basically teach them the most important things in their lives, how to read, write, the numbers, the alphabet. I would be teaching them the building blocks of the rest of their lives. It was inspiring. I was headed to Edward's work, to stop by for a few minutes and say hello. On Wednesdays, like today, he worked while I had my child development class. Wednesdays are when we spent the least time together. I would always try to see him at work, usually bringing him a treat. And since we both didn't have morning classes on Thursdays, we would usually spend the night at his place or mine, just cuddling and falling asleep in each other's arms. He worked at a bookstore and was working particularly late hours tonight. I slid into my truck, turning on the radio to a CD of Edward playing the piano. He gave it to me for our 2-year anniversary, among other things, and I loved it endlessly. I would play it whenever I was in the car, whenever I went to bed, whenever I had free time on my hands. And the first song was the most beautiful, sweet, romantic lullaby I ever heard. My lullaby. The rest was a mix of different, complicated, intricate songs that I loved. It was truly the best thing Edward could have gotten me, my favorite gift. Aside from the garnet necklace hanging from my neck, I was in simple jeans and a t-shirt, nothing too fancy. Edward's shift ended at midnight, it was 10:30 and I wanted to be comfortable. I was bringing him a coffee, just as an excuse to see him really. Edward could probably stay up for days if he wanted to. He went to bed later than me and woke up earlier, but somehow, he never seemed tired. "Can I help you?" the Starbucks guy asked when I walked in. He raised his eyebrows suggestively and I fought the urge to gag. He had a unibrow and acne. "Can I just have a medium coffee, with cream and 2 sugars, I requested, knowing it was Edward's favorite. "Sure thing," he said in an attempt at flirty. I just rolled my eyes, placing my left hand on the counter in an effort to make him see my ring and leave me alone. He gave me a pouty frown before turning to make my order. "Thanks," I said after a few minutes, grabbing the coffee and handing him the money. I stopped back in my truck before driving the few minutes it took to get to Edward's work. When I walked in, I saw him standing on a little ladder, organizing the books on the top shelf. It was pretty much empty, and I tiptoed over to him, trying to be sneaky. I found myself level with his butt. I giggled silently. "Nice view down here," I said in a conversationally, like I was talking about the view out a window or something. He jumped about a mile, almost falling off the ladder. "Bella," he said excitedly when he realized it was me. I giggled and he jumped down, wrapping his arms around me and dotting me. "I missed you," he whispered. "It's only been a few hours," I reminded him. "Exactly," he agreed. His lips moved to my neck and I could feel my breathing speeding up. "Much too long." He froze when we heard a loud ahem coming from behind us. "Mr. Cullen, I don't think that would qualify as work," a middle-aged woman with a big manager tag stuck to her shirt scolded. I took an automatic step back from Edward. "Sorry," he apologized. "It's okay," she said stiffly. "Just get back to work." "Right," he said instantly. We waited until she rounded the corner to burst into silent laughter. "Well, I hate to be distracting you from work," I said seriously, but my playful smile gave me away. "I just brought you this." I handed him the Starbucks cup. "Ah, you shouldn't have," he teased. He took a grateful sip. "I'm exhausted." I rolled my eyes. Edward was never exhausted. "Well, it's a good thing I brought that then," I noted. He smiled. "Just having you here is enough to wake me up," he murmured seductively into my ear. I shivered lightly. "Ahem," we heard again from the next row over. She must be watching us from behind the books. How sketchy. We both burst into giggles. "I'd better go," I said reluctantly. He pulled me in for another lingering key. "Meet me back at my dorm when my shift ends," he instructed. "James said he probably wouldn't be around tonight, so it will be just the 2 of us." I shivered again at the suggestiveness of his words. "I'll be waiting," I promised. He ed my forehead one last time before I hurried outside. My cell phone rang shrilly from my pocket and I grabbed it, wondering who would be calling so late. "Hello," I answered curiously. "Bella." It was Alice. She sounded kind of worried. What's wrong, Alice? Is someone hurt? I demanded instantly, set off by her nervous tone. No, no. I was just sitting here with Jasper when I got this really strange feeling that you and Edward were going to break up. She whispered the last part. I could just picture her and Jasper, her eyes wide and nervous, him trying to soothe her. But nothing calmed Alice when she got her hunches. Alice, I said uneasily. I was just with Edward. We're doing perfectly fine, I can assure you of that. Are you sure? She persisted. I racked my mind. We hadn't had any fights recently and I couldn't imagine something that would come up. Yeah, I said, my voice distant. Well, I don't know. I just got this weird feeling, she said, sighing. It's probably nothing, I heard Jasper whisper. Right, she agreed. She sounded like she was trying to convince herself. It's probably nothing. Right, I agreed, reminding her I was still on the phone. I'll let you get back to Jasper. Night, Alice. Night, Bella, be careful, okay? She said, her voice still serious. Sure, bye. I hung up the phone, feeling slightly uneasy. Alice's feelings were almost always right. She was known for them. I just hoped she was wrong this time. I didn't want anything to separate me and Edward. But she had to be wrong. Edward and I were getting along perfectly fine. We were still in love. And it definitely wasn't lack of a say, life or anything. I pondered it for a minute before deciding to just put it out of my mind. I decided to kill my time by going back to the room and hanging out with Katie and her boyfriend Sam. They were both Native American, and really nice. I couldn't have asked for a better roomie. She loved the same books as me and liked to create awkward situations and make say.ul references. We got along perfectly. Hey, I said as I walked into the room. Hey Bella, Katie greeted with a smile. She was sitting on the couch, cuddled into Sam. They were watching The Notebook. Your fiancé's roommate is a creep, she announced suddenly. Katie was one of the only people I knew that always called him my fiancé aside from my close friends. Everyone else was determined to call him my boyfriend. What did he do this time? I sighed. James was becoming even more of a problem. He flirted with me almost every time I went to Edward's. Sometimes even right in front of Edward. I mean, how thick can you get? Edward never thought of it as flirting though, he wasn't worried about me cheating or anything. 'Cause why would I? I have everything I could ever want or need with Edward. To go for another guy would just be stupid. He tried to get me to come back to his room with him. She shuddered delicately. Gross. I told him I had a boyfriend and he didn't even care. He was just like, he doesn't need to know. She rolled her eyes. Someone needs to knock some sense into that boy, I said, shaking my head. I'll do it, Sam volunteered instantly, his voice a growl. He raised his fists and cracked his knuckles menacingly. Sam was tall and well-built, almost as muscular as Emmett. You know I don't want you to fight, Katie scolded lightly. He sighed. Sorry babe, he murmured, keying her. I'll just go in my room, I told her quietly, rushing from the room to give them some alone time. I'm going to Edward's around midnight. Okay, Katie called back, slightly breathless. I busied myself with reading for a while. I read Romeo and Juliet for a while, then Wuthering Heights. But I kept finding myself distracted by Alice. What she had said earlier was kind of creeping me out. She thought Edward and I were going to break up. I couldn't let that happen. I loved him much too much. At around 11:50 I decided I couldn't sit around by myself any longer and got up to make the short drive to Edward's. I changed into sweatpants, knowing I would probably end up sleeping over anyways. I had a key, so I wouldn't be waiting outside in the cold either. Plus, according to Edward, James was gone for a while, so I wouldn't have to deal with his flirtatious comments either. When I opened the door, I saw Katie and Sam, asleep in each other's arms. I smiled. They were too cute. I turned off the TV and draped a blanket over their sleeping forms before making my way outside. Edward's dorm was only a 2 or 3 minute drive. I could easily walk, but being out alone this late at night made me nervous, so I usually just drove the short distance. When I pulled up to the dorm, all of the lights were off. I let myself inside, figuring James was probably still out with one of the bimbos he took off with every night. I rolled my eyes. Poor Edward couldn't have been stuck with a worse roommate. I made my way into the tiny kitchen, pouring myself a glass of water to keep myself busy before Edward got here. I wasn't really paying attention. I knew that when Edward got here he'd just come in and come over to me. I was taking a sip of my water when I felt two arms circle around my waist, pulling me against his body. Something felt off, but I didn't think too much about it. I just spun around, my eyes already fluttering shut, and pressed my lips to his. That feeling that something was off came back to me tenfold. He froze for a second when I started dotting him, but after that started dotting me back. But it wasn't the usual, love-filled, passionate kiss we shared. It felt more rushed and lusty. It wasn't really enjoyable. It made me feel kind of slimy. And then it was the lips themselves. Somewhat dry, colder than usual. And they tasted different. I figured it was the coffee I gave him that gave it the weird taste. And then Alice's warning popped into my head again, and I couldn't help but wonder if this was what she was talking about. This sudden difference, the lust more pronounced than the love. I went to push Edward away when I suddenly heard Edward's voice. What the hell? He burst. That was so strange. He was dotting me, but talking at the same time. No, not talking. Yelling. I pushed away from Edward, opening my eyes. And my jaw dropped when I saw that it wasn't Edward that I was dotting. No, Edward was standing by the door, his eyes wide with shock and fury. The arms that had encircled my waist weren't Edward's. The man I was dotting wasn't Edward. It was James. Edward, it's not what you think, I said instantly, taking a step towards him and pushing James's arms away from me. I felt dirty just touching them. Really, Bella? So you aren't dotting my roommate then? He asked, his tone bitingly sarcastic. He clearly thought I was just making excuses. He thought I was really cheating on him. I had to fix this. No, I mean I was, but I began desperately, but he cut me off. Save your excuses, he spat. The look of disgust, fury and pain on his face was enough to bring a roll of nausea to my stomach. I'll just let you two get on with it. And with that, he stormed from the dorm, slamming the door behind him. I instantly went to follow, but by the time I wrenched the door open, the Volvo was already speeding away. Come back, I whispered, my voice cracking pathetically. Pain threatened to crush me and I felt my knees buckling underneath me. It's okay, baby. Now we can finally get together. I know you've been wanting to for a while, James said huskily from behind me. His sickening words brought on a fury that I hadn't felt in years. That I hadn't felt since I thought Edward was dating Marietta. You complete asshole, I screeched. Why would you put your arms around me like that? Why would you even put your filthy hands on me? You're disgusting. And then you just let me you. I thought you were Edward. I am engaged and you're a pig. I ranted. I couldn't help it. What a slime ball. Don't act like you didn't want it, James said, taking a step closer to me. I didn't want it, you horrible ass. I yelled in my loudest, meanest voice. And then I used all the strength I had in my left hand to punch him in the face. Right in the jaw. Gah, he yelled, jumping back, his hand reaching up to his face to clutch the spot I had hit. I saw that my ring had cut a hole in his cheek and he was bleeding freely. That's what you get, I spat. And then I turned on my heel, stomping from the room and into my truck. Once I was seated, away from James, the fury melted into a pain that threatened to crush me. Edward was gone, who knows where he went. And he thought I was cheating on him. With James. I had to find him, I had to explain. I knew he wouldn't be mad when he found out the truth. I just had to find him so I could tell him the truth. I pulled out my cell phone, dialing Alice's number as the sobs began racking through my chest. I knew Edward wouldn't answer. He wouldn't want to hear it. Hello, she answered. She sounded sleepy. I glanced at the dashboard clock and realized it was 12:10. It's me, I choked. UWW were alright. Shit, she exclaimed. I'll be right there. She hung up the phone, probably already getting dressed and on her way out the door. I sat and waited, letting the waves of misery wash over me. Poor Edward. He thought I had betrayed him. My fiancé, my love. I could never. And what if he didn't believe me? What if he thought I was just making excuses? I can't live without Edward. He is my life, my reason for living. What would possibly happen if Edward and I never made up? Bella Pav, 19. I knew Alice probably would go to my dorm room, not expecting me to still be at Edward's. So I put my car in drive and went the short distance home. I went inside. Katie was awake, Sam was gone. She took one look at my haggard appearance and ran over to me, wrapping a comforting arm around my shoulder. "What's wrong, Bella?" she gasped. James," I choked. "What did he do to you?" she demanded, her voice furious. I thought he was Edward. He wrapped his arms around me from behind and I just ed him. My words were hardly understandable. I never expected it to be him. What a jerk. Why would he wrap his arms around you in the first place? She burst. I could tell she was just as angry about this as I was. I don't know. He wasn't supposed to be home either, I informed her, doing my best to overcome my sobs. Katie wrapped her hand in mine and then gasped, yanking her hand away from mine. I looked at her curiously and slightly hurt. "Bella, what did you do?" she squealed, pointing to my left hand, the one that I had punched James with. I looked down and saw that there was blood dotting my fingers and my ring. I punched James. After Edward left, I said, slightly sheepish. She burst into laughter, humor quickly masking her fury. I didn't find it nearly as funny. "Sorry, Bella," she apologized, trying to choke back her giggles. "But that's just a hilarious mental image." I attempted to smile. I could see how it would be funny. If an unendurable pain wasn't crushing me right now, I would probably laugh too. "Let's get you changed," she said calmly. She led me to my bedroom, tossing me a pair of silky pajama pants and a comfy t-shirt. I pulled them on gratefully. "Thanks, Katie," I sighed gratefully. She just smiled in return, leading me to the bathroom to wash my hands. But on our way, Alice burst through the door, ran straight up to me and tossed her arms around my neck. "Oh Bella, I knew it, I just knew it," she exclaimed, hugging me tightly. "I told Jasper, but he didn't believe me. I am so sorry." "It's okay, Alice," I half sighed. I was finally managing to get control of myself, taking deep, steady breaths. Sitting here crying wasn't going to help me. I had to find Edward. "No, it's not. You need to find him right now." "What happened?" she demanded. "I was at his dorm," I said, my voice finally starting to steady out. "He told me that James wasn't home. And someone wrapped their arms around me. I thought it was Edward. So I turned and ed him. And Edward came in and thought." I couldn't finish, I was just shaking my head, trying to keep the sobs under control. "Oh my God," Alice sighed sympathetically. She looked close to tears. She was probably in almost as much pain as me from this. "You have to find him and talk to him." "I don't know where he is, Alice," I half squealed, my voice becoming hysterical. "I think I do," she said with a twinkle in her eyes. "The meadow." It all clicked. Of course. That's where I would go if something like this happened. I would want to go back and remember the good times, the better, happier times. It would calm me. "Thanks, Alice," I said, my voice holding a shred of hope for the first time all night. I ed her cheek, gave Katie a quick hug and bolted from the door. I took off, pushing my truck to the height of its internal speed limit. I was going about 60 miles an hour, desperately trying to coax my whining engine into going faster. It took me about an hour to get to the woods near the meadow. I hoped to God that Edward would still be there if he had gone there at all. I knew, with his Volvo, he had probably reached it at least an hour and a half ago. Why would he stay for so long? I could only hope. It wasn't until I started my trek through the woods that one realized I was only in my slippers. My arms were freezing, my feet were cold and wet and my legs had goosebumps. But I continued. And when I reached the meadow, my heart caught in my throat. Edward was sitting in the very center, holding something in his hands, his shoulders hunched. His back was to me, but I could tell by the occasional shaking of his shoulders that he was upset. I froze on the outskirts of the meadow. I was scared. What if he didn't believe me? What if he didn't want to see me? I took a few tentative steps towards him. My footsteps were almost silent, but I could tell from the sudden stiffening of his body he knew I was there. "I don't really feel like talking right now, Bella," he said, his voice hollow and dead. "Please, Edward," I pleaded, my voice desperate and hurt. "Just let me explain. If you really want me to leave." I took a deep breath before continuing. "If you really want me to leave, I will. But please, please give me a chance to explain." He sighed, still not turning to look at me. "Fine," he said eventually. He sounded frustrated and pained. I felt my lip quiver, but I wanted to hold back my tears. For now at least. I closed the distance between us, plopping myself on the ground next to him, so our knees were touching. He didn't move any closer, but he didn't move further away either. I closed my eyes before starting, begging to God that he would understand. I went over to meet you, I began. I thought James wasn't going to be home. I bet you were pleasantly surprised, he whispered bitterly. It broke my heart. No, I shouted hysterically. He half turned his head towards me and I saw that his eyes were watery. I'm sure mine were too. I was just leaning on the counter, getting some water. And I felt arms wrap around my waist. How was I supposed to know it wasn't you? Who else would do that? Can't you tell the difference? He asked. He sounded disappointed but not disbelieving. Well, yes, but I wasn't expecting anyone else. I noticed something was off but I didn't think too much about it. I knew you were coming home and you told me James wasn't around. So I just turned around and him. I shuddered. I thought it was you. I always close my eyes, so I didn't see. But, his lips felt different. Worse. I thought it was just the coffee or something. But then I heard your voice. I trailed off, surprising both of us when I snorted. And my first thought was, wow, he can talk and at the same time. I certainly thought you were talented. He didn't look near me. I could tell he was still having difficulties with this. And then I realized who I was ing. I was disgusted. I was sickened with myself for not telling the difference and for hurting you. It killed me, Bella, he said, his voice soft, merely a ghost of his earlier pain. To see you with him. I know, I murmured. And the worst part is, he thought I wanted it. I love you so much. I could never hurt you. Edward was looking at me now, sideways, just watching me from his peripheral vision. I don't know, Bella, he said slowly. I could feel my breathing quicken. I couldn't lose Edward, I wouldn't. I love you, Edward. I'll do anything to prove that to you. And before I could really register what I was doing, I stood up. Edward looked at me curiously, his brow furrowing. I wanted to do something dramatic, something that would truly prove my love for him. I grinned when I figured out exactly what I was going to do. I started running to the edge of the meadow. Bella, Edward called, longing in his voice. I desperately wanted to turn around and toss myself into his arms, but I was on a mission now. I tossed myself to the nearest tree with the lowest branches. Bella, what are you doing? His voice was nervous now, worrying. But I ignored him, briefly at least. I tossed myself into the tree, praying my clumsiness wouldn't kill me. I started climbing the tree, hoisting myself up onto the branches. I climbed and climbed, Edward's worried voice propelling me higher. When I finally reached as close to the top as I could, I looked back down at Edward. I was at least 25 feet in the air. I love Edward Cullen. I yelled at the top of my voice. I love you, Edward Cullen. Bella, you're going to kill yourself. Edward shouted back, but he sounded pleased under his worried tone. Do you believe me now, Edward? I called. That I love Edward Anthony Cullen. And that I'm sorry. Yes, Bella, I believe you. Now get down here, he shouted, laughter and slight panic in his voice. Not until you say you love me back. 'Cause I love you, Edward Anthony Cullen. My love, my fiancé. I love you and I'm sorry. I continued shouting like a madwoman. I was being foolish, I know, but I wanted him to believe me, I wanted him to understand. I love you, Isabella Marie Swan. He yelled back, his voice full of laughter. I giggled back, elated and relieved. Now get down here. I looked down again and clutched myself tighter to the tree. I don't think I can. I called. Help me. His laughter was obvious now. You climb up there. And then get stuck, Bella. He called, still laughing. Just get me down. I screeched. I could hear his chuckle, the best sound in my world. He started to climb the tree. I watched as he got closer and closer. Finally, he reached me. He didn't stand on the same branch as me, probably afraid it would snap under our combined weights. Just follow me down, Bella, he said soothingly. No, I need help, I whispered, my voice hoarse in panic. Funny how I didn't realize my fear of heights until I was already up here. Okay, he sighed. Is that branch sturdy? I looked down at my feet. It was a thick branch and seemed very strong. Sure, I answered. He hoisted himself up, standing next to me. I cowered against the tree trunk, wrapping my arms around it to hold myself up. He was grinning my favorite lopsided grin. He placed his arms against the tree trunk, on either side of me, holding us both in place. And then he keyed me furiously and I keyed him back, just as passionately. I was even brave enough to move one of my hands and entwine it in his hair. I loved him so much, I was so relieved and happy that he forgave me. "I love you, Bella," he murmured, breaking apart from me. "I love you too." I peeked down again and clutched closer to the tree. "Now get me down." He chuckled again. "Do you trust me, Bella?" he asked suddenly, his voice cautious. "Of course," I answered instantly. How could he doubt that? "Then I need you to climb on my back. Because you're clearly not getting down on your own and I can't carry you," he explained. "No," I screeched. "You'll fall and kill us both. I'll be too heavy." He laughed again, amused at my panic. "I can hold you up, Bella, and I won't fall. But I need you to move your arms away from the tree," he said delicately. I cowered against the tree, clutching my arms around it. "I can't," I whimpered. "Yes you can," he said, his voice encouraging. "I'll fall. I won't let you." I sighed. "Okay. But if I fall and die I am coming back as a ghost and haunting the crap out of you, okay?" I warned. He laughed. "You won't fall and you won't die," he said certainly. He left his arms on the tree trunk, level with my sides. I tentatively moved my arms from around the tree. The branch we were on was thick and I had my balance, at least for now. The moment I moved my arms away from the tree, I clung onto Edward, wrapping my arms around him. "I'm going to turn and I need you to climb on my back," he instructed. "You'll kill yourself," I shrieked, panicking. "No I won't, Bella," he said calmly. He turned around, and I backed against the tree trunk, giving him as much space as possible. "Come on," he urged. I wrapped my arms around his neck cautiously. I took a deep breath, closed my eyes, and jumped up, wrapping my legs around his waist and clutching to his neck. I felt the branch wobble underneath us and I let out a small scream. "Shush, Bella," he soothed. "We're okay." I opened my eyes and saw that we were perfectly fine, still balancing on the branch. Edward had one arm on the tree trunk, steadying us, and one holding the back of my thigh, keeping me hoisted on his back. I'm not saying I minded his touch. Not at all. "How are we gonna get down?" I whispered. "I'm going to climb. Can I move my arm?" he asked politely. "Yes," I mumbled, my voice cracking. He moved his arm slowly, trailing along my leg. I had a feeling he did that for more reasons than one. "Here we go. Hold on tight," he instructed. I clung to him like a spider monkey and he started his way down. I kept my eyes closed, my face pressed against his back. And after a few minutes, he stopped moving. "We're on the ground, Bella," he said, chuckling lightly. I opened my eyes and saw that we were, indeed, back on the ground of our precious meadow. I unlatched my arms and legs, falling to the ground. But I didn't even care. I rolled around in the grass. "I have never been so happy to be on the ground before," I giggled, still rolling around. I heard Edward's laughter and he sank onto the ground near me. I rolled right on top of him, leaning him back into the grass. I keyed at his nose lightly. "I thought I lost you, Bella," he admitted in a whisper. "It hurt so much. I love you so much." "I love you too, Edward. And it killed me too, not knowing where you are, knowing what you thought." I keyed at him delicately, gently. "Sometimes, I just wished that Edward and I were married already, we would never have to worry about these things. Of course I would never elope. It would kill Alice, not to mention Charlie and Renee. Of course I would always let Alice have her fun. But, maybe we didn't need to wait till graduation. I mean, what's the point? We know we'll be together forever. Why wait?" "Hey Edward," I said nervously. "Yes, love," he replied, grinning back up at me. "I've always wanted an October wedding," I said. We hadn't really talked about details of the wedding that much. The most we ever did was to agree to wait until we were older. Edward slowly sat us up, still holding me in his lap, staring intently into my eyes. I could see the hopefulness. Although he never admitted it to me, I know he was only waiting because of me. If it was up to him we would already be married by now. And I think 8 months is plenty of time for Alice to throw a wedding together. "What are you saying?" he asked cautiously. "I'm saying let's get married. I'm sick of waiting. I just want everyone to know that you're mine and mine only." I looked up at him anxiously. "What do you think?" I think an October wedding sounds lovely, he said, a wide grin spreading across his face. So that's it? I asked excitedly. We're getting married. We're getting married, he repeated. I giggled ecstatically, cuddling into him, molding my body against his. It felt so right, so perfect. By this time next year, we'll be married, I whispered. I can't wait, Bella, Edward Said, dotting me again. I can't wait to be able to call you my wife. I can't wait to spend all of my life with you. To have kids and grandkids and an eternal love. I just can't wait. Bella Pav, 19. I sighed contentedly in Edward's arms. I could stay like this all night. Just us, in our meadow. But it was late and starting to rain in January. And I was freezing. Let's go, I said, my teeth chattering from the cold. Edward took in my appearance, probably for the first time, and chuckled. Nice slippers, Bella, he said, his eyes sparkling with amusement. I blushed. He got to his feet, reaching his hands down to pull me up. He pulled his left hand away from mine the moment I was up and looked at me curiously. Why is there dry blood on your hand, Bella? He asked. He looked slightly scared but mostly amused. I blushed again, realizing I had forgotten all about it in my rush to get to Edward. Well, when you left, I got very angry with James. And I punched him. Edward burst into laughter. My ring must have hit his face and cut it. He was doubled over in laughter now. I couldn't help but join in, giggling, although much less exuberantly than him. Good for you, Bella, he said proudly. Well, my hand hurts a little, I confessed. But I'm sure his face hurts more. Edward's grin widened. I love you, Bella, you know that. He said happily. I did. I grinned, dotting him briefly. And I love you too. He laced his fingers through mine, on the not bloody hand, and we made our way back. He led me to the Volvo, deciding I could get my truck later. We listened to the radio as we drove, singing sappy love songs and laughing. Honestly, sometimes fighting is worth it since the making up is so wonderful. We drove to my dorm and I was surprised to see Alice's car still in the driveway. It was at least 3 in the morning, probably later. But she had stayed. Ready to tell Alice about the wedding? I asked. He grimaced. I guess, he finally agreed. She's going to go nuts. Oh yeah, but at least you won't be trying on dresses. For hours and hours. And hours. I groaned at the thought and he laughed. Let's go, love, he said finally. The two of us climbed out of the car. Wait, I said, and we paused on the doorstep. He looked kind of nervous, like I might change my mind. Let me wash my hands before we tell her. He grinned before breaking out into laughter. Deal, he agreed. I opened the door easily, it was unlocked. All I heard was Alice's shriek before I was instantly engulfed in her arms. She had another arm wrapped around Edward and was squeezing us both, causing our heads to bump together. Yeah, I knew you two would make up. I couldn't sleep until I was sure. And Edward, how can you be so stupid to think Bella would do that? And what took you guys so long? She shouted, all in one breath. Eventually, Edward was able to push her off us and she just stood arm's length away, beaming. Let me wash my hands, I said calmly. And then we'll tell you the whole story. She sighed impatiently but let me get by her to the bathroom. I took special care to wash all of the dry blood off of the ring. Maybe I'd take it to a jeweler's and get it professionally cleaned, just to be sure. When I got back into the living room, I saw Katie sitting on the couch watching Edward and Alice, who were fighting with an amused expression. What are they arguing about? I asked Katie, sinking onto the couch next to her. Alice thinks Edward is hiding some big news. But he won't say anything until you get back, she explained. But I am back, I pointed out. She laughed. I know that. But they don't. We continued to watch Alice and Edward argue. Just tell me. Bella won't care, she commanded. No, Alice, I'm waiting for Bella. Edward retorted. Come on, Edward, the first can tell, it's huge. And it's your news too, so you have a right to tell me. She begged. Katie and my heads flipped back and forth as we watched them argue, both of us stifling laughter. I have a right to, but I'm not going to, Edward corrected. I'll wait for Bella. Alice opened her mouth to respond, but I stood up from the couch and stood between them. I'm right here, like I have been for the last few minutes, I said, bursting into giggles. Alice closed her mouth, looking sheepish. Edward grinned, wrapping his arm around my waist and pulling me closer. Okay, now can you please tell me? Alice pleaded. I looked up at Edward. Go ahead, he said, his eyes soft and shining. We picked a date, I started. Alice began bouncing up and down. Katie was grinning excitedly. This October. Ah! Alice screamed. I swear, whatever glass was in the room just broke. She launched herself at me, flinging her arms around my neck and her legs around my waist, sending me toppling backwards into Edward. Finally. Get off my Alice, I yelled. She laughed and dropped her legs back to the ground. There is so much to do. Will you come and try on the dress I bought? I think you'll love it. She squealed. You already bought me a dress. I asked incredulously. I've had it for a year, Bella, she said, rolling her eyes. It was just so you. I couldn't not buy it. I rolled my eyes. You'll be the maid of honor, right? I asked. She grinned even wider and hugged me again. Of course. And I found these adorable bridesmaid dresses I think you will love. She burst. And you'll be a bridesmaid too, right, Katie? I asked, turning to her. I'd love to, she answered. She came over and hugged me. Congrats. Thanks, I replied. Okay, I am going to bed now. Alice would not let me sleep until you two got back. And now you're back and I'm exhausted. Night all. She gave us a wave and headed into her bedroom. Alice grabbed my hand and started pulling me to the door. Alice, where do you think we're going? I asked. To try on the dress, she said in a dull tone. Alice, it's like 4 in the morning. I burst. So, I shook my head. This little pixie never ran out of energy. So, I am going to sleep. I promise, I will try on the dress soon. And I'll pick out flowers and whatever else you need me to do. But I am exhausted. I looked at her with pleading eyes and she sighed. Fine, but Saturday, you are all mine. She kissed my cheek once before skipping back out to her car. I don't know how Jasper keeps up with her, I said, shaking my head. Edward chuckled. If you're so tired, I think it's time for bed, he said. He picked me up, bridal style, and carried me into my bedroom. Katie and I were lucky enough to have separate bedrooms, even if they were tiny. Edward laid me gently on the bed before turning towards the door. Where do you think you're going? I demanded. Home, he answered, sounding more like a question. No, you are staying right here. I patted the bed next to me. No way are you going back to James. I made his name sound like a disgusting disease. It might be too tempting, he warned with a devilish smile. And I know you're tired. I'm not that tired, I disagreed, but then a traitor yawn overcame me. Edward chuckled. Do you really want me to stay? He asked. Of course, I answered instantly. He smiled and sank onto the bed with me, encasing me in his arms. I buried my head in his shirt, molding my body against his. You want to sleep in your work uniform? I giggled, realizing he had never changed. He looked down and chuckled too. Do you care if I take these off? He asked. Not one bit, I said, smiling wickedly. Edward stood and pulled off his jacket and shirt, exposing his perfect chest to me. It was hard to not jump up and run my hands up and down his body. He then pulled off his jeans before climbing back under the covers with me, in just his boxers. I cuddled up to him again, sighing contently. What day in October? Edward asked. I mumbled sleepily. What day in October do you want to get married? He clarified. The 21st, I answered instantly. He raised his eyebrows at me, curious. I don't know. It seems like a good day. I shrugged and he laughed. The 21st it is, he agreed. I grinned into his chest, letting sleep wash over me. I groaned as the last traces of sleep left me. The sun was shining brightly through the window. I could feel Edward's chest moving steadily up and down, his breathing even. He was so warm, so comfortable. I kissed his forehead before shimmying out of his grasp and off of the bed. His clothes were tossed on the floor next to his side of the bed. I rolled my eyes at his sloppiness. I bent down and picked up his jeans, folding them carefully and placing them on top of my dresser. Then I grabbed his shirt and folded it, plopping it on top of his jeans. I grabbed his jacket, searching for a hanger to put it on, but a small piece of paper fluttered out of it, hitting the ground. I picked it up, realizing this must be what was in his hands when I first found him. I realized it was a photograph. It had landed backside up, so I quickly picked it up, flipping it over. My chin started quivering when I recognized it. It was Renee's wedding. It was a candid shot of him and me, neither of us looking at the camera. We We're dancing, that much was clear. I had my eyes closed, resting on his chest, a blissful smile on my face. He had his arms wrapped around my waist and his lips were pressed to my hair. Alice had taken it, causing us both to jump, angry at her for having taken our picture without permission. But I forgave her when I saw it, having fallen in love with the picture the moment I saw it. It was so clear that we were in love, happiness was radiating off of us, even on film. I smiled down at the picture, tracing the outline of my face and his. That's been one of my favorites since I first saw it. Edward's voice startled me and I jumped, whirling around to see him standing in his boxers, his hair messy from sleep. Was this what you were looking at? I wondered out loud. He nodded. I wanted something to remind me of how happy we were. He looked a little nervous to continue but I nodded encouragingly. And try and figure out what I did wrong. I could feel my small smile falter at this. You never did anything wrong, I said fiercely. He smiled up at me. I know that now, but at first I didn't. I wrapped my arms around him, pulling him closer to me and dotting him passionately. He placed his hands on my hips and I wrapped my legs around his waist. He backed me up against the wall and started trailing down my neck. Oh Edward, Ned, closing my eyes as I leaned my head against the wall. His hands were about to venture up my shirt when we heard an uncomfortable laugh from the other room. Sorry, I heard Katie yell. I blushed. I had forgotten she would still be here, in the heat of the moment. I'll just go. I looked up at Edward and sighed, dropping my legs back to the floor. You don't have to go, Katie. I called. We won't do anything. No, I don't want to interfere. I could hear how she was about to burst into giggles at any moment. Continue, I'll go to Sam's or something. No Katie, it's okay, I was about to go apartment hunting anyways, Edward called. Cause there is no way we're having a repeat of last night, he added, whispering to me. Oh, Katie cried, her voice suddenly excited. I heard her run over to the door but she stopped in front of it. Are you decent? She asked. Edward chuckled and I blushed. He moved his body a few steps away from me and pulled on his jeans. Yes, I replied. She opened the door. She looked at Edward's bare chest for a second, blushing lightly, before turning her gaze up to his face. If you're looking for an apartment, Sam's been looking for a roommate to share the expenses, she said enthusiastically. He would love to share a room with you. Plus we would never have to worry about roommates bursting in, during stuff. She blushed again. That was one of my favorite things about Katie. She blushed almost as much as me. Since Bella and I could switch off. Like you could come here and I could go to Sam's. She smiled, proud of herself for thinking of such a great solution. Wow, that would be wonderful, Edward sighed gratefully. Hi, Katie gave him the address and promised to tell Sam he would be coming soon, since she was going to his apartment anyways. That was productive, I noted once Katie had left the dorm. Yes, it was. I found a new apartment, we set a date for our wedding and climbed a tree together. He grinned, his tone light, amused. There's just one thing I would like to do still. He smiled mischievously. And what's that? I asked innocently. He brought his lips to mine, picking me up and laying me across the bed. He trailed down my neck. I'll show you, he whispered seductively. My goofy grin was covered up when he crushed his lips against mine once more. Bella Pav, 20. The wedding is in a week. Most of the planning is done, thanks to Alice, but everyone was stressed. My dress had to have a few alterations, but it fit me perfectly now and was ready to go on the day of. The bridesmaid dresses were ready and altered to fit each of my bridesmaids perfectly. Edward had picked his tux and the groomsmen had theirs too. Alice is my maid of honor. Rosalie, Marietta and Katie are all going to be bridesmaids. Emmett is Edward's best man, since he's his brother and all. Jasper, Jacob and Sam are going to be the other groomsmen. Ever since Edward moved into Sam's apartment, they had become great friends. Edward had only gone back to his dorm room once, to get his stuff. James was there and Edward refused to tell me if or what he did to him. Although I pretty much figured it out the next day. We were walking down the sidewalk, on our way to class and James was going in the other direction, headed straight for us. Flashback. Edward had his fingers laced through mine as we made our way to class. We were about halfway there when James walked by. Edward's eyes narrowed at James, who hadn't noticed us yet. He finally looked up and I stifled a gasp when I saw him. He had at least 4 stitches on the right side of his face, where I had punched him. My ring must have cut him worse than I thought. I felt slightly embarrassed but also proud. I was strong. His left eye was also puffy and bruised. I looked up at Edward, who grinned sheepishly back. "You punched him," I accused. I meant to sound stern, but my voice was amused. "So did you. And at least I didn't give him stitches," he retorted. And then we both burst into laughter. James glared at us, turning red, and hurried past us. We laughed all the way to class. End flashback. Bella. Alice screeched, running into my dorm room. I jumped about a mile into the air. "What?" I asked. "Where is the number for the caterers? I need to double-check the menu," she burst. Her eyes were looking around frantically. Alice was so stressed, but she was loving every minute of it. "Didn't I text you the number yesterday?" I asked tentatively. She froze, pulling out her cell phone and scrolling through her texts. After a few minutes, she breathed a sigh of relief. "Yes. Thanks, Bella." And with that, she ran back out of the door, slamming it behind her. Alice has been doing that for days. She would run in looking for something, find it, and run out. All at breakneck speed. At first, Rosalie was extremely helpful, with dresses and flowers and everything. She even found me the perfect cake. But recently, she seems constantly distracted. Whenever I ask her about it, she just brushes me off. Her and Emmett are engaged now. It happened over the summer. Emmett took her to their favorite beach at sunset and proposed. It was actually really sweet and romantic, especially for Emmett. They were planning on getting married next summer, after college, since they are both seniors. Emmett is majoring in business and is thinking about opening a gym. Rosalie is majoring in mechanics and wants to work at a garage. Alice and Jasper aren't engaged yet. Everyone thought they would be engaged before Emmett and Rose, simply because no one thought Emmett was ready for that kind of commitment. But he was ready. It was clear he was deeply in love with Rosalie. Alice never gets mad though. She says Jasper will propose when he's ready, in his own way. Alice is majoring in fashion design, Jasper in psychology. Alice already has a job lined up with Ralph Lauren as a designer, but one day, she wants to make her own line. Jasper wants to become a child psychologist. Edward is majoring in medicine. He's following in Carlisle's footsteps, becoming a doctor. He wants to become a neurosurgeon, like Derek from Grey's Anatomy. I always tease him and call him Drive McDreamy. He pretends to hate it, but I think he secretly likes it. I'm still planning on becoming a kindergarten teacher. I'll be student teaching all next year, along with my classes. But by then, the teachers would all be able to call me Mrs. Cullen. I smiled at the thought. "Bella." Edward's voice was coming from behind the door. He must have been knocking, but I was so zoned out I couldn't even hear him. He has a key, of course, but he still likes to knock. "Come in," I called. He unlocked the door and made his way into the bedroom, where I was currently laying on my bed, staring up at the ceiling. "Hello, love," Edward sighed as he came into the room. He keyed me gently, settling onto the bed next to me. I snuggled into his chest and he wrapped his arms around my waist. "What are you doing?" "Hiding from Alice," I answered, grinning into his chest. "I swear if I have to pick one more time between cream and eggshell, I'm going to scream. They're the same color." Edward chuckled, sending vibrations down his body. "Well, you don't seem so angry," he noted. "What were you thinking about so deeply that when I knocked for 5 minutes you couldn't hear me?" 5 minutes? I asked skeptically. "Okay, so more like 30 seconds, but don't think you can change the subject," he said, his voice jokingly stern. "I was just thinking about how next year, my students can call me Mrs. Cullen," I admitted truthfully. "Mrs. Cullen," Edward repeated. I could hear the smile in his voice. "I like the sound of that." "So do I replied, moving my head up to key his lips. But just as we were about to deepen the key, there was a knock on my door. It was loud and quick, sounding somewhat frantic. I furrowed my brow and unwillingly separated myself from Edward, jumping up to answer it. Edward followed, wrapping his arm around my waist. When I opened the door, Rosalie was standing there, her face tense and nervous. "Hi Bella," she said. Her voice sounded anxious and her eyes flickered to Edward. "Hi Edward." "Hey Rose," I replied. Edward waved once. "Bella, I really need to talk to you," she said urgently. She rested her hands on her hips and glared up at Edward, her ring sparkling in the light. He seemed to get the hint. "I'll see you tonight then, love," he murmured, dotting me. "The rehearsal dinner is tonight, with both of our families and the wedding party. Bye, Rose." "Bye," I breathed as he walked down the hallway and outside. Rosalie came inside and instantly plopped herself on the couch. She was biting her nails, something she never did, unless she was really nervous about something. I sat next to her, angling myself so I was looking at her. "All right, spill," I demanded. "Bella," she whimpered. Her voice was so sad, so uneasy that I instantly wrapped my arms around her. She leaned into me and I could tell she was crying. Not really sobbing, but crying. "What's wrong, Rose?" I asked sympathetically. "Is it Emmett?" "Not really," she said, her voice bitterly sarcastic. "Then what is it?" I asked. "Well, it's half Emmett." She seemed to be trying to give me a hint but I wasn't getting it. "What?" I asked, completely confused. "Bella, I think," she paused, taking a deep breath. "I think I'm pregnant." Okay, that was not what I was expecting. My jaw just about dropped to the floor. I couldn't picture Rosalie pregnant. I mean, I know her and Emmett have say, and are going to get married, but I knew this was an accident. Rosalie was a firm believer in starting a good career then having kids. "How did this happen, Rose?" I asked. "I know her and Emmett use protection, I've seen her take the pill before." "Well, Bella," she began sarcastically. "When a man and a woman are very in love, there is something they like to do to share their intimacy." I cut her off there. "You know what I mean," I said exasperatedly. "I thought you were on the pill. I think I forgot to take it one night. I didn't realize until a few days later when I found it in the side of the container." She looked up at me with wide, watery eyes. "I never thought I would get pregnant, just cause of that one night. And Emmett and I never use circa D.MSS since I'm on the pill." "Have you taken a test yet?" I asked nervously. She shook her head. "But I'm 2 weeks late," she said desperately. "And I've been getting sick almost every morning." "Rose, I think you should take a test," I said firmly. "Come on, we'll go buy one right now." "Bella, I can't," she half yelled. "What if someone sees us?" "We'll go to the next town, no one we know will be there," I said, already having answered that question in my head. "Okay," she said uneasily. "Let's go." I led her out to my car but she sighed and pulled me towards her convertible. She handed me the keys though, she wasn't really in a state to be driving. I took them willingly and we made our way to Port Angeles, which is about 15 minutes from the university. "Have you told Emmett yet?" I asked after a few minutes of silence. "No, I've just told you," she whispered. "I didn't want to worry him yet." "What are you going to do, if you are pregnant?" The last part came out as a tense whisper. "I'm going to keep it," she said firmly. "I can't get an abortion, I can't take its life. And I don't think I can handle adoption anyways." She seemed to have given this a lot of thought. "I'll always be there for you, Rose." "I'm here," I told her, removing one hand from the steering wheel and lacing my fingers through hers. She smiled gratefully up at me and squeezed my hand. We made the trip in 10 minutes since I was speeding. In my truck, I can always feel the speed and know when I need to slow down. In Rosalie's car, I can't even feel how fast I'm going and I end up going a lot faster than I normally would. It felt kind of exhilarating. We pulled up to a store and Rosalie and I got out. She took a deep breath as we made our way to the pregnancy tests. She looked at them uncertainly, not sure which one to pick. "Get at least 3, I told her. "You always wanted to confirm. And I only knew this because I had a pregnancy scare with Edward, our freshman year of college." Flashback. I had 3 different tests laid out in front of me. I had already, peed on all of them and was waiting tensely for the results. Edward and Alice were with me. Edward had his arms wrapped around me and Alice was holding one of my hands. Alice had coached me on which ones are the best brands and told me everything I needed to know about using them. I chose not to ask how she knew all that. "So if they turn into little pink pluses," Alice said, "then you're definitely pregnant. If they all turn into blue minuses, you definitely aren't pregnant. If 2 are positive and 1 negative, then you're probably pregnant, but we should call a doctor and be sure. And if 2 are negative," she babbled on and on. I had to cut her off. "Alice, you're not helping," I snapped. "Sorry," she said apologetically. I squeezed her hand, reassuring her that I wasn't mad. It's been 3 minutes, she whispered after another 30 seconds or so. I took a deep breath and peeked at the tests. All 3 were little blue minuses. Oh thank God, I breathed. Edward wrapped his arms around me, holding me tightly. As much as I want to be a father, I'd like to wait a few years, he joked into my ear. I laughed, but it was shaky and breathless. And from then on, I was sure to use the pill and a circa D. Ms. every time. End flashback. Which 3? She asked quietly. She looked nervously over her shoulders, probably checking to make sure no one saw. These ones, I said, picking up the same 3 Alice had me use. Rosalie grabbed them and shoved them under her arm, out of sight, as we made our way to the register. She handed them to the cashier. Good luck, he said as we made our way out. I just rolled my eyes. Who says that? The car ride home was dead silent. Rosalie was eyeing the plastic bag of tests like it was about to bite her at any moment. I was focusing on getting home, but I couldn't help feeling vicarious nerves. You ready? I asked Rosalie as I closed the door of my dorm. Luckily, Katie was off with Sam somewhere and wouldn't be home until just before the rehearsal dinner. As ready as I'll ever be, she sighed. She grabbed the 3 tests from the bag and made her way to the bathroom. I waited, sitting on the living room floor, until she came back out a few minutes later. Now what? She asked. Now we wait, I answered. She sank onto the floor next to me and I wrapped my arms around her, holding her. I set a timer on my phone to go off in 3 minutes. Rosalie was taking deep, steady breaths. Her eyes were glued to my phone, counting down the seconds until the tests were ready. I focused on keeping calm and comforting Rosalie. Suddenly the loud ringing of the phone made me jump. Rosalie was expecting though, having counted down the seconds along with the phone. You ready? I asked again. She just nodded, seeming unable to speak. We made our way to the bathroom, hand in hand. She was squeezing my hand so tightly I felt like it might break off. On 3, she said. 1, 2, I said. 3, we said in unison. I turned to look at it. And 3 little pink pluses stared back at me. Oh Bella, Rosalie gasped, sinking her head onto my shoulder and shaking with sobs. What am I going to do? You'll be okay, Rose, I assured her. You'll be out of college around the time the baby comes. And whatever you miss you can make up in night classes. I'm always willing to babysit so you can take classes. And you can find a job and marry Emmett just like you planned. But now you'll have another little life to take care of and to love. But what if Emmett doesn't want to keep it? She whispered, her voice terrified. I'm sure Emmett will do whatever you want. He's your fiancé and he loves you. This isn't going to change that one bit, I said fiercely. I have to tell him, she whimpered. I'll be there if you want me to, I said. We can call him and have him come over. We can tell him right now if you'd like. She nodded mutely. Call him please, she asked, handing me the phone. I need some time alone. I nodded, dotting her forehead comfortingly. I'm here for you, Rosalie, I promised. Thanks, Bella. I left the bathroom, closing the door behind me. I dialed Emmett's number. Hey babe, he answered enthusiastically, not knowing it was me. I was thinking we could use the bathroom at Edward and Bella's wedding to our advantage and add to our list of. Emmett, if you even think about having say. At my wedding I will personally make sure you are unable to have say. Ever again. I screeched. No way were they having say. At my wedding. Bella, he asked nervously. I didn't realize it was you. Clearly, I murmured. Why are you using Rose's phone? Where is she? Is she okay? He asked, suddenly anxious. She's fine, Emmett, but I need you to come down to my dorm, okay? It's important, I said. What is it? He asked, his voice starting to panic. We just need you to come, Emmett. You'll find out when you get here, I answered, trying to sound calm but not lessen the urgency of my tone. Please just get here as fast as you can. I'll be there in 10 minutes, he said, already hanging up. I hung up too, tossing her phone onto the couch. I made my way back to the bathroom, knocking lightly. I could hear Rose crying. Rose, honey, open the door, I said soothingly. She opened it for me. She's sitting on the closed toilet seat, sobbing into her hands. I wrapped my arms around her and held her. Emmett's on his way. He's going to flip, she murmured. He's not ready to be a father. We're not even married yet. But you will be soon. I know, but, she looked up at me. Do you think we should just get married before the baby comes? I think you should do whatever you think is best, I answered. I don't think you should rush into anything. I think if you wanted to get married next summer, then you should. But the baby will be so little then, she said. I know Rose, but I could hold him, or Alice or Esme, I said, trying to calm her. We sat like that, in silence for a few minutes, before there was a frantic pounding at the door. Bella. It was Emmett. Rosalie paled. What's wrong? Open up. Come out into the living room when you're ready, okay? I told Rosalie. She nodded, looking like she was about to throw up. I left the bathroom, shutting the door behind me. I made my way to the front door where Emmett was still yelling. I swear if you don't open this door in 10 seconds I'm going to smash it down. He threatened. I just rolled my eyes and opened the door. He shoved by me, trying to find Rosalie. When he couldn't see her, he wheeled back to me. Where is she? Is she okay? He demanded. She's in the bathroom and she's fine. Sit down, she'll come out when she's ready, I said firmly. He sighed, but sank onto the couch, staring at the bathroom door, huffing impatiently every once in a while. After a few minutes, Rosalie came out of the bathroom, looking timid and sad. She had tears in her eyes still. Emmett jumped up and instantly wrapped his arms around her, dotting her forehead. What is it, babe? He asked lovingly. Rose just sobbed into his broad chest while he rubbed her hair and whispered into her ear. After a few minutes of that, her sobs subsided and she pushed Emmett back to the couch. He sank onto it, but wouldn't let go of Rosalie's hands. So she ended up sinking down next to him. She held out one hand for me and I came over and took it. She squeezed my fingers and turned to look at Emmett. She said gently. I have something to tell you. What is it? He repeated. Is it good or bad? It depends on how you look at it. It's bad timing but it's essentially a good thing, she said. I stared at her, simply shocked by her answer. She had sobbed and cried about being pregnant. And now she's saying it's a good thing. Do pregnancy mood swings start early? Okay, Emmett said slowly. What is it? Emmett, Rosalie said softly. She took a deep breath and looked him right in the eye. I'm pregnant. Emmett froze. But then he wrapped his arms around Rosalie, pulling her into his lap. Oh honey, he sighed. That's a good thing. Rose and I both stared at him in shock. It is, she asked timidly. Sure, he said, half smiling. It's a blessing really. A baby is always a blessing. Sure it's a little earlier than we wanted but we can still do everything we want to do. We can still get our dream jobs and finish school and get married. But now we'll have someone to share it with, someone who we love and who loves us unconditionally. My mouth was hanging open. Did Emmett honestly just say that? Emmett, who knew he could be so profound? Rose gasped. I was so scared at what you would think. I thought you would be mad or break up with me or something. I would never do that to you, he said fiercely. I love you Rose and nothing can ever change that. I love you too Emmett. She sighed happily. Then and Rosalie finally released my hand. I just shook my head, turning around to give them some privacy. But honestly, what could I do? We were in my dorm. And I wasn't exactly comfortable with leaving and knowing they were adding my couch to their list. Guys, I said tentatively after a few minutes of them making out. I'm happy for you and all but I'd rather it if you celebrated elsewhere. Emmett laughed his usual booming laugh. Even Rosalie giggled a bit. Don't worry Bella, we're saving ourselves for your wedding reception, Emmett said, winking. Emmett, I yelled. If you do it at my wedding I swear there will be hell to pay. I exclaimed angrily. He just laughed. I promise, we won't have say at your wedding. If we do, you can have say at ours, he promised, his eyes sparkling. Fine, but if you do it at my wedding I'll do it at yours in front of everyone. Right in the middle of the reception as you guys are cutting the cake I'll just toss Edward on the table and you will regret doing it at my wedding. I threatened. They both laughed, holding hands and making their way to the door. Thanks Bella, Rosalie said before they left. For being there. I really appreciate it. No problem. I smiled at her and she hugged me briefly before leaving with Emmett. I instantly pulled out my cell phone and dialed Edward's number. Hello. He answered. You can come back now, I said happily. I'll be there in 30 seconds. I was only down the street, he said with a chuckle. What did Rose have to tell you? I instantly tensed. I had no idea if Rosalie was going to tell people. But Edward is my soon-to-be husband. It's kind of a secret, I said. I mean you will find out really soon, but I'd rather let her tell you. I understand, he said calmly. I breathed a sigh of relief. Now can you open the door? I laughed, closing the phone and opening the door. And there was Edward, standing there, grinning. I pulled him inside, shutting the door behind him and instantly attacking him with my lips. He responded eagerly. I pushed him towards the bedroom but he stopped me halfway. I pouted at him. I have to use the bathroom, he explained. I laughed, rolling my eyes. Fine. Meet me in the bathroom when you're done, I said. He nodded and headed off to the bathroom. I made my way into my room, making the bed quickly. Honestly, we were probably going to ruin it anyways, but I'd like to have it neat. Edward came back in the room a few minutes later. Hey love, I sang, whirling around. But his face made me freeze. He looked scared and breathless. He stared at me with wide, nervous eyes. Bella, he began. Why are there 3 positive pregnancy tests in your bathroom? He asked, his breathing becoming heavier with his nerves. I burst out laughing as I realized what he thought. This isn't funny, Bella, he exclaimed. Are you pregnant? Is that why you wanted to rush into this wedding? First off, Edward, I said, my eyes narrowing slightly. I told you I wanted the wedding this month 8 months ago. So if I was pregnant then, I would either already have a baby, or be a blimp. Second off, I love you and I wanted the wedding soon. If you think we're rushing into it, then we can postpone it. His eyes widened even more at the threat in my voice. No, 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 he said quickly. Well, you were so determined to get married after college and then you suddenly changed your mind. I wasn't thinking, I'm sorry. But I saw 3 positive pregnancy tests in my fiance's bathroom. What was I supposed to think? I took a deep breath. Okay, fine. I'm not pregnant, Edward. Those aren't mine, I explained. And I did want to wait, before. But now I know that I don't want to wait another minute. He pulled me into his arms and sighed, relieved, into my ear. I'm sorry for jumping to conclusions, he murmured. I just got scared when I saw those tests. I don't think I'm ready to be a father. That's okay. I forgive you. I at him gently. And I'm sorry for snapping at you. I'm just a little stressed out. You're forgiven, he replied, dotting me. We deepened the key, as I led him to the bed, pressing him down onto the mattress. His hands made their way up to my sides before freezing suddenly. His lips froze too. I pulled away from him, confused and somewhat hurt. What is it? I asked. If they aren't yours, he said slowly. Then whose are they? I instantly started sweating with nerves. I said, trying to think of a good excuse. But suddenly, comprehension dawned in his eyes. They're Rosalie's, he said. Aren't they? That's why she was here. I groaned. Yes, I answered hurriedly. She's pregnant. But you can't say anything. I wasn't supposed to tell. Well, you didn't technically, I figured it out, he replied jokingly. But then the smile was instantly wiped off his face. Pregnant. Wow. Yeah, I agreed. Our fooling around was instantly put on hold and we laid side by side on the bed, each lost in thought. Did she tell Emmett? He asked. Yeah. How'd he take it? Really well actually, I answered, the surprise clear in my voice. Rose was really nervous and scared about it, but Emmett convinced her it was a blessing and he was happy with it. Wow, Edward Saeed. Wow, I agreed. He rolled over and at me again, but I pushed him away. Let's not have again till our wedding night, I suggested. Why? He pouted. I giggled. Men and their well, for one, it will make that night more romantic and satisfying. And second of all this pregnancy talk is not exactly getting me in the mood. We both laughed. I guess you're right. Fine. No till our wedding night, he agreed. We both sighed then, leaning back on the pillows. The urge to touch him was overwhelming. Starting tomorrow, I suggested. You read my mind, he answered, instantly rolling on top of me and dotting me passionately. If you enjoyed this alternate journey, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the alternate path for more incredible what if stories.